Collegiate Valorant enjoyers. Hey, we chugged on in, the train has pulled into the station, and here we are for NECC Valorant, week number 3, I believe. Unfortunately, the first time that Kremer and I have got to appear. We've been a little bit busy, but we have missed you guys, so we've rolled on in for a match here and there. We're going to be getting straight into our first match very soon. It is going to be the New Jersey City University versus Howard Community College. Both of these teams are in the Emergence Yellow Division, Kremer. So we're starting to expect a little bit more in terms of the basic fundamentals and starting to maybe get some proper counter strats going with the agent picks.
Harry, maybe we're the problem. We show up, we have huge tech issues. Look,
yep.
You're gone. It's us.
As we say
we're the problem. My heartfelt apologies, guys. Everything just got a lot more English, and everything just starts breaking, kind of characteristically so. However, hopefully we should be able to get underway pretty quickly. As you know, we are running really late, but we will be able to remedy that quick as humanly possible. As you mentioned, this is the Emergence Yellow bracket, so the ranking for is between kind of high gold, low diamond. So we are going to be seeing some fairly good emerging teams here that may lack a little bit of fundamentals, but I reckon the aim is going to be on point.
We could probably head into our map pick pretty soon to see which wonderful destinations we're going to be jet setting off to. The 3 maps we are left with are Bind, Split, and Haven. Oh, Kremer, we've got ourselves a beta map right here. Nothing that came with the retail release will be shown in this particular excursion. It's going to be all beta all the time.
Honestly, I quite like it. It means it's maps that you'd have had a lot of practice with. It's maps that you would have a lot of experience with. And usually, it's the maps that you would veto into quite a lot. Now, looking at agent compositions, it looks like we're not seeing anything too unorthodox. Of course, Neon is allowed in our agent selection at the moment. No one's decided to kind of dip their toe in the water and pick her yet, though. Instead, the Chamber over on Greedy Vickers is something I quite like.
I mean, Chamber has become universally popular, Kremer, across all manner of regions. You and I have been spending a lot of time over in SEA recently, and in MYSG and their VCT, we're seeing quite a bit of Chamber, especially on maps like Breeze. Bind, I'm not sure if I've seen as much Chamber here, but Bind has also kind of fallen out of favor for a lot of teams, especially with so many Premier jets being displayed so often. This isn't the best place for a jet. Raze is often a little bit more popular on this map, and that might be part of a reason why Bind has kind of fallen out of favor. You
mentioned the jets. We're not seeing one right now over on, I believe that's HCC. We just aren't seeing a jet. Eventually,
Severod and
okay, all right. He calms us down for a moment. But as you mentioned, usually the double duelist would comprise of the jets and then the Rays. In this case, ever imagined going for the KO instead, which has had a little bit of kind of duelist capacity. And then the Chamber over on Greedy Vickers. For me, I would rather see the Rays. I quite like, though, that we're seeing the Sky on Swahili. I think that Sky has been a little bit underrated recently. And something else that is kind of key to note is right now the attackers, they go for the Viper, which is something we don't see present over on this defending side.
I mean, Mixwell over on G2 on one of the first matches we ever saw from a refresh G2 back in 2021 dropped over 30 against Fnatic playing the Viper. She certainly has her place on Bind, but is by no means guaranteed like you see on maps like Icebox, like Fracture, and of course, like Breeze as well. The difference in Sentinels is also worth looking at. Yeah, Hacked. It's a good name for a Cypher. And of course, Killjoy on the other side is the choice. One of the things we've got to really take into account here is that Sasha's going to have to stay near her utility in order for it to remain active, whereas you have a universal range with Hacked on the Cypher, so rotations will be a little bit easier to manage for this Cypher.
I'm really interested to see how they're going to be able to do just without a Viper in general. Puts a lot of pressure on your Astra, particularly on your defense, which is where they're starting. For Justin, it's going to be early shower control. Flashes each way, though, but no kill to follow up from it. That Viper wall goes down. It's quite an aggressive one, actually, for now. The Knights try and get a little bit of control and maybe even force a duel with the KO.
Remember, the Chamber going to be incredibly important in this particular round, with that Headhunter doing huge amounts of damage and with little damage fall off when ADSing. Never imagine forced out of position by the snake bite, but there isn't going to be too much in the way of further pressure here. A gap in the Astra smoke could be exploited. There's the entry onto the site. A friendly flash, unfortunately, leaves Justin without their eyes, but maybe they're going to be without enemies as well. Two headshots from Justin. It's a beautiful entry, but they missed the Astra as they began to move alongside. Doesn't matter. Swahili, the second pass, finds Toshi exactly where needed. A shot to the shin will take down Swahili from Ever Imagine. And now Demiurge has got this spike down. Greedy Vicus falling. 6 HP on Ever Imagine. Any bullet would take them down, and it is going to be easily delivered by Justin. Not on for the ace, but certainly on for a bunch of damage. A 4K for Justin, starting off well on the jet.
I mean, we asked, how well can these Premier Jets do on maps where, on this map particularly, where we don't have the race? All the more pressure on your Jets, and, well, Justin's risen to the occasion. Being able to bring NJCU their opening rounds. Bear in mind, this is, I believe, their map pick, so they are definitely in a realm of comfort here as they go for their bonus round. Spectres around the board. We may even see a bit of an ego buy of just holding onto the Ghost over on the Viper.
Interesting choice. Maybe looking to buy Justin up towards an operator later. Admittedly,
I like the stack.
The offensive operator is not ideal. On bind, this is a big stack, Kremer. Over on B. And whether the retake's going to be very difficult against a Marshall.
Yeah, I like the call from Howard. You gamble stack a site. If it works, awesome. If it doesn't, no worries. You just go for the retake, go for a few exits. The reality is your chances of winning a retake are so low, you might as well gamble a stack. Doesn't work out this time, but how do you know it won't work out next time? As these classics get as close to this wall as possible without giving away their position.
I mean, the spike's only just about to be picked up, Kremer. The spike will make its way back towards A. Gothic Knights might believe that this is finished. Multiple players stomp around inside of Candles, and the spike actually now, it's going towards the initial gamble site. It's B which is being seen. Greedy Vicus, remember, body shots do 101 damage. If you've got no armor, you've got no life when Greedy Vicus has their crosshair trained on you. Interesting artisan crosshair, by the way. The old square with the internal crosshair.
That's a unique one, that's for sure. And I mean, the Knights have really run down this clock. A bold round, by no stretch of the imagination, but luckily you have caught out Howard in their rotation. If there was but a single player lurking there, that could have been big trouble.
Demiurge takes a lick of damage. You've got to keep your eyes on Greedy Vikings. They come around the back as well. That Marshall could tear this apart at long range, but Justin is tearing it apart in the front. The right click simply cannot connect, and Demiurge turns around with that saved Ghost and says, nah, man, I bought the better pistol to this. NJCU win their anti-eco as expected.
With Justin one away from the Blade Storm, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them just push up, get an orb, chuck the Spectre to someone else, potentially the Viper if they don't buy a Spectre this round, and then just pull out the Blade Storm instantly. You're against a better buy regardless, you might as well try and match the firepower, and when you're going 6-0 in 2 rounds, you might as well play into your confidence. It's a fairly standard setup from Howard. I don't think we're going to see any aggression off the back of this. Bear in mind, it's rifles around the board, so they're allowing their util to be what gathers them this information. Puts a bit of pressure on the Sky. However, the KO has also been able to confirm presence outside of the safe site.
Altorb claimed, getting ever closer to those Seekers. Surprised that they didn't allow Justin to claim it, given they're 1 away from a Blade Storm. And a Blade Storm against this rifle buy could be catastrophic if Howard's Dragons were to lose it. Could be cleared. But still early days just yet. A flash noted. That's a huge blind onto Greedy Vicus, but the finish simply is not there. A teleport away. Greedy Vicus got so low. Only 11 HP remains, but still breathing, crucially. And it's an adjustment over to B now. The sound of that ultimate orb being claimed is going to put Yas hacked. Yo-yo dog! Go on, Bruce. Have that fun. Yeah, hacked yet to be seen. Smoked off. There will be a gap on the left-hand side, though. And, of course, that cloudburst does not last for long. As it drops, Greedy Vicus to a headshot. 11 HP. They got to hand off that rifle to someone else, though. Someone with a little bit more combat power. Speaking of combat power, Toshi has plenty. Demiurge falls on down. And now it's down to Severod to try and make this retake happen. Cannot choose a target. Moves over to a more exposed position. And Justin manages to take this one down. But now 1 versus 2. Not a huge amount of health here for Ever Imagine. Plenty of utility to work with, but instead wish to run and gun. The footsteps betrayed you. And the buy here from Howard has been disassembled.
It's been disassembled and sort of laid out in front of them, Harry. I won't lie, that's a bit of a over-enthusiastic rotation from Sikash there to head straight to the A site the second there was any noise made by the Knights. Bear in mind, the noise that was made was a single duel between, I believe, Ever Imagine and the Chamber. That was it in terms of contact. You maybe knew there was a second player there from the early dagger thrown by the KO, but that wasn't enough to garner a rotation. And for the Knights, they punish it beautifally. Justin already has a Blaze Storm available, but he won't use it as Greedy Vickers is going to try and push over to the KO.
Oh, the trademark inside the smoke was revealed that Ever Imagine was hiding in here for about a moment. Still slowed, heals to themselves using the fragment. And there's the second stake bar. That forces Ever Imagine out. Double damage because you're vulnerable, and that means Greedy Vikers can take down Ever Imagine in but a single shot. Severod tries to get lucky with the Sheriff, but luck is on Justin's side for now. I think this might be a slight overcommitment of the Viper's Pit.
Yeah,
money
I agree.
given that they know they're up against an eco, and they have a 4 versus 2 advantage on the side of the Knights. Confirmed presence, confirmed kills. Swahili. Have they turned away? No, okay. That was a messy spray from Swahili, but Sikash did a good amount of damage there. Will force at least 2k in rebought heavy armor, and of course, the lost weapon as well, so could be worse for the Spectre.
I won't lie, I'm really impressed with Swahili that round. Justin gets a lovely entry, but the only reason that entry is possible is because his opponent is fully blinded. A perfect flash from Swahili there, and it's, you know, a lot of players, they look at a kill, they look at a scoreboard, they look at kills and go, oh, Justin's having a great game, but all of these kills have been set up by Swahili. He's on 6 assists, just 4 rounds in. These flashes have been perfect. You look at the ult starting to come online now as well. The Cosmic Divide is 1 away. KO does have that null command. But with the Blade Storm and with the Seekers available, Gothic Knights, they have a little bit more of aggressive ults to throw at this round. Whereas for the Dragons, once they do get the Cosmic Divide, the retake utility is going to be there.
I want to see these Seekers used as soon as possible round-wise. Of course, you don't have to use them early in the round, but every round you do keep them, you are giving up on the chance to generate even more, and of course you want to try and destabilize Howard to the best of your ability whenever they have the capacity for a buy, which they are hitting in this 5th round with that full loss bonus as well.
Oh, they're just inviting the Dragons to take a peek. Just take a peek. The Sky is going to be able to spot out Sasha, but Ever Imagine shoulder peeking there. Big punish from Justin, and all of a sudden, the Knights have paved their way to B.
I like how every time they try and engage into this site, they send the dog in first to make sure that any tripwires in the way will be triggered and won't yo-yo back the Jets. Out come the Seekers and reveal multiple players moving through CT. Toshi the first to be revealed, the first to be taken down. The Ares, not quite as strong anymore, but still bloody powerful.
Spike planted.
Bullets, no matter where they come from, Kremer always do a little bit of damage to organic life or inorganic life in the case of KO. Severod held back for a moment. Oh my goodness, you hacked. They managed to pick up the Vandal from their fallen foe. Isolated Justin, so Healy's down as well. This is now a viable retake, but Demiurge tries to guarantee you that it's absolutely not. Sasha playing patiently, waiting for an arrow swarm. Will be blinded, so they just pop the grenade instead. Unable to win out against the next player to take the duel. Sikash guarantees that Howard will get around on the board on their defensive half.
It comes a little close for comfort, and I will admit, the Knights definitely dropped the ball on that afterplant there. Not quite covering one another, Justin's shot from behind, and then the Angels sort of collapsed a little bit there. Strong stuff from the Dragons. Not only that, they now have a huge power spike, not only in the fact that they've finally won a round and they get the bonus cash from that, but also look at the abilities. With 4 of them online, Servrod is just 1 away from getting his Blade Storm as well. The Knights now are going to have to either find a way to make Dragons do a massive ult dump, and for the Dragons, it's a matter of feathering your ults to make sure that you always have something there for a solution.
You want to play? Let's play.
You want to play, Kremer? I wouldn't want to play if I'm the Dragons. This is one of a few weapons capable of slaying a dragon, of course. High caliber Francais rounds. Ooh, a Marshall herd. That is some valuable information here. This reveals that the defense of the B site is not one that is fully occupied. It's also a bit of a classic is to not reveal that the tour de force is here. And now you just wait, Kremer, right? This is a very premature usage of the Cosmic Divide.
I also very much the Seekers have already been deployed. The Dragons are really dumping ults into a round that hasn't really started yet. What Divide has actually been able to do is it's allowed the Knights to rotate without giving away any audio cues.
There's for TP. Chamber staying for now, hoping that maybe someone will cross their path. Justin gets caught by the tripwire. It's an attempt at a wallbang here from Hacked, but they simply do not have the ammo. Forced to refill the drum. But dum goes Justin. Taken down by their counterpart as they quickly back away from the grasp of that lockdown. The KO is likely to fall right here. No cover on the site. It's going to be down to their teammates to rescue them. Still, it's only a Marshal that may well be lost, and they could function as bait. Indeed, the bait is taken. Sasha, she falls into the grip of Severon, and here comes the tour de force finally. But will it be the coup de grace that is being hoped for by the Gothic Knight? Greedishly moves into their own slow field, and they're ranged for a while longer. Sure, they take some time as made Gothic Knights, and some of that was bought the early usage of the Cosmic Divide. So in the end, Howard got some value out of those ults.
Yes, they got value, but for me, the Knights were a bit hesitant to push to that site there. They had the lockdown deployed, and they don't push till the lockdown's already expired, and your opponents are getting back into position there. A bit of a blunder, and for the Dragons, credit where credit's due, they punish it. 3 ults, maybe a little bit of an overcommitment for my money, but honestly, you've still got your Blaze Storm should you be forced down to an eco. You still have your Neural Theft, which could definitely help in a retake. The question is, will it even come to that, as the Knights once again look to try and pressure themselves onto this safe site. However, with only a Blaze Storm available, it's going to come down entirely to gunplay.
Maybe another one of these fancy entries. Justin actually messed it up the first time around, but we've seen some good iteration to not get blinded by the friendly bird, playing within their own cloudburst instead of taking an early peek and catching that blind. With his smoke now gone, Swahili might feel more confident to send out the guiding light.
They're waiting for that point of contact. Look at the push the Killjoy's now making up through B-Long as well. Just looking to try and get a bit of a lurk on, try and make sure that the Dragons can't commit the KO to the rotation. With the opening now, the trap springs Harry.
Swahili on the usual entry with Justin. This could be a beautiful interception, ever imagined, never expected.
One enemy remaining.
That Justin would be up there in heaven. And now they'll be waiting in hell for the respawn. The Gothic Knights, 5 versus 1 in the post plant. Sikash would be brave to try and make this work with 2.5k in the bank. But still, maybe a kill here and there. Some movement towards those Seekers. Unfortunately, the only real gains towards the Seekers will be the ult orb you get for dying. A flawless round from the Gothic Knights, keen to try and put a stop to this streak.
I won't lie, the Knights feel like they seem like they're quite a momentum-based team. Once they get that first kill, they can be unstoppable. But when they're hesitating, when they've kind of lost the man advantage, they really do stutter a little bit. And for the Dragons, once they had those ults available, they were able to work on that. They were able to try and hurt the Gothic psyche. But now it's only down to the Blaze Storm, which we will probably see this round. That Neural Theft isn't going to work until you get a kill. And well, as we saw from the flawless round just now, the Knights, I mean, that isn't always a guarantee with them.
A Sheriff and a Blade Storm. Hoping to loot a weapon off the back of a nice headshot, maybe even a right click. As usual, Swahili and the Jet doubling up. Oh, look at that. Tripwire that's already been sent out, though. Will get taken out by Bruce. Oh, it's a distraction! As they get pinged, as crosshairs are sent over towards Bruce. That's when the swing is taken. Toshi lies in wait with the shot. I'm not sure why they were hiding behind an enemy smoke they don't have control over. Not ideal, Kremer, not ideal.
Lulling them into a false sense of security, Harry. You would understand.
When you're sitting about 10 feet from the enemy.
Yeah.
I hate to be a tactical Terry here, Kremer.
Yeah.
But I'm not a huge fan of how Gothic Knights continue to use these Viper's Pits against ecos, admittedly. You don't want to be losing against the eco and give the opponents a chance to try and get an economic power play where they haven't invested anything and they can loot up these rifles. A full blind delivered once more, and 2 initiators die in sync. Gothic Knights continue their advantage.
So there are 2 things I want to highlight there. The first one is, yes, I also don't like the use of Viper's Pits, but we're currently only 8 rounds in. We've seen it twice. I would much rather see the Viper's Pit used more often than requires, rather than seeing the Viper hold on to it for the entire half. So yes, there's positives and negatives to that. The other thing I want to highlight is Swahili is absolutely nuts right now with these flashes. Justin, his life, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Justin absolutely playing out of his mind right now. His aim is impeccable, but this is just made that bit easier by Swahili, who time and time again is just flashing Justin into easy kills.
Concealment.
Easy stuff. Swahili, certainly well practiced on this Sky, and that might be why they've chosen the Sky on both of these teams over the currently more meta Breach. Oh, Justin doesn't get the tripwire broken for them this time, but yeah, Hacked reveals their position via the tracers, and that makes for an easy kill through the smoke. Now Swahili and Justin looking to be a linchpin around which this site can be taken. An aggressive position from Justin is not expected by Severod. Taken down jet on jet. Action goes the way of Gothic Knights, and while the 3 versus 3 retake is doable, Justin's still on fire and may well be on track for an ace. Both the initiators returning in from the defensive spawn. A bunch of flashes will be available from both the guiding light and the flash drive. A fresh Vandal forever, imagine. Justin still on for the ace. 4K right here. Cash, he doesn't have much health to work with. 11. Justin, hungry for the glory. Hungry to hear that backing off and hear the reload as well. Oh, Justin.
Go for the ace. Get the ace.
Do it, Justin. Do it, Justin. I get an angle here. Oh no, Cash has managed to escape. The dash to catch on up. Cash knows that they're in trouble. Desperately trying to survive as long as possible, and they can play the angle within the tube. Cash actually plays that quite well.
Justin dies, sure, but does it matter at this point? 17 to 5. His confidence is irreconcilable at this point. He's had a Blade Storm since about round 2, but let's be honest, he's not really needed it because all he's been doing is killing people. I mean, if this was any other circumstance, right now he's got kind of state the police after him for the murders he's been committing. Luckily, we're in Valorant and we just see him as a god amongst men. Once again, Gothic Knights turn their attention to A. I mean, why change? Why fix what isn't broken?
Oh, what? Oh no, Bruce must have turned around and bit Hacked so he could not spray effectively.
Yep.
Alright, Justin got a little bit too excited there at taking out the Cypher and did not wait for Guiding Light. That's given Severod the chance to upgrade their weaponry, and Greedy Vicus is a victim because of that. A fresh swing, a fresh headshot given over to Severod. Demiurge puts an end to their tyranny and denies the multi-kill of the 3K. Now the spike begins to tick, and Toshi, who's been quite quiet thus far in the game, is going to have to pick up the big boy mantle in this retake. Joined by Cash, he's going to be playing support here with the Guiding Light. Flashes confirms that one member is in bathroom, so I don't know about the others. Demiurge playing in their usual position. Timmy Turret is a touch of distraction, and Demiurge is for cherry on top of the cupcake.
Oh, Harry, this is... Now, it's not over, but we really need to see the Dragons get some rounds and quickly. If they don't, we could be seeing the Knights run away with a game that, let's be honest, we thought would have been relatively close. I mean, the average ranks, I think we were told, is what? Plat 2 on Gothic Knights?
Plat 1 and Plat 1
on the Dragons? Really? Plat 1 and Plat 1? So, for it to be this one-sided is, well, dare I say, horrific. Remember, this is the Knights map pick. So, you know, they're in their realm of comfort, but comfort shouldn't extend to an 8-2 lead on your attacking side.
conversely, Howard did want to play on the defensive side first. Although I do feel like Bind is not one of the most practiced maps at the moment. A timing there, ever imagine, maybe could have found an easy purchase onto Justin, but speaking of timing, Cash is caught with a bird in her hands, and Demiurge, not a fan of ornithology.
Oh boy. Luckily, the spike isn't down, so there's still a chance of Dragons, but we need to see something, well, something breathtaking from Hacks, and I mean, that's a start.
The
it's a start, Harry.
the God of War. That was a little bit of a misplay there, that dashing through their own smoke, they sort of blinded themselves in the duel, as well as being unable to see where that tripwire was emerging from.
3 out of 5.
Not the Ares ace. No, not the Ares ace.
30 seconds
Been allowed to happen.
It's a weird one, Kramer.
They've been able to force a retake, sure. But actually, in clearing the site, so he'll need to use his final flash. So he is going to have to wait a good while before they're able to get that tempo changer. Having the Astra alive means you do have a bit of extra utility to work with over on the Dragons. And with Timmy turret down, this duel here is going to be so important.
Sentinel versus Sentinel. Shoulder peak goes the way of Sasha. She claims the advantage for the Knights. And now 2 angles can be played. A crossfire can be established. Timmy has returned to the fray, and the alarm bot has as well. That's currently, I believe, sitting up in that smoke. This makes things difficult for Toshi. There might not even be time on the spike right now. Cursory shots to try and take out the nanostorms, but I'm afraid that won't help you. You missed them, and they begin to pop. That's Swahili sacrificing themselves to avoid the spike. An interesting choice, but hey, sometimes you just want to see what's on the other side of that mortal barrier.
You know what? I bet the deity you sacrificing him to is Justin, because right now he is a god amongst men. You look at the ults available on the Knights, right? You got 4 ults to throw at the final round of this half. If you're on the Dragons, this is where you start getting a bit scared. Now, 10-2's recoverable. We've seen it get recovered time and time again, likewise around for 9-3s. But that doesn't mean they're easy, and that is going to be a very pressing point to the members of the Dragons who have finally gone for a bit of aggressive tempo on B. The one time they have gone for this, though, is the one time they're being pushed.
An upgrade to the Odin from the Ares. Cash here has to back off for now. And it's that same Cosmic Divide again. Once again, a touch earlier, Kramer, in the round than I would like. Okay.
I love this.
This does leave some,
I love this.
This leaves some open space, though.
Are the Knights bold enough to go through this? I think they could
I mean,
be. They
it
are.
seems so. It does make entry through the ultimate so much easier, Kramer. And now the Viper's Pit on top of that. The Tour de Force has found Cash. She won't be available for the rest of this. And the Force only continues. Tour de France at the moment. And Vive la France, says the Chamber. Slowed within their own make. Swahili takes down Toshi. The spike still planted as you begin to bring out your own weapon. It's the flank now from the Tour de Force, and Severod against 3 with 1 HP. Any shot would do it, and Swahili delivers readily.
This is not a pretty position to be in if you're one of the members of the Dragons. Now, this is winnable, but it needs to start with a pistol round. I like the frenzy buy on the Sky is a little bit unique, but as is the shorty buy on the Chamber. You know what, Harry? I'm not going to question it. I'm looking forward to seeing how...
It's a thing.
It is now. I'm looking forward to seeing how...
I guess you go for the shorty to try and play off a headhunter, and then when people try and rush you, you shorty them.
It would make sense,
but you're heavily limiting the amount of ammo you can have in the headhunter.
Yeah, it may not matter because the Knights are turning their attention straight to the safe site, where the Dragons now desperately need their defense to succeed.
That is a lot of stops, a lot of stomps, and Severod stomped in their path. An upgrade to a ghost for Sasha. She's got herself a gift. Merry Christmas, love. And now here comes a wrap from the back, trying to remove as much space as possible. A shoulder peek seen. Toshi takes for long swing. The ping pong, the 1-2. Swahili overwhelmed, but Sasha, she continues to slay. Down to 3 HP though. Someone's got to take over frontline duties, and that's Demiurge. Cash removes them. Sasha so low. An attempt to pinch in here. 3 players coalescing towards the known location of Cash. She falls, and Howard, they get even closer to victory.
Oh, Harry, it's getting a bit scary for the Howard Dragons here. It is the thing. Right now, Justin's playing out of his mind. Out of his goddamn mind. My worry for the Dragons is, how do you match that? Who matches that? Because, sure, you're just, top fragging at kind of 8 to 12, but they're not having that performance that Justin is. And then, how do you enable Severod to then match Justin? What needs to change? Because if Justin's allowed to roam free, then he will just close out the series single-handedly.
I think we need to have an analog of a synergy between Swahili and Justin, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's a good turnaround there from Justin. Yep. I'm not as blinded as you thought I was. And now, what? A mad spray from Justin. And Hacked, I think you're within your rights to feel a little bit ripped off by that one. That was certainly some SMG magic right there. And the SMG magic only continues to Avada Kedavra away, HCC.
I mean, you want fancy spells, but it looks like there's been a curse put on the Dragons right now, because this is not where you want to be in one of your opening games, to be, let's be honest, ruined by the Knights right now. I'm pretty impressed by them, Harry. I won't lie, I'm pretty impressed by them. Something that would be nice to see is probably a pause. I hadn't really considered seeing one before, because remember, these teams are in plat, there isn't much stratagem to their gameplay, but a pause would definitely help giving yourself a bit of momentum. Maybe it's too little too late here, but on our second map, I would love to see pauses get brought out a little bit more.
Howard, having brought up towards a Spectre on the side of their entry, Severod doesn't even use... Oh, the gravity well has made things so complicated. I think that was their own gravity well, though, Kremer.
No!
A terrible misplay there from Howard. They sucked in their own duelist. You stepped within the well of my own making, Toshi. Blown through the TP and blown out of the water on this map, Howard. The Gothic Knights will ride powerfully again.
Harry, the biggest killer there was the friendly Gravwell. I don't know what to say. I mean, credit where credit is due to the, to the Knights. They played out their mind there. Justin particularly gave us a stellar performance. But what do the Dragons do? How do you recover this?
It's weird to think about, because they should have been a little bit of a tactical advantage just from, like, the controller diff. There was no classic smoker on the side of Gothic Knights. They were only playing the Viper. And unfortunately, we aren't going to any maps where you'd consider, like, having the Viper to be an advantage, really. Like, we're not going to Icebox and places like Fracture and Breeze, where if we saw a setup where Gothic Knights were going to have that Viper, that was a big dub. Like, in the context of Bind, Split, and Haven, our final map, having a classic controller like a Brimstone and Omen or an Astra should be a distinct advantage, but that couldn't be converted upon. So it might need to be more of a fundamental change within the comm structure, or a little bit more thoroughness maybe in planning these executions, so you aren't messing with your own duelist entry.
Something to highlight is, when it comes to angel selection, I was really impressed by the Cypher over the Killjoy, actually. I think the Cypher got way more mileage than the Killjoy did. We saw 1 or 2 lockdowns, but I think the general utilization of the Cypher utility just worked a little bit better. We're going to have to see how these kind of unorthodox agent comps are going to play into our second map just after this break. We'll be back soon.
Return of a stream, baby! We've recovered Kremer from the B streamers. He accidentally got in his Viking longship and decided to go raiding down the streamer coast. However, we lassoed the ship, dragged it on back, because of course we have a map 2 in our series right here. Leading at the moment are the Knights 1-0 after a big old dub over on Bind. Not surprising considering that it is their map pick, but next we're going to Split. Of course, our map pool is the beta map pool. Plenty of time for all of these players on these maps, so we're expecting some fairly advanced strategy.
That we are, and you know what, Harry? I think I consider it an Easter egg. Head over to the Beast stream. You're going to hear me at some point join the Beast stream, swear a little bit, realizing I've joined the wrong channel, and then mute myself in complete fear that we may actually be live. I don't know if that was picked up, but if it has been, I'm sorry, NECC, for losing a second channel, I guess. But here we are on our veto. We saw, let's be honest, the Knights gave us quite a horrific performance on Bind, absolutely demolishing their opponents on Bind 13-2. We now move to the Dragons map pick of Split. Hopefully they can give us a bit more of a performance compared to what they were able to put up over on Bind.
We can get in here as soon as possible. Once again, this is going to be another map where Jet isn't necessarily mandatory, but we said that about Bind, and both teams decided to play the Jet anyway. And I think that Justin at the moment has the confidence and the bravado to be a good tier Jet player in this game. I might like to see the opposing duelist maybe go over to the Raze, have a little bit more area denial. Oh, that's an entire crash. You can see me at the bottom left-hand side there. It's just completely dying. The sooner we can get off cameras, the better, to be honest. But we should be able to get into game real soon. I want to see the Raze, Kremer. I want to see the area denial the Boombot gives, the real velocity that can be given over via the satchel charges. We've seen some excellent satchel charge engagements into the A site. It's dead again. This is my Overwatch casting partner, Lemon Kiwi's office, by the way. That's I use for my green screen background. I'm just going to leave up Lemon Kiwi's office. Enjoy some plants. Kremer, talk about Valorant.
Is that actually her office, or did you just steal
that's a photo of her office.
Oh, wow, her office is a lot nicer than mine. My green screen is here out of an embarrassment of what my room actually looks like, not out of necessity. In a moment, we will probably be able to hop in game. But yeah, as you mentioned, the Knights, they played out of their mind, particularly Justin, who was set up by Sohili beautifully on that Sky. Sky on Split has had kind of mixed success in the last kind of recent months. It's not too out of the blue to see her be played. Teams have definitely preferred the KO, particularly in APAC, where we've been casting quite a lot. However, the Sky is still a very viable option, and considering how effective Swahili was next to Justin, it would not surprise me at all if we see Justin go for the Jet again. My question now is, do we see the double duelist? If so, who plays the Raze?
Who does play the Raze? I mean, double duelist on Split can be pretty good. Like, we've seen Reynas as well on Split quite a bit. Those layers, being able to move through walls, I mean, you can actually have some real cheeky setups for helping other people make engagements. I also like seeing the Omen sometimes. Obviously, Astra is the go-to controller on basically every map now, just because her global ability to deploy her own abilities is unmatched in terms of being able to help out a fight without having to rotate yourself, because you just put down the stars. Admittedly, Astra got a couple of nerfs a while back where the deploy time on the stars, or rather the readying time, has been increased. So there's a little bit more time to plan around those stars that you see if you are a team that's going up against an Astra. But in many cases, those just cannot be accounted for in the midst of a heated team fight.
You're absolutely right. I'm really looking forward, actually, to how this is going to pan out, particularly when we do see how effective the Raze will be next to Justin. Will we see Justin just mimic his performance and then just play out of his mind? Or are we going to see Harry disappear? Are we going to see the Raze show up? It's going to be a wild map.
And I do wonder if we're going to see the skies again as well. Like,
I would expect
Breach is very popular. Even before the Breach romance that we've seen more recently across the world, where Breach is getting a little bit more love in terms of taking down things like Killjoy utility with the Aftershock, Breach has been pretty popular over on Split simply because it's a very close-knit map. There are not many places to hide. A fault line can basically take over either of the heaven sites, and that's I'm just going to leave that that screen of me up at the moment because I look absolutely engaged in this conversation.
Right there.
It's like, whoa, you want me to talk about Valorant, Kremer?
Whoa, Valorant, what's that? Wait.
Oh, we're in. Thank God. You don't have to look at my camera.
We've escaped it. Oh, Harry. Welcome to Valorant.
It's Swahili going up against Hags, who's actually swapped over now from the Cypher to the Sky of all things. A role swap as well as an agent swap. An interesting choice here for Ccash. She has decided that the best course of action is to buy the Sheriff. It might have been picked up from a Jet Mind. We didn't get to see that. Would have made much more sense for a Jet to buy over the Killjoy, and of course, that means that Killjoy's got access to a little bit more utility if that's the case. The Headhunter only with one shot remaining, Kremer, so this risky play from Greedy Vicus. Speaking of risks, Demiurge takes a risk for the info, gets rewarded. A crossfire now can be generated here around the defender's spawn. Toshi, they tried to make a swing onto an exposed Sasha. And Ccash, she will die alone in the defender spawn of all places.
I suppose you've kind of gone for the round-the-world trip there. However, we finally see the Dragons put up a bit of metal, and all of a sudden, this could be where the Knights. I think the teams are the wrong way round. It's actually the Knights who take the pistol round, and the Dragons once again are being given a beat down. Hopefully, bear in mind they did get one or two, kind of a kill. Maybe this could be a change to bind. I hope it's a change to bind, Harry. A one-sided result here would definitely be a statement from the Knights, that's for sure.
Turn around here, potentially. Gothic Knights, they are going to be faced with a potential kamikaze jet here, with a shorty. It might be a dash into shotgun approach. Playing this more Overwatch style than Valorant. Severod takes the swing, and Justin doesn't feel confident with this. Oh my goodness. The shorty run and gun returns, but Greedy Vicus on the other side only has to hit body shots with the Marshal. Ever Imagine turns away from the bird, but can't turn away from the bullets. A flawless anti-eco here from the Gothic Knights means that they've got a full bonus going into round number 3.
Do you know why I keep calling Greedy Vicus Greedy Vickers?
What? Why Greedy Vickers, Kremer?
Do you know what the Vickers gun is?
I do not know what the Vickers gun is. Is it time for a Kremer gun fact?
It's time for a Kremer gun fact. So a Vickers is a LMG, which stands for light machine gun, not large machine gun. And what was really cool about the Vickers machine guns, one of the first ever made. It wasn't the first, it was one of the kind of pioneer machine guns. And do you know how to keep it cool? They water-cooled a machine gun. Which I think is awesome.
See if Corsair can get you an RGB kit for that. Ccash.
Light it up.
My RGB Vickers.
I would pay a lot for that.
That's also a feature of a Protestant church. Demiurge taps away with the Vandal. Unfortunately, not able to get too much done, and this has finally been a round claimed, I imagine, for Howard. But Justin, they could shepherd everybody in here. Make sure that all of these rifles are lost. They are going to walk straight into the crosshair of Ccash. She's going to fall. Can't be out Justin in the duel. The second one will be taken, and hacked. Having moved on from Cypher, graduated over to Sky, they're putting their agent to good use.
We finally see Howard Dragons put one on the board, and they put one on the board fairly quickly, which means that we don't see the Knights have this snowball economy, which they were able to do very early on over on Bind. And what's really nice about this as well is look at the investment that the Knights put into this round. An op comes out on Greedy Vicus, which means that we are going to be seeing hardly any credits to his name. Justin's down to 0. Sasha and Swahili down to 400 apiece. This is not where you want to be when you're trying to build a lead, particularly on your defensive side, where utility is so damn important.
Oh, Ever Imagine moves straight through what I imagine was both a snake bite and the Viper's toxic scream. That takes away a huge amount of her HP and leaves them vulnerable. Only body shots were required to instantly demolish that duelist. Now it's going to be down to the second duelist of Severod on the Reyna. You wanted to see the 2 duelists from Howard, and it has been shown here.
Reyna's a unique choice. I won't lie.
Trap destroyed.
Oh, yeah, hacked. Yep. The old bait and switch. The trap taken down and a teleport away. The Leah's already been taken down. What a spray from Justin. Still Cash. She can move forward with the Spectre. Wants that upgrade, but wants the Spike Plant a touch more. Greedy Vicus takes the swing. Sees the Killjoy. And now they can just try for a cheeky defuse here. The Astra's still so far away. No spikes to try and move someone off of a defuse. And as they get their own weapons into hand, the Gothic Knights almost flawless this retake. And everyone's getting a go on the retake. Swahili eventually will hand it over to Sasha. I hate you guys.
I think they were fighting over who gets the ult point there, either Sasha or Swahili. And I guess the lockdown has a bit more versatility in retakes than the Seekers ever will. So I quite like the fact that Sasha's the one who gets that ult point there, and it just sort of ticks them along. Bear in mind that Sasha hasn't really seen anyone yet. Tell you who has though, Greedy Vicus, who has been able to go 7-1 up. Now, if you are on the Howard Dragons, you've just had bind, you've just been demolished by Justin, you think, how do we beat Justin? You get into a map, you're finally killing Justin. But Justin isn't the problem, Harry. It's Greedy Vicus, who now has an op with money behind it.
And it's going to be Op versus Marshall as well. Big brother versus small boy. A tiny gap. Oh my goodness, that is not the best place smoke. But it has revealed Severod. 2 nano swarms are on the stairs, and Toshi makes a lovely show here of the Sheriff. They'll be able to upgrade to an Operator. Not the ideal weapon, but hey, it'll do. Cash, it's a messy spray, but she manages to get it under control and get Demiurge under control as well. Wrapping around the back is Justin. But you know that Toshi lies in wait. Not a huge amount of HP. The turn away, the timing. Justin might have seen something right there. Either way, the shot was not taken. The right click is good. Justin reclaims the Operator. I'll have that back. Thanks, mate.
I mean, I like the commitment to the Blade Storm there. You're sort of guaranteeing that you can take a fight up elevator there, up ropes, and you're really just trying to keep the pressure onto the Dragons. Now, yeah, the Dragons are going to hit a huge power spike this round. They're 1 away from the Seekers, the Cosmic Divide, the Blade Storm. They already have the lockdown. They already have the Empress. And so with only a Tour de Force and a Viper's Pit to stop them, the Viper's Pit, I think, is going to be the big thing to watch out for here. And we may see very early usage of it, particularly once the Sky makes a bit of noise outside B main.
The Sky does try and... It's the same thing again. And Greedy Vicus hasn't even been taken out of position by these nano swarms. The second one is a little bit better placed, so Greedy Vicus has to take a much less aggressive angle. But already, the first entry has been lost. The second will be looked for here by Greedy Vicus. It's a one-way smoke, so forced to back off once more. A refresh here, but now ever imagine their entries are going to be much weaker without the ability to dash into a cloudburst.
Dragons are man down. Actually turn their attention back to A, where Justin's going to be laying in wait, but it's a really good call on their part. It's the one part of the map which is relatively undefended here, with very limited static utility. Justin needs to go absolutely huge here.
But now as you enter, you're moving into the Operator, which is going to be waiting. Is there anything to smoke off Greedy Vicus? Oh, okay, Justin will smoke off Greedy Vicus. An interesting choice, Kramer.
30 seconds left.
It's okay, boys. I'll smoke the Operator.
One of the newer strats.
A full blind confirmation that indeed they are attackers on the site. A 5 versus 3 attempt for a retake. Greedy Vicus heads up top. Has been topped up a little when it comes to the health. And now is simply waiting for someone to expose themselves. Isolated duels, Toshi behind the screen. And it's simply too far for the crosshair to move for Hacked. Will there be time to pick up the Operator here? Yeah, you can see the Sky's making a bit of a dash for it. Playing one-handed as their viewport was not moved. And there is the reclaimed heavy weapon. I can't believe we smoked up Greedy Vikers.
But maybe it's tactical. Maybe Justin wants the top frag, and Greedy Vikers.
That's true. I'm gonna need to
he's getting
slow
a
you
kill.
down, son.
Yeah,
Do you have
it's
any
hold it
idea
right
how
there,
fast
bud.
you were fragging?
Yeah, this is. You got a license for fragging that fast, because right now ain't happening. As the Howard Dragons, they do have a couple of pistols to wheels. The Vandal on Hacked is going to be the main pivot point of their buy here. And Ever Imagine can also invest fairly heavily, but the others are still going to be on Spectres, Sheriffs. It's not a great buy. The Bladestorm is going to complement it, though, as they once again look to harass Justin, who, for the time being, has made mincemeat of them.
Ever Imagine, flashed by their own sky. Doesn't turn away from a bird, but that's okay. Oh, trips up the trademark. Now they're slowed. And for a Jet, speed is everything. Manages to wrap around the back of Justin. Whoever was supposed to be watching that had no idea. Greedy Vikers was smoked off, admittedly. They are hard holding this angle, waiting for the smoke to drop. It's a risky play, but maybe it'll pay off. And indeed it does, as Hack just pierces into the bubble. Greedy Vikers pierces them right back. Timmy Turret has to be taken out. Toot Sweet 4 versus 2 on the retake. Sig Hash wins out against Demiurge despite being afflicted with the vulnerable. And now Greedy Vikers is noted as being alone. The operator not the ideal tool for the retake, nor is it the ideal tool for a 1 versus 4, Kramer.
No, it's not. I think getting away, objective survive for Greedy Vikers right now, when I would argue he's taken his dear sweet time to get away here, and he's kind of endangering himself a little bit.
More simply lie in wait to see if Sig Hash will test them. For now, she plays it safe, wanting to keep the weapon in hand.
Oh.
Okay, I think everyone survived. Yep.
They both did. That was brave. That was confidence.
Well, damn. that was quite brave, especially with the inaccuracy of a drop down. Greedy Vikers now swaps over onto the Spectre, hands off the operator to Justin, because they can play off the tour de force and essentially run a double op here.
That they can, and with the double op, I mean, it's interesting, but the issue is our Dragons have proven to play so fast that the double ops, they are in trouble of being isolated here. Justin, luckily, is able to get the opening though.
Moving through the toxic screen of a Viper here may make things a touch more difficult, and there's no default at the moment from Howard, so they aren't conditioning too much in the way of consistent defense over on B, and you can see that all the defenders are beginning to coalesce towards A, including pinching in from the back. Swahili moving through the defender spawn. Greedy Vikers, they might get plenty of information here, and that is tragic for Sig Hash. He is summarily slain. And now there's no escape route that comes without a fight for the side of Howard. They're caught in on every different angle. It's just a mad dash towards the site. Ever Imagine just about takes out the Seeker. And Swahili gets himself a free frag from the back. The flank is simply too strong. Only 20 HP remains on the entirety of Howard. Sasha picks up a double for herself as the little cherry on top of this round cupcake.
That it is, and it comes at quite an expenditure in terms of finances from the Knights. It's a big gamble, but it pays off. And for the Howard Dragons now, they do still have the Empress available, but they've had that up for quite a while. They've not really put Severon in the position where the Empress can really capitalize. Instead, it feels like right now the Dragons are trying to beat the Knights in their own game, just taking like picks, taking ranged games, hoping for a man advantage. And I mean, against the likes of Justin, it just ain't happening.
Justin's bloody fast. Oh, that's a body block on the dash. That's not ideal. Severod gets himself a quick back rub here. Not the speed they wanted for the engage, but they do have the element of surprise. Sasha falls on down to a flank. An upgrade here for Ever Imagine. Maybe can hand off a Spectre to someone else to be a well-placed weapon in this post-plant. Speed was certainly their ally once more. An upgrade to the Spectre for Hacked. And Justin could potentially be overwhelmed right here. Surrounded and everyone on the site. It's an almost very penned-in post-plant here for Howard, but for a bunch of these players, they're happy to die to a spike. Minimal loss economically. 2 players have been noted as playing in hell. How easy are they to clear, though? One player's been blinded. A good turn away, though. Justin's going to have to try and play this fight fairly. Everyone's starting to win their gunfights. The operator, in fact, rolls onto the site. And so, too, will it boom across the skyline. A thunder crack of vengeance is given, as Gothic Knights should be able to defuse just in the nick of time.
It comes pretty close, but what a retake from the Knights there. I love that reposition from Justin to exit out through CT. He smokes off the players under Heaven initially, clears elbow, then turns his attention back to the Heaven players, knowing full well that his own teammates won't be able to get out from that position if they're left alive. So he just plays for his team there. His bit of aggression means that they try to push him where Greedy Vikers is able to trade, and they just play off one another. Great piece of teamwork from the Knights. And for the Howard Dragons now, as we enter the latter stages of this first half, the fact of 10-2 is not only kind of probable, but likely, is a scary position to be in.
NJCU definitely trying to display themselves as one of the premier teams within Emergency. That was quite the view. Right there, Swahili getting gunned down by Toshi. But the bait and switch, the refrag is solid. 4 versus 4 now, and still 2 duelists are available for Howard. However, this is going to be more about trying to find some opening picks, Kramer, because an execute is going to be much more difficult without any smokes.
And it is. I like the expenditure of the Viper Spit in mid as well. It kind of cuts out any choice of rotation, and it means that the Dragons are sort of shoehorned to fight for this A site, where the Knights have, they really can just play retake. Worked before, probably work again.
Turret out.
Timmy on one side, Bruce on the other. A friendly dog. I like the usage of the Leer to guarantee the grabbing of the ultimate orb that allows for a potential take here off the back.
30
oh,
seconds left.
Sasha, she's so fast. Yeah, Hack never stood a chance. She's easily able to duck on out from the grasp of the lockdown.
Planted.
And this is also the go moment for Demiurge to wrap around the back. I'm not sure if this alarm bot's still active. It might well be out of range, but it's destroyed anyway. And here's the retake lockdown. Plenty of little cubbies on the A side that everyone can spread out into. But you can see already they are being pinged by the defense as places that need to be paid attention to. Demiurge as you try to get out. No chance, mate. Greedy Vicus knows where the first is. The second is a mystery, but Timmy Turret will be deleted and Sigcash, she's taken out from a different angle. Demiurge's wraparound got all the value that was needed, and 8-2 will be the scoreline.
Oh, Harry, it's going to turn into a repeat of bind, isn't it? It's going to turn into a repeat of bind. The only difference now is that Justin isn't just giving an immortal performance. Instead, he's just doing an excellent performance. However, Greedy Vikers is the one also doing an excellent performance. And in terms of ult management, the Empress is still available on Severod. It just has not been used yet. And for Toshi, another Cosmic Divide is available. We saw kind of premature usage of the Cosmic Divide over on Bind. There's a chance that it could help here, particularly if you're trying to play fairly quickly, and with Spectres, it's entirely likely that's the case. But your main firepower comes from just a single Vandal.
Remember, Greedy Vikers here, they have the jet-like ability to take a shot on TP out. Oh, hello there.
What's his
A quick
crosshair?
mwah.
He's changed it for us.
Fresh crosshair, fresh Greedy Vicus.
Look at it!
This one is brand new and absolutely disgusting. Spike handed off. I think the Greedy Vikers didn't even bother to move away while in that gravity well. 1, not 2. Justin only good for a first, but Sasha, once again, she is the full stop at the end of this sentence. Gothic Knights hit 9.
Greedy Vikers, he's getting more and more confident, and his aggression is getting more and more bold, and it's just not being stopped. You see, time and time again now, he's going for these early peaks, but he's double downing Harry. He's going for that second peak as well. We see double op setup on the Knights, and well, for Justin and Greedy Vikers, why not? They're both playing so damn well at the moment. Justin has a Blaze Storm in his back pocket as well, if push does come to shove. Greedy Vikers one away from his own tour de force, so he may even just change his ops skin in just a moment, as he gets ready to try and stop the Suez aggression, as the Howard Dragons once again sit outside B.
Oh, what an adjustment, Greedy Vicus! The aim punch is not strong enough from the headshot. The wall bag saved them. And now, yeah, Hacked, they look for the refrag. But Sasha doesn't want to give it to them. She just says, nah, mate, we've got an advantage. We're just going to sit here and bask in it.
Aggression comes
All right,
out,
a second
so that's
swing.
trade.
It is pretty good, but that is less good.
standing.
That is even worse. Swahili slays a pair. Both of them level their weapons and both of them level to the floor. Yeah, Hacked will be noted as the last player, and so you can see the reinforcements swarming in. Sasha wants to roll around the back. It's going to be Vicus and Justin who are waiting up in heaven. Both of these Seekers can be taken down. Oh my god, what was that? Huh? Was that a flick upwards?
Switching
I
sides.
was
I
looking at
think
the
it was
mini-map, I turned back, and
That
wow.
that wasn't so much a flick, but more just immaculate crosshair placement. Granted, the crosshair itself is kind of hard not to place on anyone from its absolute size. It's a mammoth of a crosshair. But the scoped crosshair placement, Harry, is what matters from Greedy Vikers right now. The Knights stand 10-2 up. They won their first map 13-2. They're looking to do the same in their second. And for the Howard Dragons, this whole series may just be a bitter pill to swallow.
A learning opportunity, Kramer. At least now they can play on the defense. It's going to be better for Sighash to continue to show some dominance. They have been able to be one of the greater gunfighters on the attack, despite playing in the Sentinel role, which is not the best for breaking into sites. Of course, that is well amended by the double duelist, and we've got to think about how the double duelist setup here for the defense of HCC might weaken their defensive setups.
Toxin screen down.
This wall's going to drop. Ever imagine? Up high here. Makes noise dropping down. But the same can be said of Justin on the other side.
Toxins going up.
Demiurge doesn't panic as they get sucked in. A double player commitment here to the doors of heaven. And they know the underside is clear as well. Still, the Sheriff claims first blood. Swahili falls down, and Demiurge, there's no subtlety in this rotation. They're going to be moving straight into the alarm bot, and then the double swarms as well. Both are popped. That's a great escape there from Justin. Forces out all of that expensive Killjoy utility.
Look at the flank here from Greedy Vikers. He's going to completely clear this B site before
Is this
the
another
Dragons even
cross
realize what's happening. I'm not going to question it, Harry. I'm just not going to question it.
Well, Greedy Vicus won't be taking any questions at this point. An upgrade to a Frenzy. Now they have themselves long-range and short-range supremacy with a machine pistol alongside the Headhunter. Machine pistol in hand as they wait for Sighash. A well-placed headshot. Greedy Vicus down to 73. Shots given over, but remembering that that is a very limited magazine in a Frenzy. Hard to take out more than one person per reload. Severod. Oh, it's crouched under by Greedy Vicus. Excellent movement again and again. Gothic Knights hit 11.
Oh, Harry. Oh, nosy, no. Look at the kills on the Dragons as well. Not one player has exceeded, and if this pace keeps up, will exceed 10 kills. That's how dominant the Knights have been right now. The fact that Greedy Vikers is just playing out of his mind has left the Dragons sort of stunned into silence almost. They go for the eco, and I think it's brave to play for the match points, but what options do you have left?
I mean, if you lose for force, the series is over. Preferring instead to maybe have that power spike in gaining the full rifle contingent. Toshi doesn't reveal themselves here. That's actually a friendly blind, I do believe. Another one will be sent into the cloudburst, and Sighash plays from up top. It's a cheeky little angle, but Swahili still wins it.
Oh, my.
Greedy Vicus wrapping around the back, but the Marshal doesn't even get to see any action. That is going to be an almost flawless round there from Gothic Knights, but that's to be expected on the anti-eco. This is where HCC make their stand, Kramer.
Something tells me, though, this stand may be a last stand, and it may not last very long, as the Gothic Knights, they don't need to win this round. They can just pummel the HCC again and again and again. Eventually, they'll get lucky, and they'll win a round. Eventually. a 10-round on the bounce comeback, not even to win the map, take you to overtime, is unlikely by any stretch of the imagination. We need someone on the Howard Dragons to find a way to manage Greedy Vikers, and soon.
Well, Greedy Vikers being the first one taken down. A big dub, but unfortunately, a little bit of damage was suffered in the process. And that's only a Marshal that's been taken away, and look at this. Severod, bottom fragger at the moment for HCC, is going to have to fight 4 separate people who might want to take A. Could be noted here. Look at this, the wraparound again. Gothic Knights are getting fancy with it now, and Zcash might find herself completely overwhelmed and upgrade to a fresh Spectre!
Oh!
Justin! Run, gun, and we are done on this attack, potentially. Toshi gets 2. Makes it rescuable. HCC a reposition here for Justin. This is the round they were looking for, but already some casualties have been taken. Spike in hand. Toshi's going to be babysitting this, but they could be wrapped upon here. It needs to be an interception that works well, and Justin will fall. Critical here as Demiurge is playing with only the Spectre. Healing is given, the Spike reclaimed. Bruce sent on out. No time at the moment. Demiurge has tucked himself into a corner. The first comer. Will Demiurge be able to get a 1 versus 3 to try and rescue this? Severod playing up high with a greater weapon. Demiurge! No way! Now it's time for the 1 versus 1. A quick little play from the back. The usage of a Viper's Pit in the end. Scared, yeah, hacked, but a perfect placement of a guiding light keeps HCC alive. Unbelievable.
They stay alive, but for how long? Look at this from Justin here. That secondary kill is just nasty. For Demiurge as well, the fact he's able to last this long is a problem for HCC. That being said, that flash to end it there was fairly successful, actually, from, Hacks. I mean, he just forces Demiurge to push backwards into his crosshair. It doesn't get easier than that. But this is where it matters. You get the full buy of the Knights. You beat this, you get the next eco, you start building some momentum. Unfortunately, you're a man down.
Vengeance taken there from Greedy Vicus. Ever imagined fragged him first in the last round for recalls there of the teleporters. And now a 4 versus 5 retake. Gothic Knights 45 seconds away from victory now, Kremer. And Severod is down to only a Spectre. Remember, the full buy of HCC got pretty thoroughly ransacked until only 1 player remains. Time is of the essence. For Nano Swarm is ready to go to try and cut off that cubby. Rolls around the back. Make sure that elbow isn't going to be an issue. Toshi, can they rescue this again? Yeah, Hack probably going to be intercepted right here. Greedy Vicus caught on a timing. Now it's 3 versus 3, and timing is always going to be an issue. Sasha gets 2. She might have secured it. She uses the ult as well. It does betray the location of the Killjoy. And yeah, Hacked. They're going to have to move into a Toxic Viper's plane. Sasha gets close. She's not afraid to die. She'll sacrifice herself for the cause. But yeah, Hack simply does not have the seconds nor the minutes to bring HCC from the hell into which they've descended. Gothic Knights will claim the series 2-0.
Oh, time is a cruel, cruel mistress, Harry, and she waits for no one. What a game that was from the Knights, and they make a statement to every other... Goodbye, Harry, welcome back. Yeah, they make a statement to every other team in the Emergence Yellow group that they're here to play, and that they mean business.
It was an admirable effort from the side of the Dragons to... try and hold back the Knights Crusade, but unfortunately, Kremer, that Holy Land isn't going to take itself, and the Knights have proven themselves to be a very scary opponent here in Emergence Yellow. I think that Justin and Greedy Vicus, they're going to be incredibly scary moving on forward, especially with Chamber being an agent, but maybe less teams have practiced. It has become pretty powerful worldwide. Once again, we're just going to return to Lemon's office here because my camera's not having a good time. I imagine for our next cast, Kremer, I'll just get them to put a headshot up of me because it's very much misbehaving today.
That they have. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, where the action will be continuing over on the NECC. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Being extra mindful of pronouns, Scott. Just going up high.
in week 1, and then you'll cut back to me however you really want to, and I'll say, oh, well, let's talk about the players themselves. Up first is Murray State Gold, and so that. Burr?
Yo, what's up?
Do you have the roster screen, right?
Yeah, I got both roster.
Okay, good. So we got roster screen. I'll do the first one, and then I'll shoot to you for the second one. So he just has to listen to us for that. And then once you shoot that, shoot back to me, and then we'll touch on map bans, and then we can deep dive that for a little bit, and then it's just agent select. Okay, you ready?
Just about.
All right, Burr, lead us away.
3, 2, 1. What's going on?
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernos, joined here by my oh so handsome co-caster, aka Ashgon, the man with the plan. We've got ourselves some more Emergence Navy Division here for Valorant. Ashgon, why don't you tell us about the 2 teams up next, ready to play?
So it looks like we got Murray State Gold representing Murray State University alongside Southern New Hampshire University. As you said, Scott, both in the Emergence Navy group, and both of these teams with a 1-0 record.
That's a pretty impressive statistic to go by, too. We'll first talk about the Murray State side. We've got DK, Meep32, Keith, Blackjack, and Pterodactyl Mom. A very solid roster, to say the least, but SNHU are also coming out the gate and ready to play. Ashkan, who does SNHU bring to the table?
Oh, looks like we got Godel, Early, Dickard, Luna, and Bradderall. So they're going to go ahead. I'm sure they're going to be coming out strong, but they are coming off of a bye in week 2, so maybe they have to start to warm up. Let's not push anything just yet, Scott. I think we've got a couple maps coming up on the screen soon.
Ooh, hopefully we'll see what these two teams decided to head to first, so we can kind of get an indicator, maybe a clue about what they're comfortable on, what they're not so comfortable on. Up first, Murray's going to go ahead and ban out the map of Bind. This one's kind of been a collegiate special in recent times. A lot of teams opting to go for that. Ascent will be taken off by SNHU, and our first map up on the chopping block to be played is the map of Breeze. One that's a little less common, and to make matters worse, the second one that we're playing here by SNHU is even more uncommon with the map of Fracture. This is very strange for a BO3, especially in the collegiate scene here, Ashkan.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think I've seen this best of 3, frankly, Scott, ever. Breeze, Fracture all the way into Icebox, and with recent even T1 teams not able to find their footing on a map like Fracture. It's crazy to see the collegiate scene picking up on it so fast. Not to shadow any particular organizations, TSM and 100 Thieves, but I'm sure that the students have been studying away and have found their own strengths on both of these maps, and I'm excited to see what they do on this new changed Breeze that's been updated.
Well, unfortunately, we'll have to wait a little bit longer. Once the teams are ready and raring to go, I'm more kind of keyed in on what our agent selection is going to look like here. Breeze is a map that is kind of has Vipers play through quite a bit. As we know and love, Vipers can be exceedingly strong in a lot of ways. The toxic screens can cut down the majority of the map for one side or the other, but Sages have also been picked by some of the, I guess, less confident teams when it comes to this map. Same thing as we talked about with Icebox previously. You're talking about having two teams come in, bring out the Sage to have the ice wall to make it a little bit easier to plant on that B site. It can be the same thing here with Breeze when you're talking about planting in pyramids, but you can also just use the toxic screen and plant it in a little bit more of a cheeky spot. But overall, Ashkan, what are your predictions here for the agent selection?
Well, definitely for Icebox, if we get to that point, we're going to find Sage. I agree 100%, but there has to be some form of initiator. What's becoming more and more popular on Breeze, our first map, Scott, has been KO, because Viper is such a staple of Breeze. That long wall is essential to get into both sites, and the orb for post-plant mollies. KO is the 100% counter, the full counter that just disables all of Viper's utility and enables a swift site take. So alongside Sova, we could see that double initiator composition. And I'm predicting that if there's going to be a Sentinel, it's just going to have to be Chamber. The operator is just great on that long angle, specifically Tour de Force. And it looks like we're seeing Godel lock in exactly that.
It's going to be interesting to see necessarily how Chamber is played here inside of this division, but overall I think this is a solid choice overall. So is going to be played as well. DK also teasing that option right now, and that's exactly going to be locked in. So Sova for the information. We do see Vipers being locked in by Everty, and also Meep looking to lock it in as well. Pterodactyl Mum's looking for the Reyna, something that we do not see over on the SNHU side. So we could actually see something different from that double mirror composition we're so used to seeing, but we also can guarantee it immediately with Sage being picked up by Blackjack. So interesting to see that we're not having a Chamber being utilized by one side. It just seems like a strange decision with how exceedingly powerful Chamber is, especially on this map and a lot of other maps. And I think Chamber's versatility and range when it comes down to the A site as a whole allows him to almost single-handedly lock down that objective. A lot like you would say for Cyphers and or Killjoys on a lot of other maps. Chamber can do the exact same thing, and I guess that's why he's utilized by so many teams today.
And in the opposite sense, of course, they're going to have no flank hole as well. Murray State is going to be open, and starting on the attack, that means if they don't spread out in default, which is extremely difficult to do on such a vast map, they're going to suffer. So they're essentially going to be forced to give up a lot of territory. But it's yet to be seen whether or not, SNHU, they want to push out, if Murray State want to push out and kind of cover the flanks, push up, take territory, And that's really what is signature and the defining factor for stronger teams on Breeze versus those who are a little bit more unrehearsed, is that they know when and how to take territory. They can find those early information to really just utilize it as a catalyst and justify their takes. And already, speaking of territory, it looks like Southern New Hampshire all stacked towards the A site, Scott.
I think this is an interesting way to default in this position when you're talking about tossing the toxic screen across through to get over to the A site and lock down pyramids. It does make it a bit more difficult for those back two players, it's Averroty and Tickard, to kind of lock down that position, but once you do that, it's actually not in a great spot to actually go for the plant. You still have to swing through it, and an easy denial device right there from the defenders as SNHU will place down their ice wall, and there's not really that much more for them to do. They have to swing past this position, and the defenders' Viper's toxic screen is also cutting down a multitude of directions. So it seems to be a battle of the Vipers as of the current moment, but a battle in mid as well taking place as Meep eats a shock dart fairly early on and still has to contend with the player of Bradderall who's still holding back and defending.
I like the angle of retreat. Meep is definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place, but Tickard is going to be the one to draw first. DK and Keith both falling. And it's going to be one at a time, bodies dropping for Murray State Gold. Pterodactyl is able to get a little bit of a heal off with that Devour, but how long will it last when the other four of SNHU are pressing onwards? It's going to be the first round in their favor. The defenders go up, and I guess we're expecting the eco by Scott. I'd be surprised if we don't see anything coming out. More than anything, with this map, I want to see that marshals come out for the long-range angles as an indicator for the operators.
Teleport's ready. That works. Gone.
I wanted to point out that the Deacon not forcing up on that round definitely put a hole in the armor of SNHU, and now Murray State is exploiting exactly that. They get the spike down, which is a lot more than you would expect. And there's significantly less action in a Viper versus Viper situation. Coming out on top. Golo and Luna spraying down across, and we're going to see the numbers dwindle.
One enemy remaining.
Murray State now going into the standard eco round loss. He's going to go up 2-0 for SNHU White. And that's the defuse out for Godel, bringing him one closer to the tour de force. And the sooner they get it, the better. It's going to really put a damper on any ideas that Murray State have of picking up rounds on the attacking side.
I'm hoping that we see a little bit more from Murray State. It is their rifle buy here, Ashkan. There is actually the attempt to do this, right? We could see them full rifle buy, which we're seeing right now. We could see their armor be able to help assist them get past these SMGs, but let's talk about the openings when it comes to these objectives. If you play through mid, like we just saw there, they worked their way around Pillar, got through to the connector side, and were able to get some semblance of sightlines on B. They didn't really have the control beyond that. The SMGs are enough to handle that job, and especially difficulty now with rifles in these SMGs is the tight corners you have to cut through to actually play an objective. They're going to go towards one of the more difficult sides to do that, and it's going to be that A side. If they play their toxic screens correctly and they get their smokes out, as well as gathering the necessary information that they're attempting to do now with that Owl drone, then they'll have a much better chance to get forward, but there is still a marshal on the opposing side, and there's still plenty of SMGs at close range, which can absolutely burst you down. And they've only left one player in mid, but thankfully for them, Keith claps early, knocking Godel out for the count, and it's now left up to Luna and Bradard on the site to try and give themselves a fighting chance, and Luna's in a very tough spot with DK.
One enemy remaining.
And down to the numbers. Bradderall trying to get at least one, but a triple swing right into the face. There's not much you can do in that type of situation. And we see a flawless buy round come out from Murray State Gold, and this is going to be great for their economy, meaning they can hold steadfast for not just this round, but the next as well. They'll be able to buy for successive set of rounds. Now for Godel, they're not going to have the heavy shields. They're relegated to light shields. But Bratterall, with Odin in hand, is planning to do some cheeky stuff over in the back of pyramids. And with Murray State stacking towards that side, you see it on that mini-map, they may very well fall victim.
Ashkan, I have a question I want to bring towards you right now. After pursuing the A objective once and seeing the control that you were able to gather with Keith going into mid, now they're pressuring both objectives. They're sending one over towards elbow on B and still playing people in cave towards A. Typically, you see two players sit towards mid. They're taking a very indirect approach towards that middle site, and there's no one. Goddard's not even playing inside of heaven control now anymore. Why are they doing this attack?
Well, I think right now they've realized the position of Bigard and Godel, and they're trying to go for these early frags, which they do exactly that. This time around, it's actually going to be Aviarly who falls, but they're essentially understanding, they're recognizing the pattern holds, and SNHU White really aren't changing up the placements of their agents, and so it's a very predictable movement that Murray State can counterattack, and that's really why it's a bit too easy of much longer angle to go through mid. And meanwhile, as I've given you this Valorant lecture, Keith is just popping off, getting 1-2 picks and opening everything up for their team. And
30 seconds
I like
left.
the patience as well, the respect by Murray State to not immediately funnel through as well.
I think one of the big things we've been noticing right now from Murray State, even in the rounds that they were losing, like the pistol round and obviously round 2 when they're facing a thrifty SMG force, is their ability to transition themselves and pivot across the map. They're not too stuck in their way, so to
10
say, about one
seconds
objective
left.
or the other. They are very welcoming to the idea of moving across and transitioning to another objective. Like what I called last week with you, the transitionary period for an attacking team. Once your initial attack fails, or you just gather enough information you don't like that side, you spend that next 20 seconds to transition over to the opposing objective, and we've seen that right there. But it just wasn't enough time. They just took too long to accomplish their goal, and Murray State fall victim to the 6th man on the field, aka Father Time.
Yeah, Father Time does not forgive for those errors, absolutely. But we talked about the economy in the last pre-round, and I want to point out again because this has now enabled Keith to pick up their own operator on the attacking side. And unlike other maps, Breeze is special in the case that you can find attacking side operator angles very easily, A Cave being one of them, and we're going to go ahead and see the barrel of that gun being scoped in on, alongside Meat getting that wall down, and it's a full execute, full commitment towards A, at least when it comes to utility. No one out on the side yet. Holding that angle, here needs to be broken for them to maintain that line of sight, and here the operator resound, but it's going to whiff. It's Luna and Bratterall who find those picks first.
It's a very solid start defensively as well. When you're able to cut down and apply pressure onto the players stepping out from cave. More importantly, even though Godel misses the first shot, he still has a great position to play from and can continue to disallow a lot of what Murray State are attempting to bring to the table. When you put in and combo in with a smoke from your Viper with that toxic screen, you're putting yourself in a better position to go for that plant and open just that one solid play. Unfortunately, Keith misses the necessary shot, and it will allow for Dicker to go for the kill, finishing in the process. Bratterall will swing into the site as well. This one into Blackjack. Toxic Screen doing a lot to cut the sight lines off from Meep, and the Guardian from Averly is just enough to get the job done and find themselves another round win. SNHU continue to climb ahead.
I feel like there's a little bit of disjointedness on that post plant, Scott, specifically with Blackjack putting down the Sage Wall for this unique plant, and I like that, but rather what's happening is there's a wing out onto the default part of a site where two teammates peeked out, got caught in the line of sight, and although the Sage Wall covers those who hug close to it, those who are farther out can still easily fall victim to those jumping up on the pyramid rail, and that's exactly what happened. And it's a matter of, I want to say, each of the 4 or 5 players in post plant phase having the same goal, and when one peaks and falls, it really puts pressure on the support players, and so there weren't many options for Meep and Blackjack in those final moments. And Murray State just has to be aware of really how far they're pushing, how much space and opportunity they truly have, as opposed to what they think they're creating with just the initial utility.
feel like they need to do a better job of isolating some of the defenders as well. They're saying finally they're putting some pressure towards that tube section, which if they get to a switch would allow for them to have a secondary player for assistance, or maybe they're just playing for the lineup. As we see the point does go down, and they force the time constraint. Now into the SNHU white slap. They're still trying to play fairly aggressively. Bradderall with the Owl drone will actually get the spot on the corner player of DK, and it's not long-lived. That's Luna off the board. She falls to Pterodactyl Mom. Galil still hunting right now. Using the Headhunter combo in with the Operator. Does not seem to make a huge deal as Keith sprays him down as well, but has lost the life to Dickard. Player of Meep inside too. The one I talked about that was used for the isolation seemingly failed in that job, and it's now stuck. The 2-1-2, Bradderall and Jacklack getting one of their own. Dickard for the 3K, but it does not seem to last much longer. No time to go for this defuse, and Averly will try to run away to save their weapon, but I think this one may be a little bit too close, and that's exactly what we see. 2 players surviving for Murray State. None for SNHU. Finally another attacking round win for them.
That's gotta hurt for Averly for bleeding out the Viper's pit, and rather than using it, preemptively on, for example, the B side entrance or somewhere in B tunnel to block off an entire entry. Rather, I understand the plan to deny that entire space, but just an awkward ending for that particular round. As we move into number 7, Luna, she'll be armed with the Blade Storm and is not going to have to worry about the economy and the state of it for now. If SNHU White can pick up the round again, which they have been stringing these rounds along together, they'll be fine for the next. It's just a matter of patience that they have been showing. Murray State, I want to say, a little bit of luck in the previous round. This time, enabling their own Viper's Pit, they put it heavily in their favor.
They've already expended 2 ultimates in this job. 1 for each side as SNHU have gone to the Blade Storm, and Luna will do her best to try to cut off some of these Murray State players. Unfortunately for her, Pterodactyl Mom finds the kill once again. A repeat of last round, and once again, Bradderall will find a refract. This one onto Pterodactyl Mom, leaving this one into a 4-on-4, but the Viper's Pit still in full effect. SNHU kind of at their wits' end about how to deal with this one. At some point, they'll have to commit themselves into this Viper's Pit. They're doing that first with the Owl Drone. Now trying to spray through with a Snakebite to go down. Makes it even worse as he's stuck decaying in the process. A single shot now will remove him from the position, and they'll do that with a simple spray through. DK for 2. Dickard with a clap back, only for 1, and needs to do a bit more on top of Meep. Will disallow that option as Blackjack sprays through. Headshot kill under Averly. And once again, Murray State have found themselves in a winning stride, 2 in a row for them. And let's hope they can continue that same level of success, because A site has been their baby. Their one saving grace so far on this map of Breeze.
And I'm really surprised that they're finding so much success on A without leveraging the mid doors and the pillar area. And I mean, they are leaving 1 in halls every round or so, every other round, to kind of distract some of the players of Southern New Hampshire. But it is strange to see that their full commitment is consistently catching SNHU off guard. And now, this time around, it's going to actually be a full frontal assault. I see 3 players fall, make it 4. It's just a lone Viper. Averly does know where Keith is, but only armed with a classic, no shields in hand. There's really nothing they can do but pick up the Spectre on the floor and maybe get Killer 2 to avenge their fallen comrades. A little bit of economic damage, but not seeing many options here, Scott.
So like a consolation kill, right? Something that in the long run it's not going to mean you that much, considering this round may just be for naught. But if you can drop a weapon out of the hands of Murray State and or pick it up or use it to get one more, then you'll have a little bit more success. You can kind of bleed some rifles out of their hands, especially the spree that they've been having recently. But obviously not available. A great defensive presence there by Blackjack to watch the rear and deny any sort of flank, and it'll lead to another round win. This one tying us 4 all across the board, and Murray State are trying to leverage more and more of the control that they are starting to bring themselves as the pacing has been picked up on the attack, and we can see just how strong it was in that last round. Though SNHU did not buy, they all fell extremely quickly because of Murray State's very active presence on that A side.
Control of pacing, control of territory, and control of the economy. I'm surprised they haven't picked up that operator once again. I think they were a little bit disappointed with the performance of it when they brought it over to A Cave in round 4, and I think sticking to rifles is a good idea, but if they can leverage it once again, knowing full well that there are players playing in the back of each site, they'll find a lot of strength. And once again, it's going to be an early fall by Averly, but Dickard is just a sentinel in disguise. I mean, is that really a sky, Scott?
I don't know. The sky's the limit, apparently, because
Deploying drone.
one of those kills, the first one's
Enemy
gathered
marked.
just simplistically with a long shot. The two others are collateral. That was a very impressive flare. And Dickard's going to complete for the 4K on top of it. Hunting for the ace. The last player of DK is still holding back, actually back in that section, so maybe we do see that come through. But Dickard's going to toss out the guiding light. DK will toss away Go Adele, but taking a little bit of damage in the process, and Dickard is still very, very hungry for this position. Bratterall just trying to zone him at this point, but if DK decides to swing, he will do just that. Bratterall is ready for the kill and will take it. A stolen ace, stolen honor maybe, but Dickard's still very happy with their performance. Now 12-5, and finally putting SNHU back on the winning block.
And being in that kind of position, locking down your sight can strike fear into the hearts of Murray State, right? The attackers now feel as if they're forced to go the other direction, and we're seeing exactly that. Now, this time around, I mentioned earlier, there really isn't a lot of pressure towards a mid pillar in the doors. Keith will be doing that, and it is a little bit of a difficult decision. Usually you'd find your Reyna with a Lear entering into the site, off-site. With the operator, we're going to see whether or not impatience is with SNHU, and it's actually going to be me finding that first pick while Keith holds up into Nest, and with that initial frag, that's going to enable them to run right back onto their Sage, and it's as if that fight never happened.
It's a very impressive state now for Murray, because they can bring that Viper back to contention with that heal, like we mentioned, and then try to apply pressure onto the A site, but there goes Luna, cutting down both. He's able to stay alive for just a moment longer, but DK will make sure that they don't last any longer than that. An easy cleanup for Murray State as they have turned this one back around after Luna's very impressive performance with a shot, tailwind shot. They still have to watch out. There's still two players in SNHU White to contend with. It's DK to clear out Averly from behind, pulling out their utility for the snakebite when, unfortunately, not the right time to do so. Dickard stuck in a 1-on-4. We noticed the 4K last round, but asking for that 2 times in a row does not seem like a likely scenario. Looking the opposing directions towards cave entrance. Cuts down Keith as they get a little bit too cheeky in their direction, and Dickard can shoot out the guiding light to give themselves a little bit more space to pursue themselves forward. Recon Bolt is sent, gets out of the way just in time, and Dickard will send yet another guiding light, pulls out a weapon, tries to grab something to fight, and unfortunately does not make the great escape, and Meep will cut them down. Starts the round and ends the round just as successfully, and here's that Luna play once again. Cleans up the first, the second, and can get away. Unfortunately, short-lived because of DK.
I think what it was is it was a last-ditch effort to get Keith's operator after having dropped them. I mean, we see this shot right around the corner, and it's beautiful. I mean, 4,800 credits, of course you'd want to rob the enemy team of it in that kind of situation. Saving just your rifle isn't going to do Dickard a whole lot, because as you can see, they have enough to do their job and really continue the pattern that they've been upholding. But unfortunate that they just get peeked right through the wall and sprayed down. Now the Seekers are available, and I think seeing a full stack on A may prompt them to be used, but maybe not immediately. The timer needs to be run down a little bit more. Every round, Murray State commits the Owl Drone. They commit their wall, and Jet is off lurking somewhere. And I think what SNHU wants is a little bit more information. They're consistent. They have an understanding right now that mid isn't as strong, and therefore they don't need to worry about it. And I like that they've kind of adapted stacking 4 agents onto the site, Scott.
I call this time the engine, not like a Sterling engine, but like the search engine. The attacking team kind of pokes and prods. They try to feel out what's going on ahead of them as they try to gather their information. And unfortunately for SNHU White, the information can come from multiple directions. As a phenomenal job by Murray State to gather the flank and isolate and pincer the remaining players on the site, but they have yet to clear out Averly. A failed shot from Keith will unfortunately cost them massively, as Averly picks up a 3K before passing away. Shot attempted. The refrag goes through with Goadell from the flank of Cave with a second shot as well. The headhunter onto DK, and SNHU White managed to hold on strong despite a very rough start to that round. And it's all because Averly clutches for the 3K to give themselves fighting chance. Goadell with once again a nut shot onto DK.
I love the swap to the Headhunter, knowing full well that their main firearm, the Phantom, is not going to do a one-shot headshot at that range. I mean, we watched it. We watched them try to get rid of Blackjack, and it took a little bit before that finally went through. So swapping to the Headhunter to not only get a one-shot headshot, guarantee that, get a little bit of extra zoom, but also to reset the firing accuracy because it comes out so fast.
Blade Storm being popped mid-control, trying to be gathered from Keith. No one's sitting in Nest either, so seemingly Pillar and the rest of mid is actually under control for the Murray State side. Whether they utilize that in a conventional method of pursuing that direction, or they're going to use it as, once again, a level of I guess, isolation for the defense. We see Keith holding still in mid. This is actually a great way to stop the rotate of Goadell, and it does just that. Blade Storm now still ready, but at the same time, Murray State lost one of their own. They lose the Viper, and now they don't have a great way to close off the rest of that A site. They'll pursue this moment to rotate on over to the B site, and Luna catches the flanking player, notices where they're lying, and can tell their team to rotate towards B, but once again, Keith is lying in wait, and Dickard pays the price.
Now we've seen approach to the B site. The trademark is still posted, so information will go out to the side of SNHU. No, the placement isn't perfect. No, their chamber is already perished. Excuse me. Blackjack is going to go ahead and get a free plant. Back away. The wall is just extra cover, and Keith posted over by the double arches, or like McDonald's. We get a free pick and make it a fourth, and they are one away from an ace. Luna, she's the last one left for her team. At least stop the onslaught, is able to find Blackjack, and Keith is a body shot or two away from perishing. It's just an intense situation. Luna understands that she doesn't have all the space in the world to work with. The operator's cutting the long line of sight, and as soon as she swings, she's going to fall victim to it. Finds the headshot, Scott.
That's the saving grace for Luna. At the very least, they're denying Keith of the ace. The same thing that they just got denied previously from the player Vigor. This is still a loss in the book, and it will leave us to a 6-6 tied half on the map of Breeze, which isn't always the most common occurrence, but still one that is not the most unlikely of maps to have it happen. But I mean, it's a game of victories. You take some losses, you take some W's, and this entire one's been very back and forth. A solid start, what we saw from the side of SNHU, but it doesn't really last much longer, with Murray State kind of making that return and finding themselves in the last 5 rounds alone. They took 3 of those rounds.
I pointed out earlier that Murray State, when they were on the attack, they had a little bit of disjointedness with between their Viper and Sage holding back for time, and their Jet and Reyna pushing forward for these early kills. But now when it comes to SNHU, having the double initiator supporting a Jet means that they're guaranteed a ton of space, and should, at least on most of these pushes, get an initial frag or two guaranteed before a spike goes down. Now they're moving into Viper's territory, and that means Keith and Meep are going to have an easy time. They clean up the mess that's approaching them, leaving alone Sova as a survivor. They try to go for that plant to at least get the extra 200 credits across the board, but Keith won't let it happen, and just like that, round 1 is gone with the win, Scott.
What an impressive start as well for Murray State on the defense. It's not just a normal victory to take the pistol round and then guarantee yourself another cushion of a round for this SMG force. It's a victory that comes through when you have a Reyna, and it's a flawless one. So not only do you completely cut their ability to get points for the spike, you didn't allow them to collect a kill, which means they are extremely hurting for cash, which means probably just classics in their hand. They don't want to force it by a ghost or anything of the sort. They're basically at their wits' end for money. Combo that in, you do have a Reyna, the one-woman army when it comes through. Bring her a rifle after a pistol buy, and she can be an unstoppable killing force. She finds 1 kill, and she's essentially set herself up for success for the rest of the round, as she can just absolutely tornado her way through the rest of that attacking force and keep themselves together, calm, and collected.
I like Godel playing with Blackjack a little bit here, knowing full well they can jumping right click over this wall and get away safely after breaking it with the rendezvous. Keith comes in for a little bit of reinforcement, but you gotta understand that 1000 could be lethal. No, doesn't even get the chance to pull it out, and Luna, she's forced to dash against the wall, and she's cut off from all help. She can't back away. She'll be into the line of sight. She can't move to the side. The tailwind has already been used. Does have a cloud burst, but at that point, a spray and pray will fall into the favor of Murray State. Meanwhile, the rest of SNHU have come on to a default, and they're gonna go ahead and anchor the spike down, taking the dart, but not before they get revealed.
Luna finally gets cut down. It took a little bit of time, but seemingly the more effective strategy for Murray State's just lie in wait and then pounce when necessary. The last 3 falling, a bit of a Dwombo combo from Pterodactyl and their cohort, but No matter what, it is a decisive, flawless round win again for Murray State. Not able to deny the plant, but they did that last time around. They still managed to deny any rifle kills. So still, while there is a buy available for SNHU by the end of it, if they lose this one too, they're going to be extremely wary about how to progress from this point onwards, as they're down to 300, 500 credits max, and that's only 2 or 3 players for their side. This is not a great position to be in for them. This is make it or break it for SNHU for the next round or so, and giving Murray State a defensive lead this early on is not exactly how you want to start, because you just recently figured out how that went and were only barely able to make the return.
This is one of those times where the round 2 push-up with the rifles is going to reward a team on the defense. Now, Godel is going to lead to get rid of DK, but that's a Spectre user. In the hands of Keith is still this Phantom, and they're playing around elbow, waiting for some presence, and it looks like we're going to see Luna get collapsed on. Exactly that. Godel is good for 2 in this round, but Meep is just a corner turn away from a frag onto Dickard, and Agent Number Scott have tied up, and SNHU not in a great place, especially when Murray State have 2 rifles in their hands.
Meep has not cleared
One
their
enemy
corners,
remaining.
and Bratterall will pounce accordingly. Godel is continuing to pound the hurt now onto the Murray State side. That's Blackjack off the board, and Pterodactyl Mum is left as the lone ranger left standing. Can the one-woman army manage to piece this one back together? We'll try to collect onto Godel, and we'll shut down. No chance for the 4K, but the information can be relayed to the rest of SNHU. We'll use it as a dismiss. Now gaining control over the back of B site, it can transition around these corners to try and find any semblance of success on site. We'll go up to the spike. Teases it for a moment. Player swings, and Averly is right there lying in wait as Pterodactyl Mum was expecting them to still be sitting inside of that B lobby, and that's exactly what they were expecting. SNHU waited next to the actual pillar and caught them off guard.
Yeah, that pillar and the box next to it, the brick stack, is such a non-standard angle, and I don't think you're actually going to find it in any other of those Valorant maps, and you just have to have that insight to understand it needs to be cleared wide. You have to go all the way around to the entryway into B site to really understand how much space you hold and whether or not anyone is posted around the corner. That is an unfortunate fall for them. Murray State Gold, and they return. They strike back. It's a full revenge. Doubled up. That's 2 players. SNHU brought down a few pegs already, and 20 seconds hasn't even passed, Scott.
And looky here again, Pterodactyl Mum is ready to pounce on Bratterall. Bratterall, you got bolted. They owl droned you. Get out of there. Why are you still hanging out in that position? I get it. It's an ult orb. You do, I guess, need to charge your ultimate at this point in time, but not at the cost of your life. That does nobody any justice, and it's allowed for Pterodactyl Mum collect for their 3rd. Luna and mid caught off guard towards Killa, gets rid of their own life as the 4th drops for Pterodactyl, but Averly will get the clap back, surviving for just a moment longer, but Keith will find a way to finish that one off. Everyone has been denied of a potential ace so far into this, but constant success still on the board for both teams, and we can see once again the position for Pterodactyl Mum to pounce. Mid play does not seem to matter if you're the player of Luna, because it's just an easy cleanup for Pterodactyl all over again. That is mid control at its finest, and that's something that we didn't see a lot of for the SNHU's defense, despite us knowing that we saw a lot of Murray State bringing control over towards mid pillar.
Yeah, brilliant retaliation, and now on top of it, they can hold on tight with the ultimates that they have. They're building up a great economy for themselves, not just with credits, but with abilities. And as an HU White, of course, there's still a threat. Having a chamber
You want
means
to
that
play?
you can't
Let's
always
play.
feel safe. Or playing against a chamber means you can't always feel safe. And immediately that voice line signifying tour de force is out and about. And everyone on the side of Murray State Gold has to hide, lest they enable extra territory to be given away and squandering guns and donating them essentially to the hands of SNHU White. And I like the use of these snake bites to stall for time. This should force SNHU to rotate out and go for mid control, try to fight for Nest, but they're dedicated, they're steadfast. They understand that Godel has a great angle for the cross onto B site, so they want to commit here, feeling that they can hold on to their lives long enough for the tour de force to be effective. But I'm not quite sure if Keith and Meep are going to let the entryway, the initial entry onto site, even happen.
A very, very dangerous position for Keith to continue to claw back and forth with, but they're going to stump onto the site. Meep will
30
cut down
seconds
Luna,
left.
but Godel claps back with the tour de force. Firstly, a 4-on-4, but Keith is continuing to be a absolute threat on the back of the site. Now pops there in Bladestorm sees the chamber. A right click will handle it. No reset available, but doesn't need it as DK will help and assist where necessary. This one to Bratterall. Shock Dart connects through the Viper's pit. Second one does not. Very close position, but Averly down to 84 HP. Nearly 17 armor. Swings out of the smoke, finds one, make it two. A devastating play now onto Murray State. They could have gotten this one with still 4 players left standing, but they've now tossed a few to the wayside. They'll have to still hop into the Viper's pit. Shot narrowly missing the head, and Pterodactyl still none the wiser about their position. They'll finally see it, and Pterodactyl will find the kill, collecting as Blackjack goes with the defuse. Finally, Murray State will get through that round, and I loved the cushion that they created, Ashcott. They did try to force SNHU to go for a different rotate to find more mid-control, yet they did stay steadfast. They did decide to stay within that B main outlook, and what did that pay off for them? They get a spike plant, they have a semblance of control, they can play the Viper's Pit, but they lose Luna, and they lose a lot of fighting contention on the site.
I mean, dropping 3 agents in that kind of scenario is not ideal, but for them to come out on top of the round win is going to put extra pressure because we are now approaching that match point. We're getting ever so close, and alongside the fact that they picked up a round, they picked up Meep's Viper's Pit, meaning another entryway into the site will be shut out completely. And despite knowing that it is a consistent Viper's area, they force onto the ultimate because Bratterall has a line of sight with the Hunter's Fury and is able to take out the Snake. Keith in the back line is going to even up the numbers, and Scott, it looks like we've entered into the post plant.
Ashcon, this is a really good start for SNHU White as their ability to swiftly take control over that B site puts Murray State in a very bad position. Not all of them can be as ready as they were last round on the retake position, and this time around they really haven't evened the odds with their individual player of Keith on the site. Instead they'll have to hit Pterodactyl swing through the enemy. Does not find anything, but Keith and Blackjack find for one. But Blackjack also taken out by Dicker. A 2-on-2, the even numbers will make this chance a little bit better for Murray State, but they have so much they have to fight with, and DK and Keith do a phenomenal job of each finding one of their own, fighting control over who will get the defuse. It'll be DK to complete it, and I don't know if there's enough time. No, 0.5 seconds away. A solid return there by Murray State, but SNHU with, like I said, that swiftness and control over the B site that they gathered early, paying off in the end as they'll squeak through with an objective round win.
I'm curious what this means for them to lose all of their weapons, could pick up the round, and I mean, look at the state of their economy. Luna does have the Bladestorm at the ready and is more than able to buy at least one of her teammates, but you can see that they're playing around with the ideas of how they want to approach this round. Being able to save on a gun is great, but the Vandal is just indispensable on a map like Breeze. The knives just aren't something you can be completely confident on those long-range angles, and you can see now it's paying off exactly. DK has been displaced, and they're not in a comfortable position at all. Godel capitalizes on it and puts the DK into the ground. Blackjack soon follows, and once again, it is a swift take. 20 seconds barely having passed.
This is SNHU's new strategy. I'm calling him right here. Be swift, be decisive, and do not allow for Murray State to have any chance for recovery. You're seeing that now. Meeps left alone with no weapon. Keith is nearby and has a weapon, but now is stuck in the 1-on-4. Makes it 1-on-3 with Keith onto Averly. No refrag yet, and Godel will find their third. Ending off this round, another decisive round win for SNHU. They're 1 round away from tying at 10-all, but so far, the return of SNHU has been very strong, with 1 round being an objective. A narrow victory at that, but that second one, there was no chance for Murray State to contend.
It feels like right now the players of Murray State are kind of allowing themselves to be picked off a little bit early. In the first half, we saw this with Dickard being a consistent pick for SNHU, for Murray State in the B tunnel, and now it's the opposite. It is a Sova haunted on the side of Murray State with constant arrow reveals, constant pushes, and consistent damage being flung their way. Luna, she's found the early pick onto their Jet counterpart, and it looks like Blackjack wants to come and pick up the slack over in Nest, but it's too late. B site has already been invaded, and Meep is left alone with less than 100 HP. The flash is broken, but Godel through the wall. Doesn't even matter if he has a line of sight or not.
Averly will collect with a Guardian kill on the Blackjack, and Luna loses the fight the opposing direction. DK4. Now it's just a 2-on-4.
You want to
this
play?
is
Let's
the second
play.
or third time we've seen the same problem occur, and toward a force being utilized by Godel. An interesting time to go for it, but if Godel can do it, then go for it. I think that's the right strategy in that direction. Information being gathered, DK in a precarious position as the recon bolt found a lot, and that shock dart will actually manage to force him to take a step back for just a moment. Redactor taking the long range for well, gets a couple wallbang shots off, but it does not seem to matter. DK for one, but Bratterall and Dickert each find one of their own, leading to a team ace for SNHU White in a tied 10-all series.
They're picking up the momentum, they're finding their space, they're understanding how important mid control is and really learning from the mistakes that Murray made on their attacking half. And I really like the timing, especially in picking off, and the instantaneous decision making, I should say, is what is the difference between these two teams, and how SNHU has been able to consistently propel themselves forward into these sites is that they don't reset. On a map like Breeze, coming back to the center is a mistake that many teams make, but it's just so large that you can't capitalize off of it. And now Luna once again finding the initial peak, and right now Keith is feeling the heat from the rest of the team. But it is a beautiful spray down by Pterodactyl, Scott. The round has swung in the opposite direction.
Notice what Pterodactyl did in that position as well. Knows that they need to swing forward and pick up a mainstay rifle in their hand, tosses out the leer through to elbow to allow for themselves to go forward. Instead of biding their time and then needing to reload to actually swing that corner, create the space yourself, create that cushion, and just allow for yourself to put yourself in a better position. That's what we're saying right now. And so finally an ace is revealed and dropped on our heads. It's Pterodactyl Mum for the Murray State side. 11 round wins. They're 1 round away from match point. And we can see that replay right here. Luna does a great job inside center to give themselves some semblance as they had found that first pick, but Pterodactyl is just a menace to the SNHU side, leading them to another round win.
Yeah, we saw a glimpse of that aiming genius, the zoomer aim, as people in the Valorant community like to call it, and just finally getting rewarded for it. The round entirely in Pterodactyl's hands, picking up. They gotta feel good about breaking the 3-round spree, and on top of it, it has now enabled Keith to start off with an operator, and the threat has shifted. But unfortunately for that Jet, there's going to be no one in a cave. That operator, that investment isn't going to find anything until they go for the reposition, which is exactly what's happening right now. We see Keith on the minimap running around, and Luna, who's been consistently finding these first picks, is also trying to figure out where they can get into someone's line of sight and pick off their first player.
I love Godel's Guardian skin right now. Like, it's gorgeous. Like, that's like, to me, the skins in this game are, it's very important what scope you have. And Godel's is great, but unfortunately the nice scope doesn't save your life as DK finds the kill. Blackjack dies over on the B site, connecting over from Ness, but doesn't seem to be a huge deal just yet until they lose Pterodactyl Mum. Now a player disadvantage, and it's Luna once again to find another. This one onto Meep, headshot kill. 2 players down as Murray State Gold, and they have to make a fabulous recovery if they want to have any point of contention. Operator in hand for Keith. Has some level of assistance in mid from DK, but that's a long con player to have to make the rotation through. And there is a flanking player, a flanking possibility from their own Sova. It's Bratterall hanging out inside B main, has control over the spike, can play this one for the long game, and this is a smart decision by Murray State to decide to save these weapons and play to survive another round.
Bratterall keeping a good eye on elbow,
Standing ahead.
make sure no one pushes through and that their exit is open. DK is sitting out center of mid, a little bit of a vulnerable position, but no one should be swinging from the tunnel. They can be confident of that. And so it's Dickard who dies to the explosion of the spike. That's going to be a very neutral round, I want to say, Scott. Everything has evened up, but with an operator saved, it's a, I want to say, a great opportunity for Murray State to now implement it once again on the A side, but they're going to be floating it instead, is what it seems, to try to shuffle around the threat, keep SNHU guessing. And on the other hand, SNHU, surviving with 3 players, get to continue their onslaught. They get to have all the rifles they want, and on top of it, the Blade Storm. But what's most important that I want to point out, Averly just has to plant the spike to be able to pop the Viper's Pit.
That's a big one as well. That's going to be allow for the SNHU white side to play a little slower than they necessarily have been, but you can see them kind of wanting that tempo. But Hunter's Fury is employed. DK manages to tag one a second off the
Spike
top
down
as
A.
an operator shot rings out in mid to find one of their own. Killer player off the board. It's going out, trying to play in from tube. Fails to get anything going for them as through door, Blackjack swings. One player left standing, it's Dickard, and a 1-on-4. We've seen Dickard play this one before, and it didn't work out, and it doesn't look like it'll work out this time either. Meat flanks through that elbow side through cannon and finds themselves an easy cleanup. Match point for map 1 now, and we have seen a rocky start from both sides and a rocky recovery both directions. Here's that opening shot by Keith as Luna also tried to poke at the beast in mid, and then DK forced to clean up towards Cave.
That Hunter's Fury definitely found insane amounts of value, and to knock down SNHU White a peg in this kind of position means that they're going to be strapped for cash. Luna finally forced to bring out the Blade Storm, and she's going to have to make magic happen to enter into sight. They know Meep is in that same corner, and I don't think they've really shifted all half. So they can be confident with that piece of information, but at the end of the day, there's always a crossfire, and how the secondary player on B site moves has been a changing factor. It's morphed and evolved, and Murray State doesn't let that secondary player become a stagnant force either. Now, Keith has pushed up all the way through mid to come out of tunnel, and we have 4 players stacked towards B side. If that information gets out to SNHU White, they can easily find a frag mid to rotate and kind of catalyze an A push.
I have to agree with you. I think Murray State's defense has been fairly dynamic, only really Meep and DK being static in their first defensive positions, but once the rotation has been called for, we have seen 3 players now transition either through towards mid, towards that mid door of A site, or just to take control over towards Nest and Tunnel. All of those are options that were available to Murray State that they can kind of separate away from. But once they transition back to the A site, it's really just a waiting game. One lonesome player, go Adele from the SNHU side, tries to play from behind through being main, and he loses his life. Now it's just the fight on the main objective, and Averly will finally be used to placing the Viper's pit. Spike is down. Time constraint forced into Murray State's lap, and they have to make the recovery as DK doesn't really have the ability to gather the information right now. All of his util off the board, waiting for its cooldown to come back for that bolt, but we'll go ahead and swing through the Viper's nest and cuts down the most important player right now for SNHU. And finds a second on top of it. Dickard off the board. Luna gets the Blade Storm, can take a step back after they take out Pterodactyl, but Bradderall finds one of his own enemy as Meat tries to tunnel vision in on Luna. Does not seem to make a difference. They go for the defuse and manage to gather. Murray State Gold will be your victors here for map 1.
In that final round, textbook Valorant, Scott. Have a player stick and have the others defend the spike until the very last moment. And you can see the pressure really falling onto Luna there to try to find their fight. They do get success, are able to end the life of that approaching Reyna, but don't have seemingly enough time to turn around. So with that being the case, it's a awesome first victory. And we're going to have a second map coming back. I believe it was Fracture, Scott, but before we go away, what were you thinking about this first map?
Well, I think one of the big things I want to talk about was on the attack. We were a little bit too one-dimensional, I would say. Talk about B play for Meep, constantly locking it down with the Poison Cloud and the Snake Bites, and yet you still see them waiting for those to dissipate and then just full sending in through B main. Too many times did we see a very one-dimensional, one-avenue approach from both sides of the attack. I felt like there needed to be a bit more directionality. We occasionally would see a pick, maybe one. Maybe it was the defenders finding the kind of lone rib player, the straggler hanging out and roaming around that middle section of pillar. No matter what it came down to, I felt like there wasn't enough of a spread. There wasn't a large enough default for the attacking team, and that's where we started to see them kind of struggle a little bit. And what really brought SNHU back into fighting chance was their ability to adapt into a full sprint on the objective, not allowing that utility to be placed to keep them at bay, and instead taking advantage of their swiftness that they have on the board by utilizing Luna, like you mentioned with that jet, to pick up that first frag and send themselves through onto the site. But ultimately, Fracture's a different beast. There's two sides to push from for the attack for both sides, and it's going to be very interesting to see how both sides actually attempt to utilize that. But before we do that, before we head on over to map 2 of Fracture, we'll take a quick little break, so make sure to stay tuned to see who will win and if we'll actually see that full BO3. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome and oh-so-perm-having Ashcon. That's the inside joke for us. He's got such curly, luscious hair. I love it. So great. But we've got the maybe penultimate map, the map 2 in this BO3, which could be the last one we see if they manage to take the W again here between the oh-so-wonderful side of SNHU and Murray State Gold.
So, Scott, moving into map 2, I think we had a little bit of a glimpse of it right before we got all of our map bans done. We're going into Fracture, which is very unique for a couple of reasons. One, the spawn that lets you go under the entire map, which was, very entertaining on release, and the fact that you can throw your weapons into the void and never receive them back. Love that aspect of the map, but also the fact that there are 4 ult orbs that can be leveraged for either side. Really, most of these orbs are in very neutral positions that are easy to access, and really it comes down to whether or not these teams want to fight for those specific quadrants of the map, and it makes it very distinguished when it comes to play style. The navigation just is not the same as any of the others, where you can copy and paste agent compositions and strategies.
Yeah, you were talking a little bit about that, the zip line in between, talking about the 2 sections of the map, throwing your weapons in and never receiving anything back. It's kind of like half my cryptocurrency investments, but, we're not here for that, nor would you ever want to hear that. In fact, you should do the total opposite of what I ever do, apparently. But yeah, we're ready for agent selection, sitting on over. We'll get that up for you guys fairly soon, and I think we'll have a fairly standardized setup when it comes to the collegiate scene for the map of Fracture. Last semester, we noticed a ton of killjoys for this map. That's obviously not been a huge thing for collegiate scene recently, especially with the fact that this map just doesn't get played that much. So I'm not shocked to see Killjoy not played. She just kind of has taken a huge step back. But for the SNHU side, we've got the Chamber. We've got ourselves a Raise, which is fairly interesting for mobility. It's also interesting to see what we're doing for our initiators. We're not rocking a Sky this time around. Instead, we're trying to, I guess, keep things a little bit spicy by having a Breach to assist. But overall, I think the most important piece of both of these lineups is how we're going to see Averly and DK transition from the Sova in the Viper they previously brought onto those Astros.
I want to point out that we are on a mirror comp, Scott, so it's going to be a matter of IGLing. It's going to be a matter of raw aim, and I think the aspects of, I want to say, randomness that comes with varying agent comps is kind of out of the way, so these teams kind of get to prove to each other who comes out on top, whether or not Murray State deserves to move on to the 3rd map, or if SNHU really reigns supreme and takes this series 2-0. And I want to touch on the fact that why Breach has kind of overshadowed Killjoy is that his ultimate essentially can do the same thing over on the B side when it goes under and aligns himself in the direction of the spike planting area. In addition, can break Killjoy's ultimate as well, so he's a full counter to that agent while doing her job, I would say, even a little bit better. Now we've finally started, and it's going to be a full push. SNHU aren't planning to sit back on the defense, it looks like.
Fairly interesting. Take the fight to them, bring it where it hurts, and apparently where it hurts is actually the most attacking spot. The Keith's going to clap back. The bit of a flank through that center stage will allow for a quick and easy cleanup of 2, and allow for the ult orb to also be collected for Keith. Now getting extremely close, as they've already picked off 2 players. There should be 3 to their name, and you can see that transitionary period from that B site all the way through mid towards A. And this should be an easy and quick plant for Murray State. It's going to have to be a retake, and a swift one of that from SNHU. Not a lot of utility for both sides to work with, as it is round 1, but there still should be plenty to fight with, as they should mostly all have Ghosts and or Classics in hand, and it should be a fairly even fight once the post plant goes through.
Oh, that trademark getting a ping off is going to allow SNHU to immediately rotate. They have all the information they need. And there's really no hesitation with them. They immediately find A main to be their territory for all 3, however, which creates a little bit of a funnel that Murray State could exploit. And you see actually they throw out the Nebulas to cut line of sight, and that's going to keep Godel out of the play. Paint shells in an attempt to zone off the others, but that chamber just sneaks onto sight, and DK does get rid of him in the meantime, but Luna, she's on fire. Keith, however, is just a bit more explosive. Averly up top with 13 HP, and just 1 stray bullet and a 4K to start the round. And look at that, Scott. 6 out of 8 for the Showstopper.
Showstopper is going to be insanely important for this objective and for this map as well. It's all about swiftness when it comes to getting onto these objectives. If you are going to play that fairly slow or stagnant kind of style for the attack, which we saw Murray State employ previously on map 1 of Breeze, then it would be a double-sided approach, kind of that dual prong. You'll see a couple players kind of maybe opt, if they're pushing the B side, to go towards the bin side. We noticed that last time around with a great flank by Keith, they actually go through that link section and maybe even through Canteen to catch them off guard towards Ton. But nonetheless, it's really about the multifaceted approach that Fracture breeds for attacking teams. So we can see that here. 2 players kind of teasing towards that B tree side, and then 3 players actually in towards bench, with one of them lagging behind in the attacking spawn. And this could be a very bad spot to be in, because Godal was getting greedy, but he pays the price as Pterodactyl gets him instead with their own headhunter.
Bradderall in a position to play off contact for Averly, and has a little bit of util, perhaps exploit. But Murray State are already quick to attack, and Keith is just continuing to reign supreme. If he had thrown the paint shells earlier, it would have already been enough to reset that piece. Pterodactyl on the site, leaving alone final Viper to fend for themselves. Luna, she's got a huge ask on her shoulders. I don't know if it's possible, Scott. She's coming in. There's no information to reveal where she's approaching from, but already been spotted by Pterodactyl.
Yeah, this just seems like a situation where Luna can pray for 1, try to get some semblance of a weapon out of their hands, but it does not seem to make a difference. They'll find themselves in the butt end of a loss. Luna finds nothing in her lap. Keith now at the ultimate charged point. 7 kills, 0 deaths, 0 assists, finishing everything that they have started. And this is exactly what we were anticipating for an aggressive start for them. Keep in mind, even despite the fact I said that Fracture does a great job of facilitating a pretty greedy and oppressive approach on the attack, they were very patient with that. They allowed for them to build up a semblance of success up towards that bench side, kind of catching a couple players off guard and forcing them to flush back through tower in towards the B site, maybe even hiding towards Jin. And then they sent their 2 lagging players that were on the southern side of the map through tree and B main, and that completely pincered and isolated off the rest of the SNHU defense, and they were none the wiser about what they needed to do. We're seeing that once again. 3 towards Dish, 2 hanging out on the south side of the attacking spawn, 1 inside, maybe hesitating towards tree, but it looks to be an 8-hall push.
Like the way Bradderall retreats from sight into spawn, understanding that the satellite is going to be taken very soon. Paint shells arcing over the site. They're full aware that it's going to be in their face, that showstopper, but it whiffs! Although the Spectre spray down doesn't. Averly is taken out from A Heaven. That is way too much space in the favor of Murray State, but Luna is here to save the day for SNHU, Scott.
You
It's a
want
great
to
start to the
play?
game as well.
Let's
It's a 4-on-3, and Murray State finally in a disadvantageous position. And Luna's going to make it worse. However, Keith and Pterodactyl each collect, and Pterodactyl finds their second here. This is a very pivotal moment. A 2-on-1. Keith may be low, but could still be quite successful. At the very least, their death could spell success in terms of information being relayed. Pterodactyl playing all the way deep. He still has the tour de force, but Godell's on the site now, looking to transition from underneath, playing sorts of all these danger zones, and Pterodactyl's gonna go ahead and jump to the site. Not sure where to be. Godell still sprays them down. Keith left alone, but Godell still finds the kill and got half. Plenty of time for the defuse, and SNHU will find themselves a round win off the objective. 6 seconds, plenty of time to play off of.
You know, Scott, I'm not a big fan of jump scares, quite frankly, and I
terrible.
think that play would absolutely work on me. But for Godell, they're more than ready to just get off the spike. And, I mean, pulling out your weapon from the teleport just takes a little bit longer, as, you know, of course, by design, to make sure that it can't be used aggressively in exactly that kind of case. That's an unfortunate loss of the tour de force, but it did find some effectiveness, and it's actually going to pay off into this round. You can see that Southern New Hampshire don't have the arms that they would prefer.
Keep in mind, especially when you're talking about an attacking team that's as patient as what we're seeing right now from Murray State, there is a high level of difficulty to transition and pivot from one side to the other. There is the links and canteens that you can use, but it still provides difficulty for an attacking team. We're not seeing that right now.
Spike
Keith manages to
down,
collect
B.
the first kill, but Godell with their own tour de force claps back in an emphatic way. First kill down, 3 players all around. They're going to go and satchel their way forward. He'll transition back to the site using proper utility to do so, and Godell can start to defend from a bit more of an advantageous position through within the actual generator section. However, Keith's on a rampage. 3rd kill to their name again, and Keith has been a player that has been insurmountable in this half. Murray State have almost entirely been led through off the back of one player, and right now they're just trying to survive as Keith is once again on low HP, but they still have the player count advantage for now by 1. Luna transitioning all the way down from Tree, looking ahead towards the B main side, has not necessarily been given a sight line yet, and an unfortunate miss by Godell allows for Keith to collect for their 4th. Luna still stepping in slowly from main, has an option, but Freewake finds the kill instead. Subbing in on this one has already been successful, and Murray State find their 3rd round win.
They're absolutely slaughtering SNHU on the site holds, and I think it's a little bit of lack of communication as well for Southern New Hampshire. If you notice, there was a trademark up in Heaven A, and Dickard was holding on site, anchoring that position, and although it went off, they still fell to the hands of Keith, who was revealed, essentially, that information was free, and, I mean, there's nothing Godell could do, of course, that they had already teleported away, but Dickard's crosshair was just completely in the wrong place, and you have to wonder what the communication is looking like for the side of SNHU to consistently allow these cracks to show up in their defenses. This time around, they're going for another offensive push, this time from bench. Averly leaves with the classic shot, and Keith tries to retaliate, but falls as well. And those are plenty of rifles that now Southern New Hampshire can leverage to stop a plant.
The one time you don't send 3 players through the A gates through Dish. It's the one time you send the 2. Instead, now 3 are coming in from the A hall side. I like their default of going 3 and 2. I think they'd be good for a transitionary period in the middle, but doesn't seem to make a huge deal. Misses by Luna will thankfully stop the damage for just a moment. Luna finally connects to the head of DK, and this goes to a 3-on-3. Pterodactyl has something to say about it. Sprays down Dickard. Pre-wake assists as their teammate is blinded, and we'll find out Averly. Just Luna left standing. Already 1 kill to her name, and is looking to make that 2-3 in this round a necessity. She wants to have a chance to give her team a fighting point, and even a chance to fight. Luna catches Pre-wake on the getaway, attempting to sprint through the hall, but failing, and unfortunately for her, Pterodactyl mums on the flank, and the headshot will collect. Another round win for Murray State Ashcon, and it has been an attacking tour de force, so to say, for the side of Murray State.
Absolutely, but they haven't gone out unscathed. I mean, to lose as many rifles as they did to such a strategy, and then in the post-plant even, it came down to perfect timing from Pre-wake's flash to get rid of those who picked up the rifles from this round start. And so you have to wonder for Murray State that if they allow those mistakes to continue, can Southern New Hampshire come through with a turnaround and leverage the space that they've consistently been able to take? They're understanding that in each one of these quadrants, they're winning their gambles. If they continue to do so, it can turn out in their
Spike
favor.
down,
And once
attacker
again,
spawn.
the numbers dwindle on the side of Murray State, and Luna gets free information on the others. It just comes down also to individual greed. She has to back away, but we still see her posted up on the angle through the mini-map. Meanwhile, Averly is cutting down meat.
The aggression from Keith has been insane, and yet why are we still seeing Keith collect so many kills round after round? Thankfully, Averly is there
One
to
enemy remaining.
remove Keith quite swiftly after an attempted play, but it's still a shocking result to see the fact that Keith can play this aggressively and this out in the open and not be punished accordingly and swifter. DK finds one, but it's still in a bad spot. Started initially as the 4v1, now down to a somewhat manageable 3-1, and one of those players is also quite low. No Sage or Sky available for either side to necessarily bring themselves back into full fighting chance,
30
but
seconds
there's
left.
still plenty of time to play this one slowly. 30 seconds on the clock. Murray State with one player, and DK is working in from main, finds their first target. It's Averly off the board. Being caught out by the chamber utility makes this a little bit more difficult, as information once again being gathered, forced to be shot out, and DK is very wary about what's left on site. Fakes the plant,
10
heads towards
seconds
tower
left.
side. Godell TPing away, not exactly sure, giving a better angle towards the end. Does not seem to matter. He gets sprayed down anyways, but Luna's quick to go for the double swing, and they find themselves around when SNHU stop the hemorrhaging and bring themselves back, now at 2 rounds.
Finally cutting down the habit, but if it continues in this 2-1, 2-1 pattern, Scott, of course, the rounds will fall away and into the hands of Murray State and will eventually be on match point. Now, if you look at SNHU, they are in a great position. They're going to have the Cosmic Divide alongside Rolling Thunder and Showstopper, so they can counter the aggression that Keith is putting out for now, but they won't always have those tools, and they have to develop a strategy. You pointed it out earlier that Keith is just
You want to
consistently
play?
getting away with
Let's
early
play.
frags and not being traded out until 2 fall to Keith's hands. It just has to be a lot of patience, and I want to say a retake strategy has to come out from SNHU White if they want to effectively maintain their numbers in the early rounds.
Concussive Blast does go out pre-wake, attempting to bring forth the fighting. I guess pivot towards the A hall. There's no one really taking advantage of this towards the attacking spawn of A gate, but pre-wake still quite successful on a very aggressive solo swing inside halls. Now looking to utilize door, but Bradwell's holding extremely close to the Buzz Lightyear Spectre. However, does not seem to make a difference to Infinity and below the grave as DK finds the kill. 3 players left standing for SNHU White, and they are not in a good position. 1 player on the actual A site. The rest need to transition themselves over towards A. One's coming from gate. The other one's going to go through link. Plenty of options to work with, but Murray State make it even harder by popping down the Cosmic Divide.
One enemy remaining.
Dell stunned on site, forced to fall away. Pterodactyl Mum, in the meantime, finding a pick with the 2 to force, and
Spike
Averly is
planted.
last alive, stuck in spawn, has to move through both a Viper's Pit and a Cosmic Divide, but doesn't even get the chance from the flank. It's that sneaky snake Viper. Meep, 32, and in that round, and it's 5 in the favor of Murray State Gold. Once again, they pick up another round, and it just seems like SNHU are struggling to string together an advantage on the defensive side. They were already on a light buy last round, and this time they have to save once again. I think they really are falling into that pattern, Scott.
Yeah, it just feels like, and especially the case here, where they have a round where they win. We saw that just 2 rounds ago, where they give themselves a victory, and it was on a pretty solid round, but they bled a couple weapons. And those weapons really hurt them here in that last round, where they do have rifles and they can contend. But this next round, when they lose it, because a great transition by Murray State, puts them on the back foot, and they start to kind of fall apart a little bit, and they're forced to eco with a pistol buy. We saw how successful SNHU can be. They picked off 2 last time we saw this, but beyond that, they really need to kind of facilitate a bit more of a strategic tactician point instead of just relying on 5 players with pistols all spraying down the same target. They'll collect 1 rifle for themselves, but beyond that, they're really not able to get anything else as the rest of Murray State say, yeah, we'll go ahead and go to A. You guys have fun chasing after our feet.
As it's going to be a free post-plant situation, this gives us a lot of time to kind of figure out the tools in the hands of SNHU. Now, they did have enough to buy utility, and as you said, 4 of them now left on pistols, but there are plenty of ultimates to go around, so the Hampshire have actually been holding on to these for quite a while. So if they implement them, particularly the Rolling Thunder, they're guaranteed to get the 2 that are holding on site. And Dickard has everyone in A main on lockdown, and being swing, having one to bait, enables them to find me. Pre-wake falls as well. But now Luna's all alone, and she can't really get across to the Phantom without expending the orb. Now it's an information game, Scott. DK under the site, Pterodactyl a little bit farther away.
I think it's just a game of Luna needing to buy time. Can spring through, DK nearly missing the opportunity for the kill, but a great transition by Luna, finding all two of 3K to her name. And the question on everyone's mind, is there plenty of time left to go for the defuse? Time will have to tell. Gets the last few moments in 0.85 seconds. Luna gets the clutch, and SNHU will finally get up a round that's not off of the back of 2 losses in a row. A fabulous recovery in a thrifty position, and Luna is impossible to give anything but the biggest congratulations to. Now they have 4 ultimates in this round to work with, and they can have rifles with full armor and all of the utility in their pockets to keep Murray State at bay.
That was the round that needed to be won, and by all means, it shouldn't have happened. Luna clutching up with 3 kills. Being able, as you point out, Scott, 4 ultimates means that they can defend at every angle, but reality kicks in. It's going to be the retake usage, but I have to wonder, Rolling Thunder still hasn't come out yet for that side, and Keith, once again, as I try to talk it through, is finding opening frags, not one, but a second on top of it, Scott.
Man, Keith has once again been allowed to just step up and put the side of SNHU into the grave, and here comes that double-pronged attack. They come in from the south and the north, B main and B arcade, and that makes it extremely difficult for SNHU to sit back on their haunches as they have multiple directions to kind of have to face off against. And this is something that we can see happen to Murray State on their defensive side. That's why they need to bring themselves to a high advantage on the attack, so that when the sides do switch, SNHU will be put on the back foot, and you only need a couple rounds to contend with against them. Murray State, once again, another kill to drop. Pre-Wake finds one, but Bradero takes out the top fragger of Keith, leading to a 4 on unfortunate 2. Bradero takes a little bit of damage from that tower side, but Luna elsewhere takes out Pterodactyl Mom and sprays onto the site, finding herself another one. This one to meet, but 2 on 2. Bradero in a bad spot, gets hit by the ace, will pop one of their own. The ultimate seemingly doing a lot, but there's just no time to go for the defuse. DK out of tower to Luna, and Pre-Wake swings in from Canteen on to Bradero. A successful attacking round for Murray State, but they lost 4 out of the 5 of their rifles. A very tough spot to be in.
I have to wonder what how disorganized it became, or the process in which SNHU became so disorganized. How did that happen? Bradero, I was talking about how they needed to use Rolling Thunder, but not in that sense. Pre-Wake had the justification that they wanted to get Luna off of the defuse as soon as possible, and what better way to do that than with the ultimate. Bradero counter-ulting in that situation is essentially null. They're not able to funnel it into a fight. They're not able to turn around and isolate the player in heaven. They can't really do anything off it, so that has to sting to have one less piece of utility. But to make up for it, Dickard is going to start off, and DK is going to be down for the count, meaning one less controller. And so once that Viper utility is set still, Murray State has to commit, or they're going to be sitting ducks.
It's just a game of passive utility. Notice how aggressive Murray State have been to gain control over the B site. They've got 3 players that were ready at a point in time. They've obviously lost one as they attempted, but there's still 2 players, one deep in arcade, the other one just below in tower, and now the other one rotating back towards Cubby. It's an interesting way for them to play this one, as they had sent the rest of their squadron over towards the A site, and this is a fabulous bait and switch if they choose to utilize it this way, but they've lost their Keith player in mid as he tried to step through Link to get control over towards the defender spawn. It's going to be the same exact scenario here for Leap inside halls, and the same thing for Pre-Wake trying to come up through Dish. An easy cleanup for SNHU as they cut down their control, like you said at the beginning, and that was just the beginning of the end for the Murray State side. 6-4 your scoreline, 2 rounds left to go, and Murray State are in a position where it's make it or break it. They need these next 2 rounds to give themselves an advantage going into the defense, because this map can be extremely attacker favored, especially at the collegiate level.
Unfortunately for them, they're not going to have enough to quite buy rifles across the board, but for Keith, who's been consistently fragging no matter the weapon, they're one off the showstopper, and so they can easily open up a site if they've got teammates following them, but they are alone over at Satellite. Everyone else stacked up together. It's a buddy system, and Murray State want to find an early pick, give someone a rifle, but SNHU have learned their lesson. They're backing away and finding crossfires of their own, denying early opportunities to fall to the hands of Murray State. Keith doesn't even go for the orb. Oh, there we go. A few seconds later, and now Pterodactyl is moving over under to the alternate T-side spawn. now to get a little bit more information, perhaps reinforce Keith, who's dropping the Roomba to get a little bit of information, which they do, Scott.
Yeah, DK finds the first kill, collects onto Averly. The Astra on Astra violence favors Murray State gold, but it can obviously change as the round progresses onward. Chambers utility very successful to give themselves pieces of information, tidbits, so to say. But Pterodactyl Mums, that transition through towards bench has been quite successful. They spray down the player hanging out in tower, and that is Murray State with a decisive control over towards the B site. And it's just 3 players left to fight with for SNHU. They've got rifles. 1 player going towards Canteen. That's Godell looking to contend, and 2 players stepping out from the link of Jin. Trying to fight onto the side. It's Godell who actually collects first onto pre-wake, but there's still players towards that B main side and tunnels as your Astra for the opposing direction has a great position. Keith gets blinded and misses the opportunity with a showstopper, but Meep saves the life of Keith for just a moment, but Luna, a bit too much to contend with, sprays down the both of them, and it's just Luna left standing in a 1-on-2. Doesn't seem like a great spot to be in. They'll pop the side run, making this a bit harder to stay in, but Luna's absolutely phenomenal on the flick, exchanges out Pterodactyl, but DK with the 3K, finding Luna to finish things off against Murray State, their 7th round win. A possibility for an 8th, but SNHU have been good and solid for the second half of this half and are looking to keep that at bay for just a little bit longer.
I keep harping on it, but only because it's so important. Again, all of this utility being withheld by SNHU. They haven't been cycling through their ultimates as quickly as they should be, and so they're not finding the opportunities to really leverage them in the most optimal fashion for these retakes. They just, you know, in that
You want to
situation,
play?
for example,
Let's
Luna can pop the
play.
Viper's Pit a little bit earlier. And now we see it used to deny a main, which is great, but Murray State now funneled into sand as well as into the defensive side spawn. That's way too much territory for comfort, and Keith proves exactly why they're reigning supreme on the scoreboard. Pre-wake following up with a frag of their own, and despite a Viper ultimate in A main, a site is in the control of the attackers.
It felt like they tunnel visioned a bit too much on A main, in Luna, who I think was usually playing towards Link and Defender spawn, was not there to take control and hold on to door. So now it's kind of flipped on its head. Godell has gone through defensive spawn and is working towards rope side, manages to gain control for just a fraction of a moment by decisively taking down pre-wake, but then the side itself, Luna's still trying to peek out from that A main side. Has not been able to step out of the Viper's Pit, and the Cosmic Divide has made things difficult for the rest of their squad. And that's exactly what we're seeing. Pterodactyl onto Luna. Quick flick over towards Dicker from the opposing side near ropes. And it's the last player left standing of Godell, and it is not for much longer as Meep finds themselves the last kill. And we'll find ourselves an 8-4 half with Murray State handily ahead 4 rounds. But it is now their defensive side, and we can see what SNHU will bring to the table.
Right now for SNHU, it feels like Luna is in a distinguished lead against the rest of her squad, and it comes down to her being in these 1 versus X situations consistently. We've seen her having to do these retakes alone and holding essentially rotations alone as well, and has been doing the work. And I think it comes down to coordinating with the rest of the teammates here on the attacking side. Now that SNHU can pick and choose their battles, they should be a little bit better. But I wonder if they're going to farm orbs and funnel them into Bratterall to use in the Rolling Thunder again, because that's going to be their strongest tool. And honestly, even Murray State wasn't using it as often as they could have.
I think that's one of the big things that's kind of underutilized or underthought about the importance of this map, is how great of a possibility the attacking team has to gain control over these orbs and continuously utilize them as the game progresses. And that is why we're seeing Murray State constantly with Keith with ultimates, constantly having Cosmic Divide available every few rounds. They were really harping on those orbs and harping on getting certain individual players in the track. We're seeing that here. Murray State, though, kind of falling apart. Their player down already with the post-plant being underway. 4 players for SNHU continuously defending their own spike. And this map has flipped on its head. The attack, now the defense forced to play against the defense of all. Keith being shot from tower. A fabulous exchange as they turn to take out Luna. She's out for the count, but Averly is able to collect for 1 more. And Bratterall for their 4th. It's that jumping shot right click with the classic. It's a classic one for a reason. And you can see up into the sky. Thank you very much, Observer, for that one. It's a little bit of a party. As the unicorn comes through, Murray State bleed out the first round of the second half, which leads me to believe this one's quickly going to be 8-6 if Murray State can't find a way to recover.
Absolutely. Now, it comes down to Dickard being able to perform the way that Keith did, and so far it just seems like they're having a slow start. Cup of Joe might be able to get them back into the action. They double up with their chamber, Godell to take over Satellite, and that's going to be one of the easiest orbs that they can pick up, but not in the hands of their Breach. The Showstopper is still just as good. We see seismic ability being sent a main, not going to touch anyone, but the territory being taken through the spawn. An early rotation or an early push is going to catch Meep off guard, and those left in the defensive spawn will not be able to push through as the Nebulas cover their lines of sight.
Spikes down, Ash gone. And once again, SNHU have taken advantage of speed. They have progressed quite swiftly through to both directions of this A site and have now put a bit of a point of congestion when it comes towards sand, like you mentioned, that link side. As 3 of the players, it was 4 initially of Murray State, are forced to come from one side and one side only. Godell through the actual toxic screen and a Nebula, cuts down Pterodactyl Mum, and Dickard will do the exact same thing through the toxic screen in Thief. It was raise on raise, it was chamber on chamber, and it's SNHU on the board once again. 6-8 your scoreline, and this one could be finished for Murray State as they finally will be able to get some rifles in their hands, but they'll have to continue to pick up round after round as only 2 rounds separate the 2 squads, and we saw how close map 1 got. This map could be just like that.
Now this is where SNHU can choose to gamble, and I wouldn't say it's too much of a gamble, but rather augmenting their ability to win this round. They can definitely do it with the Spectres in hand. 2 off, Bratterall, Rolling Thunder is just a glimpse away. Pulling off 2 orbs is easy. Child's play on this map. They can do that, get their hands on it. They can definitely deny a retake, or get everyone on site Sun for an easy initial take as well. Pre-wake forced off of the angle and sand down to half their HP alongside Met. And it's a forceful push. SNHU don't want to stop. The onslaught continues. Dickard finds Meep. The snake is put into the ground, and so too is Breach. The site has been taken, but a paint shell is going to turn it into dangerous territory. But now time is ticking away before the final explosion, Scott.
This is a spike defense for the ages right now from SNHU. Look at where they're playing. One over towards A main, another one sitting actually below. There's another player on the high ground. There's just so much control over this objective for SNHU, but any sort of AoE utility would absolutely tear asunder what SNHU is doing for this post plan, but they're just being a bit too half-assed with the utility placement. That Cyclone not doing enough in the process, and they'll lose TK, making this extremely difficult. And on top of it, Keith has been felled by Godell. It's just Pterodactyl Mum left standing, and unfortunately, much like the Pterodactyl itself, it looks like this one may be an endangered species, but just as deadly. Pterodactyl Mum finds 2, but Averly finds their way for the refract. Last cleanup kill and survives in the last few moments, and you'll find yourself another round win for SNHU.
That's 3 in a row there, Scott. And I believe they held on to their ultimates as well. They're going to continue to have tools in their favor. Brattle actually didn't even get to that point, and now can use it alongside Averly's Cosmic Divide. But I don't think they're really going to need to. Just look at the state of the game for Murray State. They're not going to have a whole lot to work with. The Marshal might be able to wreak havoc with the headshot. We know Keith has some beautiful aim and can flick like nobody else can, but with Anchor, it's not guaranteed. Oh, Bratterall does fall.
Keith, what a shot there with the Marshal, ringing out into the distance. That's a very scary weapon to face off against, especially in the right hands, and Keith is everything right there. One man able to collect already for 18 kills at halftime. Imagine what he can do now on the defensive side with a bit of a retake potential. He's already taken a bit of damage. Players taking through Generator, hoping to maybe go through that ton side and maybe gain some sort of success through Canteen, but looks like they're going to go ahead and transition all the way back and maybe take the rear side of A main towards that A hall. They don't really need to go through the most dangerous site to do it. They could have just taken the middle ropes and worked their way that way, but whatever works out for them, that's information that's relayed to Murray State for the defense actually onto the B site. So using the toxic screen's a great way to bait out any and all defenders, but seemingly Murray State will go ahead and send 2 more players to assist the A site. Viper on control, 1 player in link, the other one locking down control over that rope side, with 4 players all scurrying out now from the A main side. It's going to get to Meat to hold on strong. They'll do just that. Frenzy from TK to find 1, but Meat found 2 with the Ghost, spraying for the 3rd, and it's going in favor of Murray State. You said this should have been an easy one for SNHU, but it was everything but.
That toxic screen really did damage. I mean, the 30 HP being chipped off of everyone entering into the site, and alongside of it, that nebula's on top to cut line of sights continuously. You can just hear the sound cue of those being hit by the toxic screen. Enables a spray down, and Meep, armed with just a ghost, thieves away at the lives of SNHU, who now get to buy again. Absolutely, but that's not the round they want to lose, and this puts a little bit of a foothold under Murray State for them to continue the onslaught, or I should say, the solid defense that they've been maintaining.
You are divided.
Very interesting to see the differences between these two squads. The Cosmic Device sent exceptionally quick, but A-Main has been cut down quite quickly as well. The Snakebite employed by Meep underneath once again, but Bradderall's looking to make use of the Flashpoint, trying to gain some semblance of, I guess, control out the Main, but it's seemingly worked for just a moment, no longer. Bradderall may find Meep if DK is quick to refrag Luna back in return. Spike will be planted. Luna will guarantee at least that much, and Dickard will try to put this thing even further into the dirt, with Murray State now left with only 2. Godell playing from
One enemy remaining.
player in A-Main. It's Averly, catches pre-wake off guard, and it's just Pterodactyl Mum left standing in the 1v4. Kind of trapped between a literal rock and a hard place, as Averly has control over main, and the rest of the side of SNHU have a lockdown, a foothold, completely in favor on the A site, and it's Luna herself that actually completes for the last kill. One round now separates these two squads, and Ashcon, that was a very interesting start for SNHU, a complete and opposite reaction from that round previously.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that they can pop off the Cosmic Divide and enter into the site. And I think it really had to do with Bradderall's initial pick, the way they fearlessly ran past that nebula to get the frag and tell the rest of the squad that they are free to move in. And Godell bravely entering alongside them helps. Right now, Dickard isn't the first to enter into the site, but definitely is finding space afterwards. It's just that when it comes to finding the first frag, they need to be there. And I think if SNHU can still find the first pick, doesn't matter who does it, they'll be A-okay. It falls on Dickard's shoulders to continue that pattern for now. We see, again, utility being dedicated to the A side. It's Rolling Thunder versus Viper's Pit, and it doesn't seem like anyone's going to fall, and it's just health dwindling on the side of SNHU.
I'm not sure what we saw Dickard do there, but pre-wake comes up big, but it's Meep with 3 below in the site. The Viper's Pit beyond successful for them, but now it comes down to the 1-on-3, and Keith will put a stop to it with the showstopper. Decisively putting a pin in that round. 10-8 your score line, and let's take a look at the replay. The Rolling Thunder was not that successful, as it didn't really catch that much, and the Viper's Pit was beyond successful, completely cutting the sight lines down for SNHU, putting them in a very bad spot, with Meep finding 3, 2 within the Viper's Pit, stepping back in, and Bradderall could not focus fire fast enough to collect onto the kill. Thankfully, Averly was there. But like we saw, the showstopper was employed, and Murray State made great success with it. 10-8 your scoreline, and once again, SNHU failed to capitalize in a situation where they had the better weapons, and they utilized quite a lot to do so.
Yeah, with the A push being saturated with utility, it seems that they were fearful, essentially, SNHU to push in and clear the entire site, and that's how Meep really gets away with all of those frags in the very back. Now we see Godell taking the space shot. DK posted up top, and Meep falls finally. And Astra reigns supreme over everyone. They need to be spotted, otherwise it's going to be a foiled plan. No, Dickard making sure everything goes
Last
according.
player standing.
Oh, Keith gets a nice paint shell kill, but Luna needs to be put down if you're Murray State. Luna has been the clutch player for their side this entire time, and we're seeing that time in and time out. He has been extremely valid for the side of SNHU, but the ending will be started with Dickard. A great recovery. SNHU, and choosing to go through with what we said was a huge weak point for Murray State on their attack when we saw them get trapped over towards sand, but they played it to their advantage. They utilized the swift entry. The toxic screen that was placed actually went in their favor, and that was the exact opposite reaction Murray State wanted in that position, and that's exactly what SNHU needed to do to gain control over the A site, and I think we need to see a switch up here by SNHU to actually employ towards B, as they have employed A the last 5 or 6 times, Ashcon, and that is not something you can keep up. You gotta change the pacing, because Murray State has started to pick up a couple, and that it should not be allowed.
Sound to a force resounds. Godell moving down B main, making sure no one's being overly aggressive. Keith is the one who's been spotted, and you know they're a force to be dealt with. utility after utility to attempt to zone, but a flashpoint is going to blind them. What can you do with no eyes? DK will trade one. No, make it two. And Bratterall finds their second as well. The agent score 3-3. Viper's Pit deployed out onto the B site. And now Murray State are regretting putting all of their utility over on A. They can rotate around and make space, absolutely. They have the Rolling Thunder in pocket, but they can easily fall victim to what they leveraged against SNHU a round before.
Ooh, that ultimate was beyond successful. Pterodactyl swinging onto the side, going into Viper's Pit, just playing this within free rate, going for another flashpoint. Now pops his own aftershock, trying to give himself a bit of a chance at the fault line, I should say.
One enemy remaining.
Pterodactyl swings for another on the site, but Bratterall already found 4. Bratterall had already dug the grave for the Murray State side, and it's just an easy cleanup for Luna, who was hanging out behind. This has been a game of giants. Keith and Luna have been, well, beyond successful. I think that's about the only way to put it. They've been the pivotal key players for both each of their sides. The game of giants, like I said, titans, so to say, and it really feels like both sides could really use an Aaron Yeager to start to assist them in that regard. But Murray State, with no money and no problems, tied game at 10, and this is one that is going to start to hurt.
I just want to put a point on Bratterall and Pre-Wake, who have been, phenomenal and indispensable in deploying utility. The flashpoints have been effective in entering the sites and also in holding them as well. You can see their assists building up, and also the fact that they're on every kill feed. Luna alone here at bench. Oh no, she's accompanied by Dickon, and so they have move on to the road. Pterodactyl at a moment's notice could easily fly away. They have a judge, but they're not going to leave before they find one. But they greed for that rifle, and that's Luna picking up 2 to pull ahead into agent count, Scott.
That is, you can't greed in that position, Pterodactyl. You're the one player left on site, and now your team is grasping at straws, so to say. Pre-Wake may be able to cut the damage down to a little bit as he does remove another weapon out of the hands of SNHU, but you're quickly cut down, and your teammate is as well. It is now a 1-round deficit between the two squads. SNHU have completely flipped this map on its head now on their attacking side, and Murray State, yeah, they have to make a major adjustment here on the defense. 4 Phantoms, 2 people do not have max armor. It's 2 of the Phantom players, and a Vandal available for Murray State. So they do have the 4 rifle buy, but I do worry for a couple of the players if they have all of their utilities still in the pocket.
What they really need to do is work with Pterodactyl here to see if that tour de force can get implemented early. 5 out of 7 means it's available this round if the cards are played right, but no. He's over on B, and it looks like SNHU are going back to that A site pushing tradition with Sand taken out and Nebula blocking off Heaven. It's going to be a 2-pronged attack onto the A, but Luna is just too scared to push past the toxic screen, and I understand completely because waiting on the other side are those snake bites and 2 agents. Finally, gunfire's breaking out, Scott, and we're seeing everyone falling like flies.
He's doing a good job of keeping himself alive, but thankfully for the side of SNHU, Godell gets a bit aggressive and swings towards Link. This is a good setup, but DK and their cohort have a good chance to still make a fighting chance. The Cosmic Divide goes down. Godell narrowly survives that encounter, but their teammates playing in. It's Pterodactyl Mum, A main in control, and is going to be playing around it, but thankfully for SNHU again, Godell gets deep inside of A main and plays around the Cosmic Divide as well. BK waiting for it to dissipate. It does come down in a moment's notice and can gain full control over the site. The IUQs may be available, has to swing in multiple directions. DK onto 1, finds the kill. Last player below on site, they do not know. They're looking the wrong direction. DK must turn around, and it's not going to happen. Averly toying with their prey and finding the match points. It's 12-10. 1 round is all SNHU needs, and we'll see a map 3.
Murray State started this map with a huge lead, 8-4, ending the first half, and I was really expecting to be sent over to map 3 Icebox, Scott, but it seems that it might just end here on Fracture. The pressure is on Murray State to perform, but what can they do without the proper weaponry? Now, Pterodactyl does get tour de force this time around, and Showstopper can be implemented, but they can't do a full send. Right now, they're stuck over to the A main. They're waiting for that push that SNHU have conditioned them to expect, and it's really a fake out. Everything being funneled over to the bench side, and SNHU have already picked off Keith, the star player. It's not looking good.
Comes up big with the 1. Bratterall, though, tries to swing and fails to find the kill like he's so strong at doing. And Luna, she's second to fall to the wayside. 3-on-3 with a release kill and a pre-wing, evening out the agent odds, but still, the spike has yet to go down, and they're
Spike
very
planted.
wary about planting this. Thankfully, everyone has cover. We'll get the
Last
first
player
kill.
standing.
Narrowly missed an opportunity by Pterodactyl to collect for the 4K. Dickard with the showstopper puts them into the grave. It's DK left standing. Lonesome player
enemy remaining.
sees Averly, sprays it down, finds Dickard, and keeps themselves alive. DK finding themselves an 11th round win. They still need to complete for their 12th if they want to lead it into OT.
That was a uncharacteristically slow reaction from Dickard at the end. That for DK to come in scot-free and find themselves the space to find not one but two. There was a crossfire. It's just the only exploited angle, and I want to say a little bit of luck factored into it. But what happened? Right now, the heads are in the hands for the side of SNHU. They could have closed it out, and now they're in a pressing situation that overtime could be set up for them. And if they do, that's going to be a huge mental blow, and the fatigue definitely has to be setting in, especially in a long map like this one, Scott.
It's just a battle of attrition, especially when you're talking about how map 1 almost went to OT. Now this one could also find its own way into the overtime. It's just a game of biding time. Patience is key right now, and for Murray State on the defense, they don't look like they're really rocking as much as they need to be. Average Toffee is employed. Going to flush away Meat with that shotgun, and doesn't look like we'll still see SNHU employ the direction of A main. They look like they may decide to transition on over towards B and look in that direction where none of Murray State lies. It'll be an easy and free site to control.
Ooh, Viper's Pit deployed on the site of A, but it's a full rotation, and that's not going to find any value. But what will is Pterodactyl Mum catching Dickard on the rotate out of Satellite, and that's on top of a kill. Information that B site is being committed to. Gardell stunned on the spike plant, so they're going to be limited in their movement for the time being. He's trying to bring up the rest, bringing up the rear with the judge alongside Keith, and they're going into heaven, but aren't able to find both. Just one Averly. So re-peeking with the showstopper is going to put the pressure on SNHU, and with the last player left, the showstopper doesn't even get to end the round. Pterodactyl is just that much faster.
Talk about how important that round was for Murray State in the first place, right? We don't get to see map 3 just yet. If Murray State managed to clutch up, win here in the OT 2 rounds in a row, mind you, that's the way it has to work. You have to win an attack and a defense in a row. If you can see that, if we can see that here, I think there's a very valid chance Murray State can end us off and we don't see Icebox. That would be insane. Talk about how important that last round was. Pterodactyl, like you said, gathers the information on the flank, and what a time for Pterodactyl to come alive. This entire second half, Pterodactyl did great in the first half, but it was Keith's name on the board. This time around, Pterodactyl shows up on the defense. DK clutches up in a very important round for their 11th win, and that 12th win was a combo of Meep and Pterodactyl going off on the board. Thankfully, Keith was there to take control over tower and flush them out, because without flushing out the rest of the players, it would have been a much poor position. I don't think it would have gone the exact same way.
Right now, SNHU are on the side that was weaker for them. They dropped only 4 rounds in the first half, and now back in this position, they may be feeling a little bit uncomfortable, especially after their momentum being broken. Murray State are taking their time, so that's got to really make him feel uncomfortable. But Dickard pushes out, finds 2, and really does the unexpected, leading with a buddy. And now, Murray State, I would say we're trapped, but DK retaliates swiftly, Scott.
Yeah, Bradderall, though. Quick and a row. With only 2 players really left standing for Murray, it's kind of a poor position to be in. They're going to decide to rotate back through the actual B main side and go towards that attacker spawn, but there's a player lying in wait. The Viper for SNHU's playing this one quite slowly, does not have sight lines, but Luna is in a great spot to continue to contend. She has completely isolated away Pre-Wake, and there is no turn being employed here by the player of Meep. Pre-Wake, no idea. Luna has missed the opportunity, but finally finds it, swinging around to the box and spawn, and collects for the kill. Meep in a bad spot. Trapped over in A main, doesn't have the great chance to rotate through. Time not on their side. There's a player in Link actually holding the angle out of A main. could employ the toxic screen to their advantage if they choose to do so, but will employ a toxic cloud instead. Trying to
10
cut
seconds
sightlines, now
left.
goes for the plant, but it looks like a quick rush being employed by Chamber for
Spike
SNHU.
planted.
They're getting mighty aggressive. The spike's been planted, maybe too little too late. A one-on-one isolated at this point. Meep goes for Godell and finds the kill. Two players coming from main, only gets one, but a close opportunity. Luna clutches up and has been insane in this last half of that round. It'll be SNHU going up in OT.
What's more insane, Scott, is in this position where everything is high stakes, the intensity is only rising with each passing
Switching
second.
sides.
We have to take
Match point.
a technical timeout. Seems like one of the players are having some issues, but this also gives both sides the chance to discuss their strategies, and that also gives us time to theorize about it. So I want to actually pass it to you very quickly. We've seen the effectiveness. I know. Can you believe Color Caster passes to
Like-
play-by-play? Wait a minute. The effectiveness of Southern New Hampshire on the defense was dwindling in the first half, and yet all of a sudden they found their tempo. I think the aggression paid off early. Do you think that's something we'll see repeated?
I think one of the big things that we'll see is, especially with the way that they paced themselves in the second half, we saw the resurgence of SNHU, where Southern New Hampshire came out tremendously in a full sweep of taking round after round after round, especially after the somewhat poor start we saw. They're the team that's been adapting better as the game goes on. But at the same time, I feel like their adapting is a little slow because notice what we saw go down. We saw a return there by Murray State where they actually managed to lead back in. Now, there was a clutch play in one of those rounds to do so, but the fact they got to this point into OT should be attributed to the fact that they also are managing to adapt. So I think because this game has gone on for so long, I still have to give a nod over towards Murray State in the fact that they have adapted to a point that they have started to turn the head back on SNHU, but at the same time, SNHU, they just put a nail in it. They just put themselves on the board in that last round, in the first round of OT, and they get head over to the attack. The side that is most definitely favored on this map, as we've seen time in and time out for the first half and second half, I think there is still a chance that SNHU take it and we go to map 3.
Murray State have to, I think, adopt a different usage of their utility. We're seeing that same traditional toxic screen being used for the attack and the entryway. And so that's going to be, I want to say, a pattern that if they can just break will absolutely ruin the tempo for SNHU on the defense if they can make it to the second phase of double overtime. But for now, with them swapping sides, they're going to have to maintain that same retake potential that they've been showing off, that they can give away the site to SNHU and find the defuse. And you can notice in those last rounds, that was actually how they brought it to overtime in the first place.
Do you think the aggressiveness that we saw from SNHU in the last 3-4 rounds of their attacking half, do you think that was their undoing? Because they would all pursue the same angle. There was not that much of a multifaceted. It was very one-dimensional. The same problem we saw on the map of Breeze, a very one-dimensional approach to the game where they just all funneled in one side, typically arcade when it came down to B, but they would push through arcade, and then once they got control over it, they didn't know how to defend it as well as they should have, and that's where we saw Murray State play for the retake and come out successfully. 3 out of the 5 times we saw the last rounds go out. I mean, do you think that's the problem in SNHU's attack? The too swift of an entry? Or do you think it's something else that's happening because this next round's making a break it for them and they're on the attack?
For SNHU, I want to say their attack is going to have to be solely determined by whether or not they can get their raise in, which consistently we've been seeing, I believe it was Keith perform
Yes.
round after round, and they were doing it. So it's just going to come down that if they, we saw them slow down in the second half, and it's just going to be determined by them, because I want to say they were single-handedly the reason why SNHU was so successful, that they can find 2 frags and go in, and it was an easy job for every one of the support agents to play for the post plant. If Keith isn't showing that same effectiveness going in, then it's going to really put a damper and change the entire tempo, because that's how, I want to say, ingrained the strategy is for SNHU.
I think they need to adopt something else, kind of like you mentioned previously. But let's stop harping on SNHU. We'll talk about Murray for a little bit to talk about what they've been doing for their defense. They started to pick up the pace. We saw them change. We saw them kind of come back into the fray, and I think that we attributed it to the fact they adapt a little bit better, and their retakes were a lot stronger than what we saw. I would argue that we see a potential problem on their attack because it's been so long since we've seen it. I think if they take this, if we take it here and they managed to go into another round of OT because it is infinite OT. I think that after maybe one more time, we will definitely see Murray State take it because, like I said previously, they're a team that adapts and adopts as the game goes on really swiftly, and I think their adaptations are a bit stronger than what we're seeing right now from SNHU, and we've seen that kind of progress as they fell apart in the early stages of the second half. I mean, crumbled. It's like wet paper kind of thing. It's like putting bread in a bucket of water and expecting to make a good sandwich. It's not going to happen. It's soggy and it's going to fall apart, and yet they still managed to piece the grains back together and bring up and make a solid piece of toast. I would spread some jelly on that. I would have a nice time. I can't eat jelly right now because it's sugar-based food, but at the same time, like, I really liked what Murray had brought to the table. I think if SNHU cannot close this out, Murray are probably the team I'll give the nod to just because of how strong they've been on the recovery and their ability to bring their players that are most important to them and keep them alive long enough to be influential in the later stages of the rounds.
I think I have to agree with you because alongside the adaptability, the mistakes we see in traditional collegiate Valorant, they're making less so of them, specifically the usage of the ultimates, the way that they use the map and farm the orbs. They understand that they need to make those split-second decisions, especially on a map like Fracture. They know that they don't control the center of the map in a way that you would on Ascent or Split, and so when they find an opening pick, they utilize whatever path they have open to them, and they don't shy away from interesting takes. We've seen them enter onto A site, for example, through A main, then under sand, and with a heaven and the spawn smoked off, they create the pincer onto the site, and despite a full stack, they can find crossfires and they don't show fear, with the exception of the situation we saw with the Viper's Pit. And so I have to agree with you. Murray State definitely coming out on top. I have to give them my vote as well, but that's not to completely rule out SNHU. And talking on something completely irrelevant, Scott, you can't eat jelly?
Yeah, so I can't have like fruits because they have sugar. So I can't eat like blueberries or like strawberries for like jam and stuff now. So I can't have that. It's not a thing. Can't do it, unfortunately.
I see. So you can't jam out? You don't vibe to music? That was a bad joke. Yeah.
That was good. I like that, actually. I enjoyed that. That was good. I very much so enjoyed that. Thank you for that, Ashcon. That
You're
made
welcome.
my day.
I feel like you're lying to me. I'm not sure if
I would never lie to you, Ashcon. That would be terrible to go for that. No, I've actually been having a great time with you. It's great to see you on here and being able to do this. And this has been a great game. And I think we're almost ready to get back into it to see whether or not we can have SNHU close out and guarantee the map 3. Or if, I guess Murray can kind of come back into the fray and return on the OT.
And finally, we've made it. It is the 26th round, Scott. First overtime. We're staring at possibly what is a second. We got the overlays right back up, and it's a full stack towards Arcade. And we see the fault line being launched immediately. That's going to put Keith in a tough spot, but they're able to find one before falling.
It's a good start. Solid for both sides. Trading out in the agent selection, but Averly will put their name once again on the board. This one on Pterodactyl. Pre-Wink trying to come in. Has a bit of an option if they come through this Jin side and actually manage to find something, but right now, if you push out a canteen, you have a very dangerous spot towards double box, and that's where we see a player. 3 players in tower. Why are we seeing 3 players stacked in tower for SNHU? This is why Murray's had a pretty good job of actually playing for these retakes. Godel placing utility down, hoping to have a bit of assistance when it comes to that position. We'll go ahead and TP away in the process, narrowly avoiding the Utah that would have devastated him in the possession. But Godel with a clapback finds the kill in a pre-wake. Plant will be teased, and it looks like Luna will actually commit to it. Spike planted, the post plant will go to fruition. 2v4. And though it may be technically 2 and like 3/4, as there is a player that's quite low for their side, we know just how strong that Viper can necessarily be. Dickard poking in front of right now. They have to push past the Vipers. Toxic screen, but meeps the player to come out on top. Takes care of Dickard over towards Arcade. DK finds Luna. All of a sudden, we're tied at a 2v2. Meep frags back onto Averly. It's just a 1-on-1, and Godel is the last player standing. He doesn't necessarily have the utility capable of denying this in this position. Instead, has to go for the kill. Meep goes for the shot, finds the kill at 3K, and you'll have a position where the defuse must go through. Is there enough time? There's plenty in Murray State. Guarantee another set of OT.
Switching.
And we've made it into double overtime, exactly as predicted, Scott. Oh, both of these teams, again, with the mirror comps going back and forth, I don't think we could find any more of a deadlock, dead even match than this. both of these squads showing exactly how well to navigate the map. And I want to say, while the initial entry by Murray State was amazing for them to come back to retake as well. Excuse me, by the initial entry by SNHU was amazing to find the early pick for Murray State to turn it around. I mean, props again to Meep.
Talk about
That's a good spot.
Murray State having the most clutch players in the most clutch situations. Too many. I would say definitely too many of Murray State's rounds. Even on map 1, we're one off of them having one player carry them through it in a very, very emphatic fashion. And I think that's probably the same problem we're seeing here. I think there needs to be a bit more team play in terms of who's picking up what. But that round was extremely nice as they were able to pick up in multiple directions. It came down to a 2v4 and both players picked up the pacing and picked up where the competition could not. So it's going to be interesting to see if that pacing is able to continue, but there was a lot of trust between DK and Pterodactyl comes up short. Now DK's trapped beneath by rope.
Oh, but he sees the gun barrel of Averly, but isn't able to find the shot. Oh, they finally connect, and the head of that Astra is taken away. No big brains for the side of SNHU. It looks like they're being flooded. They have their chamber teleport away back to a safer position, and the toxic screen is cutting the line of sight. And just as it goes down, the Nebulas take their place. Dickard finding a kill on the Meep, who's a little bit over-aggressive. Now Murray State is in a hugely disadvantageous position. Pre-Wake is posted up to find people on the cross moving over onto site, but it's a predictable angle, and you know
One
Godell
enemy
is ready
remaining.
for it, Scott.
And Godell was quick as well. Comes down to 1. DK, though, gets a spray through onto 2, which actually leads to the 3K. Interesting that it said the 3K be on the first kill of it, not the third kill. But no matter what the case may be, SNHU still managed to get the DQs down. There is a really solid thing to say for SNHU in that round. They recovered exceptionally well. But I would like to attribute that to the fact that Murray State's, just to be fairly blunt about it, kind of sucked in that actual post-plant situation. They just were not well equipped positionally to actually defend that. They are an insanely strong team. There cannot be said anything. They're probably the most well-rounded team in this matchup so far, as that's been Luna that's dominating this map for SNHU, and there's been 3 players for the side of Murray State that have been keeping up. It just seems like they, positionally-wise, failed to comprehend where they needed to place themselves.
There's that fault line that we always see on both sides, creating space over to the Heaven B side. And it's going to be additional utility to flush out, but Dickard has already made his way through the mainstay of bench. And it's a free B side. B site completely under the control of SNHU, and Murray forced to play retake, and not going to be an amazing position, but Meep makes it a lot easier by getting a kill off of the snakebite.
And there's an Astra as well. That's a lot of utility that was available for SNHU that's now off the board. So it's just a matter of positioning yourself correctly to collect onto 1 or 2. Shoulder has been spotted. A secondary player swings. And somehow Keith is still alive. This is not something you would expect, but it's not seem to make a huge difference. Luna will eventually frag out, but the rest of Murray State just rocks out the site. There's nobody left standing. Meep will go for the defuse, and Luna tosses the snake bite out. They have to rush down the player. They'll do just that, but did Luna buy enough time with that snake bite? They'll go to stick it. This is still plenty of time to work with, and they'll get it defused. 4 seconds of basically 3.91. The 4 seconds still on the clock. Murray State scrape another one, and we're going to another set of OT.
Overtime.
Infinite, for those of you who don't necessarily know. And this is where you and I both called it. If Murray State can go through 1, maybe 2 stages of OT, I think they're the team that'll adapt faster and adopt a new way to play that gives them 2 rounds in a row.
Poor Luna stuck in that situation, trying their best, but with only a single molly, can't play for time and can't swing in for the fights, doesn't have enough to rotate around. It's a lose-lose-lose situation. Now stuck with everything tied up, you can feel the fatigue growing on both sides at each and every angle swing. The reaction time delayed, and it's always in the advantage of the attackers to have that wider angle. As they take the swing first, Pre-Wake adopting a different place to start off their utility. It's going to be a flashpoint seemingly onto the site, but they're holding on. Meep finds the kill first, forcing Godell to hold that wide angle, and now they're going to make him eat the utility or force him to teleport away, and the space is theirs.
It's just such a cushion that's available now for Murray State. They've completely opened up the B site.
Here.
They do still have to worry about Canteen, and they do still have to worry about that link to generator section, but beyond that, there's just so much control available for Murray State. But we've seen how this one goes before. They get the spike down, they get opening kills, but they don't position themselves correctly. Notice now, we're actually seeing them spread themselves out. The player in the back of B site. They're going to go ahead and transition back through tower. They'll send 2 players to tower, one into the back corner crevice of the B site, and then another player within B main. It's the direct decision, and it's working and paying dividends. Pre-wake from B main, finds 2. The player I was harping on the most from needing to be in the right spot plays off big, but Dickard sprays down 3! What started off in a very terrible spot has now completely returned as Dickard puts this one wide open, cuts down 3, and now hunts for the last 2. Cannot get the job done, stunned and concussed. Pre-wake in a great spot, but it's Meek to clean up for the kill. Murray State separate the distance, finding 2 in a row, and they just need the last to go up 16-14 to end off OT. Can SNHU recover, or will this be the final stage in the final map? Match point, series point on the line.
That was a little bit greedy there at the end for the post plan. All 3 players swinging. Murray State almost lose it, but pre-wake, that has got to be an MVP play if I've ever seen one, Scott, to be patient and remain in the back, knowing full well that the spike is tucked away and it is going to be a piece of utility you're sending out that's impossible to dodge, leaving the diffuser anchored. And in the 2v1 situation, you know your teammate, it's impossible for them to fumble the bag there. And now in a pause, SNHU, they have something to talk about, and I think it's really the retake. When they're on the defense, you notice they always rotate through spawn, and they have been doing so every single time for the past few rounds that they have been on defense. They aren't taking any territory aggressively, and it was working for them when they implemented that aggression on defense. So they need to kind of go back to it and, again, adapt in the way that Murray State is, but I don't know if we'll get to that point, Scott. Right now, Murray State is just on a roll with their tempo, and they're gathering all the pieces of Exodia to put out a final blow.
I was going to say that I really like the stages that Murray State have gone through. Like I've talked about, they're the team that's adapted on top of it. Meep will have his ups and downs, and when those ups do come up, they're very important ups. And I think that's just them going through the motions. And for SNHU, it looks like half the team is just going through the motions and maybe the wrong way, as it's been Luna that has been single-handedly leading and spreading the distance. The scoreline is still where it is because the team is working in tandem, but it's fairly obvious that Luna is very much so backpacketing this team forward, and maybe not always in the best way, but good lord, is it super strong. Luna has put her name on the board, but seemingly bit of a problem here, Ashcon. I'm not sure if you're seeing this one as well, but
or what we're not seeing, really, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's really what we're not seeing. Maybe
oh
it's
no!
Oh no! What has happened? Oh, we're back. Contention? Okay, we're back. 4 on 5. It's now 50 seconds left in the round, and Rhinos attempting to step forward. Gets tagged by the chamber utility, but it's actually Pterodactyl Mom who finds the kill onto Luna instead. That means a player is still tagged. And have an opportune moment here, but Murray State have managed to, fortunately for themselves, keep everyone alive until Bradwell can have something to say about it up in tower. A 4-on-3 player advantage still for Murray State. Bradwell has control over towards the tower side, and Godell's hanging out in arcade. It looks like Murray State are trying to find the best route to take them out, and they'll do that. They clear out B main. That's the angle that won Murray State that last round, and it's Keith to do it onto Averley. Godell cuts down Meep as they swing out through the nebula. Pre-Yank will start onto the defusal, and they have to make a huge return onto the site. DK from within tower. Pre-Wake can hop back on the defusal in a moment's notice. Godell's going to swing out. He's got a teammate to assist, and that's all she wrote. Murray State do exactly what we stated, Ashcon, as is foretold. The fortune tellers are right in this instance. It's almost like it's our job to predict these things, and Murray State will take it in a very, very struggling OT situation of the map of Fracture.
That was a triple overtime, if I believe, Scott, and what a way to end it. And for us to be able to view those final moments, amazing stuff. And I want to point out that they could have easily allowed it to go into map 3, that they could have let go of the game, force SNHU to expend all that energy to fight, and they just can sandbag to really play out in this war of attrition. But no, they grit their teeth, dig their heels into the ground, and find the fight within them to pull it through. 16-14, and the coordination is just unstoppable. And we said it. Keith came through with those 2 to 3 kills right at the end to really bring the agent count ahead and just really slow down every option SNHU had on the attack.
The game started with Keith. The game ended with Keith being able to play decisively. Keith was insane on the attack. We obviously saw Keith the entire game. DK had a huge step up as well. The players for the side of Murray were very even. 28, 26, 25, I think was the inning for the top three. And I think a 23 came in at the end as well for the fourth player. Only one player lagging behind, but even then they had 18 or 19 kills. It was also somewhat of the same story for the opposing side of SNHU, but Luna was 13, 14 kills above her second best player. I mean, Luna wanted this map, and I'm going to say Luna deserved map 2 on the map of Fracture, but unfortunately, Murray State just wanted it a bit more, and they really did everything they could. They pulled out all stops. I actually am genuinely curious about how map 3 would have gone, but I'm starting to believe, especially with the way that game came out and how hard Murray State would have had to play and did play map 2, I think it would have gone to SNHU for map 3 on Icebox, purely because that was everything Murray brought to the table. They are wicked tired at this point. The brain has got to be just boiling right now, and you could hear them smell the smoke in the background. I would hate to be in their rooms right now. It's just them screaming and yelling, and the brain gears just melting inside. Great game, though. That was a absolute fun fest to go through. Ash, can you have anything you want to go through as well?
Nothing, no other final notes, but definitely I do have to acknowledge Luna as well, that those Viper plays and really brought the team a lot farther than you would have expected, single-handedly clutching up on plenty of those rounds. And Scott, really what I want to say is I'm so happy to have been able to cast with you today.
I am too. I fought for you, and here we are. So much good. But we'll go ahead. There's going to be another game up right after this one, so make sure to stay tuned. I don't know who's in that one. I think we have the sheet for it. I can actually tell you guys who it is. It's Durham Lords versus the Montclair State Rats. So Montclair State University versus Durham College. So make sure to stay tuned for that one. It's two Grantcasters taking over it, so make sure to stay tuned. My name is Infernosis. Make sure to check out my Twitter down below. His name is Ashcon. Great man, the man with the plan and the perm. Check out his Twitter as well below him. Thank you to the Observer and production. Make sure to stay tuned for Game 3.
Good evening, NECC. I'm Binks, joined here by Laz. We have an explosive game coming up for you. We are sorry we had a bit of a stall in between these games, but we're here. We're going to be bringing you Durham College going against Montclair State Red. So we got a very explosive lineup, and I think this is going to be a crazy game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really good game too. I mean, both these teams have a pretty respectable record, 1-0, 2-0 on the other side. So again, both these teams are undefeated, but I guess it's a matter of who's going to be taking the first loss here today. And this is for the Challengers Yellow Division, of course. So we do have Dram Lords versus the Montclair State Red team. So this is a tough one to make a prediction on, Banks, to be honest.
It is. They both have a convincing win, although on the side of Montclair State, as I have it to the left of me, or as you guys look, it looks like to the right. And oh my goodness, I love the mustache. I just saw it there. But regardless, we're going right into Durham. So if we look, this looks like Montclair State. Montclair. Okay, this is Montclair. So we have MSU Divine, MSU Klimicki. Oh my goodness, you're gonna have to help me with some of these.
I know some of these names are a little bit challenging, but I think Troglotte, there's Panda, Polar, there's a Gooby as well. So pretty, big roster that we see here that you can see on the screen. So you got everybody with their, designated education area as well, and pretty big mix too, right? I mean, you got information technology, some justice studies, some film. Man, it's a full package here.
It really is. And hopefully with all these different areas of studies, they're going to bring all of that information, all the information technology into this entire game. And if you look, we have junior, sophomore, freshman. You have a really big range. The only thing that we're missing here are seniors. So it's really, juniors, sophomores, as well as freshmen. Yeah, so we're only missing seniors. That means that all these players are either in first, second, or third year. So you have a really nice mix. And it's great to see that more freshmen are being involved in esports. And to be honest, it's always those type of players. Polar, I'm looking out for you to be making a big impression tonight, especially with the fact that you are presumably one of the newer players.
Yeah, lots of mixture for sure. So that's that makes it a pretty exciting roster too. You got some of the vets, you got some of the more experienced folk, in terms of education, but also maybe in the server too. We'll have to see. And kind of like what I was saying is that Montclair, I mean, they're 2-0, whereas the other squad here for Dram, they're only 1-0. And you can see on here, this is going to be the roster here tonight. And again, a nice mixture of the education. But I mean, you got Cry, Promo, Maticus, Novice, Juice, and even Extreme. So, I mean, and this is, a mixture of sophomore and even, some senior level education too.
So from the Lords, I'm really looking for them to show us what they got. We only have one match on our records so far. We know they've played 2, but it has not been reported yet. So if we're looking here, their first win was quite convincing. It only went 2 maps rather than the 3. They went to 13-9 and 13-6. So regardless, you can probably read that the second was most likely their map pick. But for the Lords, I'm looking for them to continue with that absolute control over the game. You know that when they have that type of scoreline, it means that they had the eco. They knew exactly how they want to play, and they went exactly for it. But regardless, one of the big things that is going to affect these teams is going to be what map they are playing on.
Yeah, this is really critical. And I think the vetoes are going to pop up here pretty quick. So this is going to be really, really important. And as you can see here, they're now through in the first map looking like it is going to be Ascent. So this is a good pick. And then moving on to map number 2, which would be Bind. And if we get to it, it is going to be Icebox as the decider. So I'm not hating this map pool. I think this is a pretty good mixture. And I mean, Ascent is obviously a pretty, well-balanced mapping between both sides. I think, that's going to be able to see if Lords can actually pull through with this. If they lose that pick, that may be a little dire for them going into that Bind map.
Well, the pressure is definitely going to be on, but here is where everything comes into perspective. We are now in our match, and we're going to be looking at specifically what agents are going to be coming out here in Ascent. And last, who do you think is a pivotal agent that you need to see in this scenario?
Oh man, put me in the hot seat, eh? I would say honestly, I think Astra is really important, of course. I do think Chamber has been a really interesting agent to have as well in the pool, but I mean, I think I'm a big Sky player. I mean, I think that's kind of the obvious pick, but I mean, the fact that you have the full heal and you also have the Sky Flashes as well, I mean, that is just, a 1-2 combo that you definitely want.
It is. And I did see the Yoru tease. Unfortunately, it does not look like we are going to get it. now we're just waiting on Cry. You did mention that Chamber, and Chamber has actually there. Wow, I think that I called that, and we're gonna take that as my win for the night, and don't expect any more big calls coming out for me. But regardless, Chamber is a very pivotal agent because he has the ability to slow, and the firepower as a sentinel that he brings along with him is just one that is not rivaled by any other agent. You can go and say, well, Jet and Neon have their ultimates that do just as much killing. Chamber has a lot more versatility, and it's not like you need to learn that agent's specialist and how to play them. It's literally playing with a Marshal, but it's more powerful than an Op, and when you kill them, it slows. So not as much of a learning curve, and it's very easy for players to comprehend.
Yeah, I think Chamber's been a really fun agent to see. I mean, not new, but relatively new, we'll just say, right? But I think, the fact that he does have the rendezvous, and even the fact that you can, have the headhunter ability, which is pretty much like a sheriff in itself. So that's always nice. So I think this is going to be interesting. Pretty even matchup in terms of the agent composition. A little bit of a difference that we see that there is a KO on the side for Drem Lords. Whereas actually it looks like, the difference will be just the Sova as well. So not a bad pick here, Binks. I think this could be pretty well balanced, but we'll have to see how well the entries can do.
Yeah, diving into this first round, I want to see that Montclair is able to maintain site control and have a sort of a general read on the way Durham is playing around it. We do see that all 5 players are stacked up along a corridor. They want to make sure that they don't give away too much information and have the ability to get ready to site. That Silver Dart is doing absolute wonders spotting out Panda, and it will allow for them to be a lot more explosive if they choose to miscommit.
Oh, look at this already. They're rushing in the flashes there. The technical will be clumsy that finds it. Trog able to get another one, and now they're just bombarding into the site, but it's so much work. It's a 1-2 combination, and knockout here. Montclair come up big with the pistol.
Well, if you're looking for a reason to check your corners, Montclair State Red really showing you exactly the reason to do so. If you don't drone out or figure out every angle possible in a site, you could easily get a flank like that. And I believe that Troglodyte did come from Tree. So if they did come from that area, you'd have to assume that it was not checked. They had a complete free flank, or they just killed the one domino and it just toppled everything down.
Really good amount of, they handle the pressure very well. So now even Panda trying to, get some work done. Oh man, still going for the repeats. This is 3 times in a row, but gets a nice shot, takes down the spike as well. Maticus is going to fall. Not going to be able to retrieve it, but Promo will get the trade. So now they have the cat control, and they have mid presence for the time being, but the Lords are going to have to start figuring out something pretty quick. And now Trog trying to put matters into his own hands, but again, another trade that happens to Dram. They're doing a great job of getting into the site.
Yeah, but if we look on the side of Durham, they aren't going for a full commit. Indeed, they've actually gone for an A rotate. So this little bit of a switch provides the KO with an opportunity to flank, all whilst these players have all been jumbled onto Heaven. This could allow for a lot of quick kills. Cry to find one. A is going to get refragged. But regardless, there's still 2 players remaining, and Plant needs to be defused.
It's a 2-on-2 now. Oh, but Clumsy gets a beautiful shot, takes down Extreme. So now 1 player remaining, and Polar is going to be able to finish this up. Spike will get defused with ease, and this is a 2-round win streak here for Montclair. This is a big amount of work, and now they have the bonus that they can bring into this 3rd round. And Binks, what are we going to see here from the Lords?
From Durham, they should be going for a full buy. We don't know what their eco is looking like, but there we go. As viewed in their previous matchups, it does seem like they have a very good concept of how they want to go for any sort of buying power. And regardless, we can all see all of their players have now gone and prioritized a full loadout, except for the Astra, who is opting to go for light shields and most likely having all of their util available, which for an Astra player is exactly what you want to see when monopolizing a site.
A lot more pressure here for the Lords to figure out what they can do. So they got in the mid control right away. So you can see the Cry does have mid already. This is a good amount of control. And the spike is dropped in the back. So again, they're not advancing it, getting, putting too much pressure on anything yet. They're waiting it out for Montclair. Still kind of on that bonus round. So for them, they can be a little bit more unorthodox, right? They can try something different. They don't have to just, play a default setup. They can try, catch them off guard if they can. And Panda Over peeking a little bit, but right now it's just, again, just choosing the pickings here from the Lords.
They haven't been able to find anything so far. 5v5 still, but this should be the opening gunfight. Promo to be able to find, well, both of these agents to be able to find their counterpart, but Promo is going to find a second for the round as they have been able to take control of Tree. This was the Kryptonite the last time around. We saw an Extreme A push, but regardless, they've been able to correct for that as we see Divine stuck on Heaven, will be spotted out, swinging out. It's going to be Novice to find and connect onto the head. Polar now left the daunting task of finding all 4 players, all while needing to defuse the spike. Swinging around, looking to go up ramp. They will fake it out, looking for Cry, but nope. Once again, there's the head, and the first round will go to Durham.
This is a really good round from Durham. I mean, the fact they only lose 1 player, that's a really good note for them because now they don't have to worry too much about the investment. Even having Promo with 4,100 could easily drop again 4 Extreme, so that's a good amount of work here in terms of the money side of things. But for Montclair, now this is where they're going to get tested. This is the full even gun round, and you can even see the operators out, and this is where Panda, being that duelist, being the Jet, needs to be able to find that connection. So a lot of pressure going to be for Panda to see what they can find. And right now for them, they have to win this opening duel. They need to stop this aggression that comes in from Durham. We'll have to see what they find. And even the Stars, look at that. That pushes him back right away. He does not want to test this.
I'm quite curious by this setup, I have to tell you. But I'm a huge fan of the way Durham is actually spreading out. They're trying to test the waters. The lone Astra might be a read into where they might be planning on going as a rotate. But with Panda just holding with this operator, the 1 kill is going to be enough for them to rotate back, especially with that being a KO. That means that all of their agents' abilities are not going to be suppressed, and they do have all of that freedom to continue playing around.
Yeah, and they're down in numbers too, so they have to bring this back, right? They need to find this opening, but Draw going to be able to find it. Takes down Maticus, and that's a big kill. So now a lot of the utility here for Durham is taken away. The smokes, everything, the gravity well. There's nothing available now. So now it's just a matter about firefights. You still have the Cloud Burst, and now they're going to try to push into Market, but Clumsy only able to find 1. Promo with a good trade. Extreme able to find a second, so now they got this B site for the time being. They can get the spike down, but how can they handle this pressure?
Divine pushing up with his comrade. He does have the information. Spikes were planted. Chambers' device has been able to slow them down, and there you have the kill. Killing in Market, you have Panda down. Regardless, they have to swing. They have to get these kills. Troglodyte bouncing around that shock dart, won't be able to connect. And now Extreme stuck behind the boxes. 2v2, assisted by the from the freshman of Promo, looking to make their mark. Extreme still standing, Vandal in hand. They have to make the move now. They'll be time to find a 3rd, make that a 4th, finding the head, and that is going to be the 2nd round for the attackers of Durham.
Oh, what a big round from Extreme. I mean, the fact just puts matters into his own hands, gets the 4K to lock it down in the post plant. What a big way, and even Montclair, they're not able to figure out a way to get in. You could see the shock darts were coming in, but they were just a bit too far, a bit overstretched, not able to get the kill, not able to find it. But the good thing is that they do have 2 ultimates ready to go, with Panda with only 1 orb away from getting the unlock of the Blade Storm. So this is going to be very, very important, especially with this round the way it is. If we see Montclair, they might try to contest for that orb right away and see what they can do, but we'll have to wait and see now. I mean, even Divine, look at this. Be a little bit more aggressive in the B main and wait things out. But luckily for him, nothing will be there. Trog, oh no, setting up for the shot. That's just, no, that's just dangerous.
Well, we know they're on a save round, so I think that going for a Bucky play is the perfect kind of rat play to catch your opponent off guard. And that's exactly what you want to do in any sort of save scenario. You don't want to be going for those crazy aggressive showboaty plays. You want to make sure that you have something consistent that will hopefully get your opponent off guard. Panda is going to be taking a good chunk of damage from that fragment grenade sent out by KO. Extreme also looking to push right on in. But with a minute remaining, it does bring into question, is a rotate in the cards?
Now the execution's going to come in. They get spotted. Recon Bull gets all the information in the world. Panda just getting away flying away like a bird, and now they're starting to push in. You can hear them. They're making the connections, but Divine with a beautiful shot. The Headhunter makes the connection, a much needed connection, and now they're waiting things out. Another kill from Divine. Make it a third. This is unbelievable. Now the ultimate is unlocked. Tour de force. See what you can do. Can you be the force to reckon with? No, he will not. It will be Maticus to take him down, and it's just down to one. A lonely polar bear, and that will be the third for Duram.
That's 3 in a row, and I have to admit that that is quite convincing. They were able to monopolize site, but we can't forget the most important part of that round. There was no intention on the side of Montclair State to win that round. They didn't go into that saying, yeah, there's no way we're going to lose this round. We are so prepared. No, that's kind of the point of a save round. You're hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. And I think that's the best way to summarize the way they played that round. A good choice for Chamber to pull out. I believe that was Divine on the Chamber. To pull out that tour de force, as it does bring in a lot more capabilities and options for their team. But in the end, it just was enough. And that ability to have all those rifles gunned up against you did overcome, meaning that Durham is now in the lead. But with that, the save round is concluded. Montclair State has a full buy, and that means that they do have a full-on capability, saying that, yes, we should win this round.
No, I completely agree with you. I think bringing out the tour de force was a good moment, good timing, right? I mean, again, those split to second decisions where you have to make a choice. But, I mean, the fact that, Divine was able to find 3 and looking to find, a cheeky little 4th, I mean, not a bad call. But even though it doesn't matter now, they have the guns, like you said. And now Promo gets the information needed. Panda's going to get spotted, so now has to retreat this plan. Position, and clumsy, though. It's a little bit of a misfooting that happens, and Cry able to find one. So now Panda waiting the timing out. Master ability will be used, so this is going to be Cosmic Divide, and now they should get the plant for free. This is going to be a good post plant now for getting in the long A. We'll see now, and Trog even finds another one, so this is a good amount of reply, and it's back to an even 4-4. Extreme holding the high ground now gets revealed, and oh my gosh, a spam comes in through, but it's back and forth again. But now Duram are just wiping the floor down, and Promo ends it with a triple.
Promo did a phenomenal job that round. If we look especially at their route, it wasn't that they were putting themselves in the position to run in and get those kills. They were putting themselves in the type of position that allowed them to capitalize on the extension and the information of Montclair State. That was perfectly observed with just Promo's constant ability from round to round, and we even highlighted this in the very first round, that those Sova darts are doing so much at gathering information. I haven't been able to see exactly if we've seen that Owl drone, but regardless, you know that Promo is providing the information his team needs.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want from your Sova. Your Sova needs to get that information, and when your Sova's getting all the intel, it's a good way to investigate, get things done, get the job done. And now, Bladestone will be activated here from Montclair, so they're going to see what they can find. Extreme Jansel's going to wait things out. Got the op. Just waiting outside of long, peeking. Divine back in default position. Got the Headhunter out too. Been a menace with that thing so far tonight. I'll have to see what they can find, but the Bucky, this is big. This could be huge.
This is the pivotal part, but once again, the Sova with the information sees the Astro, maybe not. Regardless, they are able to take out Promo, but here are 2 kills going the way of Durham, as Extreme is able to use that Ion Operator quite proficiently. Clumsy now rotating. Door is going to be shut right on their face, as the Astro will be able to complete the plant. Extreme still holding this long angle. Bladestorm is in the hands of Panda, looking to do something with it. Swing out, won't be able to catch them, but Extreme once again with that Operator Cry to end it off. And man, oh man, Durham is just coming alive.
They're really starting to go on full strides. A lot of, just eradicating everybody. I mean, the first 2 rounds go in favor here for Montclair, but ever since then, they just haven't been able to figure out what they need to do. And this is getting a little bit more problematic. We haven't seen them try to contest for a lot of map control here, Bing, so I'm curious. If you think that Montclair, do you think they want to go for some kind of, quick little aggro push, maybe get the first kill? Or is that maybe something that they don't kind of do in their normal gameplay?
I'm going to be honest, I don't think that would be something they do in their normal gameplay. I think I'm always going to be wrong.
Well, we can't always be right.
I told you, the chamber pick at the start is all I'm going to have. These players are just going to take every single bit left out of me. I think that's a good conclusion. That's the only thing I can be right about.
Ooh, a nice shot from Panda, though. Almost able to get a second, too. Very unusual round that we're seeing. It's just a lot of individual picks that are coming now in. Promo's going to get the recon. That information shouldn't be able to find him. And now Trog, oh my goodness, a driving shot. I don't know how he landed that, but he's got a little bit of an X-ray of his own. And now Promo trying to see what he can do. He's a little bit flash, but he gets back into full effect here. And now the Wolf's out, and he's getting tagged. And Clumsy takes down Novice, so this is big. This is a 3-on-2. They have the advantage situation now.
We can't forget about the two Hunter's Furies, and if they are played improperly, they can be canceled out by the other. The moment you see where it's coming from, that gives the other opposing Sova the ability. But look at this amazing Owl Drone taking out all the ammo of Maticus. Polar to find that kill. First Hunter's Fury coming out. We'll be able to find them. They're going to half it and hop right off. That's the best possible outcome. Swing out, and there's Clumsy to find Promo, and that will be after 5 consecutive rounds. Montclair State to find their own.
Really good play from Clumsy. The fact that he pushed the Sova when he was trying to use the Hunter's Fury, that's exactly what you want to do. You want to make sure you get up close and personal, because then you can win that exchange very easily. You give the space after they're using the ult. It's just a recipe for disaster. That's something you don't want, but like you said, Montclair State, they actually pick up their round now. It's been a little bit of a while, but hey, doesn't matter. Still lots of rounds to go in the first half. They got the operator still in the hands for Panda. And even now, look at this. Damn, they're looking like they just want to full aggress into this B site. Flash will give the indication that somebody's there at least. They don't know the numbers, but they got the intel that people are there. And now, I think they're starting to figure it out.
Sova recon dart being prepped. Polar even sending out all those cabbages, hoping to find a target. Extreme playing the close angle. I am a huge fan, but here's this Cosmic Divide cutting Clumsy off. The Sova dart will still be able to knock them out. Blaze Storm will be to find. Extreme able to upgrade to a rifle. Clumsy to find 2. Even with that Cosmic Divide, make that 3. Huge headshots. 4 now. Swinging around, Panda will even clean it up, and that will be the round going the way of the defenders as Montclair surely has something to say after those 5 consecutive rounds.
Oh man, they're just firing on all cylinders now. They're starting to wake up a little bit. What a performance that we see from Clumsy. You can see this is a little bit of the replay. Look at this, Clumsy with 1, 2. He's like, hey, I'm not done. I'll make 3. And yeah, I just want to get 4. I want to get a nice little clip, and boom. That's going to be done and dusted, but a great amount of individual work that comes in from the Astra player. This isn't something you always see. Not a battle Astra. That's not typically a thing. It's battle Sage, but hey, it'll do.
Astra is the #1 agent where I don't believe there's a battle Astra, but time and time again, I'm proven wrong as they are able to maneuver themselves. They have such a key outlook on the game that they know exactly where to situate themselves in order to be getting those frags. And I want to add that that was not Montclair State's Astra's Cosmic Divide. Clumsy didn't activate that. That was the other side, and they just used that information to their advantage. So just once again, complete advantage. But here, 3 Astra starts, you're going to see exactly how they can interact as all this information is being fed. They know that they're on site, and there, the knock will work in the effect, helping Montclair out. Panda will be able to find 1, 2 through the smoke, and Montclair, once again, I gotta tell you, are coming alive.
Yeah, Panda's really starting to light things up now. Skyflash will be there and give the indication. Panda now still holding a very aggressive position, but Clumsy still finds another. But Panda, oh no, misses it. But it doesn't matter because Divine's there, and they're going to be able to clean this up pretty much with these. Only losing 2 casualties, but Montclair now have brought this thing back to an even game. They lost their footing in the beginning, but now they're starting to get those laces done up.
You know, I know I shouldn't be focusing too much on the past, but I really do have to shout out Clumsy. As the Astra and IGL of Red, they are doing a phenomenal job. And I gotta tell you, from previous experience, nothing, and I mean nothing, feels better than being an IGL and being able to show everyone on your team, yo, I got this.
Yeah.
I'm here. I got this. I can do this just as well as you, while telling you, while giving the in-game commands. My man, go off, Clumsy. Go off.
Ooh, some really good information gain too. It's really well done. And now Panda holding the aggressive angle. But Extreme Jansel might be able to find this. Oh, just misses it by a pixel. Will contest again. A second miss. Strike 3, and you might be out, Panda. One more shot to see. Gonna wait things out, and now gonna pull back through. Not gonna commit to this anymore. Dram now getting mid control. The drone will be used, and now as where Clumsy can fall back, and you can already see the Astra Stars are gonna be placed. Not gonna be the smokes, but it will just be the gravity well. Look at this positioning. Dram actually switched things up completely. Oh my goodness, Panda, go to sleep. He's done. And that's a really good pickup. Now Dram are in the driver's seat.
The Salvo Journal will be pivotal at gathering the information they need here from Trog. Divine to find one very huge pick. As soon as they are spotted out, they will go ahead and TP with their rendezvous right on out of there. Nova gonna try to flash, won't be successful, only blinding himself. Regardless, it's gonna be a second one out for the chamber, looking for a third. Promo will be able to shut them down, but the blinds are coming out. Hunter's Fury wants to deny this plant, and it will be successful. Cry to find a single headshot, and now accompanied by the Sova. They are trying to recover the spike and get the plant down. 15 seconds to do so. You need 4 seconds to successfully get the plant. And now this Owl Drone will do exactly that. Cry to find one. Plant will now be successful, but there's Trog to find it. He's gonna send his recon up. He doesn't know, but Cry will get 3 huge kills, and maybe that's the 3 to accompany the fact that he literally drinks 3 ginger ale cans in a day. My friend, I guess you love the letter, or just the number 3. Letter 3, I'm losing my mind. I think I need a ginger ale X.
Big round and a lot of good individual play. We've seen that a lot so far, right? On map number 1, there's been a lot of players that have really stepped up when they needed to. We saw Clumsy a couple rounds ago with the quad. Now even Cry coming up when pressure is at the most. Comes up with a nice 3K to finish things off. And now we're at the last round before the swap, obviously. Even now, they're going to put a lot more pressure into this. The flashes are in. The sound keys have been given. But these Lords are still going to prevail. They're still going to keep pressing onto this. See what they can find. The recon bolt will be used. It is just Sky that will be there. It will be the Astra player from Montclair in the back. The connector, and we'll have to see. Oh, this is going to be the first point of entry, potentially. Promo gets a lot of good information. Knows that nobody's close on buying. Clumsy now. Position, a little bit of a change here, Binks.
I do like this, and it does look like there is going to be a bit of information. Look at Montclair. They've slowly creeped up. And look at this chamber interaction we could see on mid, just on your minimap. This could be an absolute pivotal part. All of these parts of the round is just a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. The Sova at the back in spawn as well, just waiting for the information. They know that they're going to be pivotal. Extreme looking for the moment. We all know that he is nasty with it, but regardless, he has to swing out. There is a chamber interaction. None of them are going to bite the dust just yet. Hunter's Fury to even come out. Jet will dash in. Extreme looking for it. A huge shot from Panda, but not putting his Rainbow Six skills to the test. We'll be able to find 2, one with the Fragment, one with the Vandal, as they are looking to monopolize site control. Polar with 2 in retaliation, looking for 3, but Cry will be able to shut them down. Now 2v2, they might be able to get the revive onto the KO if they rotate in time, but there's the ping. It will not be possible. Divine pushing right on up. 5 seconds. It will not be successful, as Polar will be credited with the kill, as Trog with the kill onto Cry, as 6-6 at the half.
Whoo-wee. All right. We're at a tie game so far. And we were thinking Montclair maybe didn't have a chance the way that this game was going, but everybody just pulls back. It's a bit of a teeter-totter. Hey, we'll enjoy this ride, whatever. It's fine. And now things are going to be switched over, obviously. I'm going to be really curious what we're going to see on the difference on the sides. And I mean, we saw quite a bit of, predictability here. The last round, they just fully committed to B. They didn't even have a lurk in mid. They didn't get any sort of information. I mean, they just stayed true to that commitment. They didn't let go at all, Binks. And I'm not sure if maybe that was the wrong play, but hey, we'll see what they can do this next half.
This next half, I'm looking for both of these teams to have a lot more of an iron grip onto mid, and we can already see that with the KO of... Whoa, I'm losing their name right now. How am I losing their name? That's Novice. How can I forget about Novice? Novice is going to be doing their job of holding down mid, and that gives them an easy rotate to A, but this is a split push. 3 players are situated on B. The Jet, Sova, and Sky, they'll immediately start rotating, making sure that they have the information. But it doesn't look like they are going for the A push. The Astra is even rotating towards mid, and this is exactly where Novice is going to be the key player to look out for. They could hopefully give a sound cue, or if they hear it. He's playing jumped up on the small boxes, meaning that he should have the advantage. And look at this little pixel angle. That's how I know you play Siege, Novice. When I see those pixels, I know you play Siege. You're looking to have any sort of little bit of information, and that will tell you exactly what site they're going for. And it does look like it's going to be a rotate towards B, with the Chamber being the one once again lurking towards A. 40 seconds. It looks like this will be an explosive push. 2 Astra Stars remaining in the pocket of Clumsy, and it's just a matter of time before they explode.
Yeah, and MSU, they're going to try to
30
push into
seconds
this, so
left.
it's actually a bit of a fake. So now they're going to just right on into the B side. But oh, Cry is able to get 2, and Promo able to help him out on the side. So now they've been able to take down 2. The spike will get planted, but no, Novice. He's able to find one when he's just lurking in middle, and it's just down to Polar with 9 HP in a dream. But you got to take down 3 more players. The flashes might be coming out, but look at this Maticus waiting it out. He gets blinded, but Polar has to come up big, but it will not be done. And Durham now pick up the pistol.
I think that really comes down to the side of Durham being able to take control of their own site. We saw that the explosive nature did not work to great effect because I feel like the information wasn't there. The moment that we had the Chamber of Cry sitting right inside of market door button, where you want to call that cubby, what would you call that? I've heard a few different calls for it. I call it button or middle B. To be honest, I get a lot of weird calls, and I just hope that I'm looking in the right spot that someone's calling out. But regardless, all of you watching know exactly what I'm talking about. They didn't have the information on the Chamber, and he was able to get right on out of there. A beautiful shot, I will add, for the first one, and the assist. Especially when you're going for a B push that late in the round, that explosive nature can work when you have the smokes, but you want to have a little bit more pressure through mid, and that's when I talked about once again. Now we have the 2 players, KO going against the Astra within mid, and it's going to be that iron grip to be able to monopolize. Or if you look at Treat towards ramp, it's always that combined nature of what angles do you have control of and what 2 angles do you have to worry about.
And they're really waiting things out too. Spike's dropped all the way back at B main, so they just kind of have the 1-3-1, or the 1-1-3, sorry. But I mean, let's see what they can find in Extreme. Oh man, he's just playing in the smoke, waiting. Somebody's now made the cross. Now going to fall back. Novice is going to play just on the cat box again. Wait things out. Get the timing right, might be able to get this kill. That's going to be the spike. That's 1. Make it 2. Make it 3. A nice little clean. And now it's just down to 2 only. You can see Divine's able to get 1, and this could be big. Panda might be able to get a nice backstab. Finds the 1 kill. Might be able to find himself a second, but Extreme able to dash out of this situation. And now looking for a little bit more. Panda's got 29 bullets. 13 HP. Can it be done? But both these players, they look like they're going to ping pong. They're going to swing for this, but oh no, it's a little bit delayed, but Promo gets it. But a lot of damage been done by Montclair. That was a really good round for them.
It was, especially on what appeared to be a save, and you can tell it was from the sheriffs coming out, but that close encounter. If we had seen, for example, that Montclair pushed even slightly, a little bit further into the site, then that could have been absolutely different. But Novice, 1, 2, and 3. My man holding down mid, and that is something that I do not want to see changed. It's been an absolute pivotal part in each of the 2 rounds so far, and I don't see the KO giving up this pivotal position because they have the ability to throw their knife. Boom, look at that. They've been stunned from the dome effect. The first time a player has worked with me with a call that I was trying to give out. So thank you so very much to Novice. And I'm interested to see how Montclair is going to be able to take KO out of this power position.
And Durham actually do have the gun, so it's going to be pretty important. But now they actually do pick up the first kill. They take down the Jet. It's a really good pickup now. So even Montclair, they can just wait things out. And this is kind of the nice position when you have the player advantage. You make the defense now more in the guessing game. They have to put a little bit more risk to bringing it back to an even playing field. And they've actually retreated this plan bank, so now they're actually push up towards Cat. So Novice is going to be pushed by himself. He's only got a sheriff. See what he can find, but Panda flash will come in, not going to be able to land. Oh, that's 1. Novice, can you do another? Won't be able to, but it's a 1 and done. That's going to be okay. But now we can see the Montclair. They're going to push into this site, but it's a full stack. Durham's so close. They're already here.
They are going to be hit by that gravity roll, which means they are vulnerable for a quick second. Maticus with the Spectre taking full advantage of being able to tap those heads. Promo also holding down. We see that this is where the rifle advantage really comes into play. These two players have a lot to work through, but not a lot to work with. Swing around won't be able to take out that Phantom, and there's the second one, a team ace. That is quite rare, but it really shows that, hey, Montclair knows what they're doing, and they are all getting involved in doing their part. So I'd tip my hat 7-8. The first half, we saw that after those 2 rounds, Durham ran away with it. Now, are we going to see a similar pattern come out from Montclair, or are we going to sink into a lot more of a back and forward?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see because this is actually a full commit from Durham now, so we'll have to see what they can do. I think Montclair's purchase was a little bit mixed still, pretty much a full investment, but I think I still saw the odd different weapons, so we'll have to see now. Even they can see this is a bit of a split B potentially. Blade Storm's going to be activated. A good shock dart that actually lands. Doesn't do a ton amount of damage, but hey, it's just enough that, you know, it's better than none. Oh, they're going to go right up to
that's
even the
beautiful,
chamber.
Cry. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful
Oh,
skin.
man. Look at the amount of control that Divine already has. He's already pushed all the way up.
But I also want to acknowledge that he has 2 angles he has to worry about. If he is able to push in tandem with his team, that will be pivotal. MSU Panda able to get that opening frag could be exactly what they need. The chamber to push up. He will be spotted out and have to teleport back. But there is the right angle from Cry. Will be working exactly the way they want. But there, 3 kills, leaving the lonesome Jet to have to find all of them. Divine to find a third, and it's exactly that angle that you mentioned earlier there in Market to be the undoing of Durham. But let's look, both these chambers coming up absolutely huge. 2 on the side of Cry, but the 3 on the side of Divine were just absolutely massive. And I think those are the highlight plays we are looking for. But hey, look at that. We're now 8-8, as that's 2 consecutive rounds from Montclair.
Yeah, and this is starting to get a little scary, especially for Lords. I mean, this was their pick. This was their map pick, and this is a tough thing because it's not an easy map to master. I mean, it does come down to the Agent comp. It's really close, like we talked about in the pre-show. Now they're on that light round, the Shiko round. Cry does have the ultimate ready to go. Tour de Force actually does make the connections, wins the chamber fight, but now Clumsy able to find another, and Panda, and also Trog.
Whoa.
It's just red all over the board, and now the Lords are down to 2. We'll have to see if they're almighty. And Cry starting to get the rotate through. It's going to be a little bit too late. The spike does get planted. This is a tough position to be in, Banks. I mean, the retake is there, but at this point, like, do you want to go for it at this moment? They need to find another kill quick.
Promo did have the rifle there, and that was a very big and pivotal part to retaking this site. You also have the Tour de Force in the hands of the Chamber of Cry. They have to push in. They're going to notify their opponents, especially as they push in. They don't know where to look. This Astro Cloud could dissipate at any moment now. And he'll have to flick over. Not going to need to land the shot. Clumsy going to come out on top. And now Promo is left in the inopportune situation, finding a second. No time to go for that defuse. They have the Hunter Fury in their pocket, so dying here does not do them any good. And they will make the rational decision to say, hey, I will live to see another day. They are going to be caught up by Polar, so perhaps you can see a third kill, or he's going to hide it out. Smart move. Very smart move.
Yeah, no reason for him to go for that fight at all. But you said it pretty much best. I mean, there was a lot of pressure for Cry. I mean, he had the Tour de Force out. So if you have that ultimate, obviously you're acting like you have an operator. So that's the thing. You're kind of in the hot seat. So the fact that he was still able to, I think, find 2 kills that last round, but not able to get that other one onto the Astra against Clumsy. If he would have gotten that kill, I think we would have saw Durham actually try to commit to that retake, which would have really changed that round a little bit. But considering they didn't put a lot of investment into that, that was still a pretty stellar round.
It was. They definitely gave Montclair State a run for their money. And now they do have that full buying power that we talked about before. Extreme having to dash away. I'm sorry, that's not a Marshall. A Marshall has a lot more hip fire accuracy. Unfortunately, it will be Extreme to fall with that operator. But with this rotate and Cosmic Divide, there's a lot of information missing, and it does seem that B is a clear sight, but there's no sound indicator. Chamber's gonna be the first to rotate, and now Panda to find their second on the round. Cosmic Divide will fall. Panda with a third, tapping heads. They'll rotate right around this site, and they are gonna have the ability to get more. Divine connecting on to Maticus. Who will get this final kill, or will we see Cry with this glowing Vandal be able to clutch this one up? This tells us that they have the most kills, but can they make that difference even larger? Finding one won't be enough, as Polar will be able to find them.
Oh man, a tough task, right? I mean, you're asking Cry for a 1v5 in that kind of a moment. Oh boy. I mean, yeah, his gun says champions, but whew, man, that is a tall task that I don't even think I'd want to have. So good round that we're seeing from Montclair. Now they get the double digits. They're at 10. So they're starting to feel really good. And now even Jerem, they don't have enough money. Their money is pretty much shambles at this moment. So another Shiko round is probably going to be on the deck of cards. But right now, Montclair, they're feeling good. They have a lot of control. They're close to getting at least 2 ultimates, I believe I saw. That was close by. Well, right now, we'll see the Bladestorm going to be activated here for Extreme to see if he can make an extreme play. And Panda, if you're not careful, you might get a knife to this gunfight, but will be able to fall back. Even now, they're going to slow things off. Wait it out a little bit longer, but look at how much control that Extreme has. This is really good information. This could be huge. This could really change the round. Oh, there it is.
Wow.
Beautiful shot. Takes down
Wow.
Panda, not expecting it all. A backstab, really. And now a swing from Cry. He gets the information, but that's good because now his teammates can react to this.
Just that little second of seeing your opponents on the map, whether it be from a trap or any source of little pixel peek, can make a really big difference, especially for Durham, who is now down 4 consecutive rounds. They're looking to say, hey, we're still in this game. I want to make sure that everyone knows this, and getting that information is the exact way to do so. The Chamber of Cry hasn't backed off of this angle. Heal coming out, but luckily for Montclair State, all 4 of these remaining players are healed up. They have a guiding light in 20 seconds alongside the one that's already in the pocket.
30 seconds
Extreme
left.
being the only agent, accompanied by the Asher. This is a 3-2 split. But oh no, you can't flick when you see the Sova recon dart, as that's going to be a perfect clear on the side of Montclair State, as all 4 players have now rotated on to B. Look at this, what I like, they only have 3. This is going to be a big push. Try to find one. Hunter's Fury not going to find anything. But they have all 3 players situated at the back. They have to maneuver together. They have to, if you're on the side of Durham, you have to make sure that you all watch a perfect angle. You don't want to have to worry about who's watching your back. You have to work right on in tandem. And that is exactly what we're hoping to see, as Trog will find one. Cry to find a second on the round. Cry to find a third on the round. Swinging around, he'll find a 4th to keep Durham in it. Free defuse, 10-9, and this one does look to be going all the way.
Man, the reason that Cry was able to get through there, not only with just the hot shots, but I mean, again, you said this earlier in the game where the recon bolt gets that information. That was promo getting so much information for Cry to be able to maneuver around and get those frags. That was so important, and it was just able to get the lights out show and keep them alive in that game, because if we would have saw Montclair take that could have been a bit dire for Durham, because they would have had to save those guns. And honestly, the way that this game has been going, it would have been tough. I mean, the firefight we're noticing from Montclair, it's looking pretty hot and heavy at this moment.
Nico is solid on both teams, and I think this round will be quite pivotal. This is a very interesting operator selection. Panda's opening and peeking this ward out in the blue. You're probably wondering, hey, they're so very vulnerable. What aren't they looking out for? They don't have to. They got their team watching out. Cry will be spotted out, and this is going to be quite pivotal. Their gadget, their trademark will be destroyed, as they are now concerned to market. And it does look like all 4 of these players are going to rotate into market. Astro, you're going to have to find one of them. It's going to need to spot them out. It's just a question of how many were spotted out on the map. This will feed a lot of information. Extreme to find Divine. Once again, an explosive way to start this round, and the trademark inside of market will detonate, unlike the one next to tree. Cry swinging out, using his rendezvous in quite spectacular fashion to get right on out of there. Maintaining that man advantage for Durham is going to be key in winning this round.
Okay, the drone gets a bit of info, but Cry gets a free kill, takes down Polar. So now the flashes are gone, the heals are gone. Been eradicated here from Montclair, so they're going to be able to push on through. The Spike's still in control, but they need to get a kill. They need to get something good, but no Trog. He's got his bow out for the gunfight, not the right time. Now the flashes are coming in. Novice is able to slow things down a little bit more, but Clumsy's full blind. Doesn't matter. Still going to be able to get the shots needed. And now all the defenders are here, but the off is going to be too exposed, and that's going to be the team ace to bringing this thing back to a 10-10 game.
I'm sorry, team aces. Sometimes a team ace will feel better. It feels better than even. It feels better for everyone than one player getting an ace. I think that's. It feels like everyone did their part. You feel like a well-oiled machine. It might not be a flawless round, but sometimes a flawless round doesn't seem flawless. It feels lucky to some sort of degree. A team ace really shows that everyone was in position and they won their ones. I think that's the key point that needs to be made there. If you're winning your ones, and this is something that's always mentioned, see, win your ones, or any game where you have only one life, win your ones, and that's how you win the game. If everyone wins their ones, then you guys are gonna win the round. Exactly what you see there, and especially for Durham, where they didn't overextend, they didn't go for those extra peaks, they allowed everyone to have their time to shine. Exactly what you have to keep doing, and this is now a 10-10 game.
Really good positioning from Novice, though. He's already pushed up into Wine, so the fact they kind of have this read. Panda's anticipating this, but if there's a good distraction that comes in from the player in the A side on main, that puts that pressure away from him. So right now, Novice is playing by himself. This is not a good situation to be in. So they can go for that engagement. The flash will come in. Oh, the double boost. Panda's trying to get a little bit cheeky, trying to see what he can find. The flash comes in, goes for the swing, but everybody's blind. He's even a little blind, but still able to find 2 big kills. And now it's just green all over the place. It's a 3-on-2. The player advantage here for Durham, and they're looking really good. Promo still locking the site, waiting, anticipating more. It's Strog trying to see what he can do. They have the Hunter's Fury, but it's too little too late, and the spray's coming in, and that's going to be the spike down. It's just down to Polar.
Unfortunately, Spang the Frogs was not able to help Trog. Regardless, Polar now stuck in this 1v2, looking for the Jet, not able to find them as Extreme is going to rotate back. And there is Maticus waiting inside tree, nice and patient for that rotate back. When in doubt, hold the spike, and that's exactly why. Nicely done by Durham, as they will be able to retake the lead as we come down to the dying rounds of this match. That is assuming we don't see overtime.
All right, I was talking about, for the Lords, they needed to pick things up, and they're starting to. This is their map pick. I said that. So for them to be now in the lead again, feeling a little bit easier, feeling a little bit better about this. But Montclair now going to be putting a lot of their presence towards B. They're actually going to just, it almost looks like they want to do another split. They've had that mid control pretty easily. Headhunter is going to be used from the chamber. You can see it's just on the other side of the wall. Extreme playing very aggressive, but able to dash out of this. Gets a one shot. Could be big. Gets it. Able to get out of that. That's a great amount of entry. Now they can reposition. They're in a good position now, and Cry able to find another one. That's Clumsy trying to lurk. And now they have to commit to this, Binks. They can't really turn back now.
It is a save round. We can't forget that. I believe I did see one rifle, but I don't know if that was sold at the very end. Extreme with this operator is going to be the hardest part of this take. Even with the Hound coming in. Bit hesitant even, but look at all these different angles they have to watch out for. They're all jumping all along B corridor, but there's not much they can do. Polar is going to be able to get their Seekers. I don't think this is the right round to use it. They have the rifle in their hands, so they did buy at least one. I think this is a round where you really do just want to go for a very safe push and hope you find a hole in the attack, or sorry, hole in the defense of Durham.
Wow, the fact that they've actually retreated this, and there was only one player. Promo's going to lock this by himself, holding a very aggressive angle. Oh, goes for the shot, just misses it barely. And now we can see Montclair. They're actually going to switch things up. They're going to try to put some more pressure, but Extreme able to find a second one. 14 seconds are left, and that's going to be the spike drop. So now it's just down to Panda, realizing I don't think I got a chance here. Trying to see what he can do. Gets a nice shot. Can he get himself a second? He will not. And that is going to be match point now in favor for the Lords, and we'll have to see if they can cross this finish line.
This is their map pick in these dying rounds of the game. This is where we expect to see them come up absolutely huge, and I do believe this is a very good time to see a timeout on the side of Montclair State. I have to wonder what's going through their heads. They have the eco now, so that's no longer an issue. But they have the daunting task of attacking. Well, that does seem like, well, when you're attacking, you get to choose what's going on. They have two pivotal alts that they have to compare with. Astra's Cosmic Divide can completely separate the information, the sound barrier that it creates, as well as KO's Null Command could basically... I guess it's right in the name, nullify all 3 of the ultimates on the side of Montclair State Red. All of their Cosmic Divide, Seekers from Sky, as well as Sova's Hunter's Fury, all null, not able to be activated for the duration. So as they're talking within this timeout, you know that they are talking, hey, how are we going to do this? Are we going to go for more of a distraction? A big take through mid. We know that Chamber has been the one holding market, as well as KO all the way through little mini elbow looking towards mid inside that cubby. There's a lot going on, and man, I gotta tell you, Les, that was a really nice dinner, and it's making me kind of hungry.
You know, I think you said it really well. I think this obviously is going to be a big round of ultimates. It's going to be a matter of how those ultimates are going to be used. And the nice thing is the null command is available. So, I mean, even for Durham, if they have their KO in the right spot of the execute that comes in from the attacking side, that's going to shut down everything to be used. So that's really important. But also, I mean, when we look at Montclair, they have the Seekers that's going to be able to get the good entry point. But also you have the Cosmic Divide, so that can block things off. So it's going to be a matter of, I mean, being in the right place, the right time, I think. But we will definitely be seeing, I mean, there's 5 ultimates available on the board right now. I think we're going to see probably 0.
Well, as we tick right on down to the start of this game, I don't know why we are moving in slow motion.
I think
I'm really hoping.
I think it
Guys, who let Sid the Sloth from Zootopia manage the timer? Come on. We have a player restart. That is quite valid. Durham, if you're looking time to set up all of your defenses, now would be the time to do so. To our spectator, can we just see a quick loadout of what everyone is running for this round? I don't know how much of a delay there is, but hopefully we can get... There we go. Beautiful. Full armor. Maticus, come back. Maticus, no. Well, Phantom, Vandal, Operator, Vandal. Oh, it seems like these players like Vandal, and I think that's to good reason. A lot of them have been hitting their headshots. For an Astra, I definitely do believe a Phantom is the better way to go. You want to be able to have that spray capability, especially when you have that vulnerable player. You're going to be hitting them with gravity wells, which makes them vulnerable to like maybe 1 or 2 shots. A Phantom will do just as much, especially when a Phantom headshot, when they're vulnerable. Ta-da, they're gone, they're dead. Making it better for the better than the Vandal in that situation. What did this guy just say? I'm going to pass it over to you. I just got told. Thank you, Sky. I appreciate that. I can never be right. I can never.
Hey, that's all right, man. So I think we're still getting things out. We can obviously see there's a little bit of a tech issue. So we're just getting everything ready to go. But I mean, I think this is not a bad thing in consideration. I mean, when you have a player disconnect like this, it kind of gives that extra amount of time that, you know, everybody can kind of go over the last bit of strategy. They can kind of figure out what they need to, because this is a very important round. I mean, you're down by 2. Everything is relying on this just to stay alive. But I mean, they're looking pretty good because they only need 1 more to take this. But I think Montclair, we're going to have to see what's going to be a little bit different. And then, like we said, they have 3 ultimates available. And I'm kind of thinking we're going to see them very much get depleted right away just so they can get into that site entry.
Yeah, I could not have said it better myself. And I do want to take this time to really highlight some key players. And I think all the players on each team have been showing up, and that has been something really nice to see. But on the side of Durham, you mentioned it earlier. I mentioned it before that. And then I think you might have even mentioned it first. I'm not even sure. But Promo's information gathering skills are just so pivotal to Durham at this moment, where they're able to work so well off that information. And that's not to say that the players getting the kills aren't able to get it. And I believe that Cry is the kill leader. That's not to say that his kills are only as a result of Promo. I'm saying that it's working in tandem, that they are working as such a well-oiled machine, that this is exactly what they have to do. And if they are to be able to, if they're able to keep up that synergy, I see them being able to propel themselves all the way into map 2 with this one in their pocket.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, it's pretty important, right? I mean, we obviously the kill feed is a pretty important thing, right? When you pad all the stats, I mean, yes, it's one little glimpse of the picture, but a picture can say 1,000 words, right? And We've been saying it a lot. A lot of the players on this team, especially the Sovas, have been phenomenal getting that information when they need, and that's the beauty of it. That's what you need from your support players. And from both squads, we've honestly seen it executed quite well. And now we're back in. Everything's on the line here. Can we see Montclair bring this thing to another round of survival, or do we see Durham going to be able to pull through, get the trigger done, get the job done, a map of their choosing? Only time will tell, Binks.
It does look like it will be an explosive start, and it does look as well like Montclair State says, hey, mid is ours. We're going to make sure that they know. They already got rid of the rendezvous up inside of Market, then rotated away. Astra's also going towards a long corridor, so that could be a telltale sign of the type of push that they are edging towards. But if I've learned anything, it's that you can't know for sure. A smart choice to use the gravity well. Very quick reaction time from Clumsy. That's not a Clumsy reaction. But now it's just the KO. The Sova as well as Chamber will be rotating right on up to heaven. This is 3 players. They still have the 2 waiting on B. All these ultimates need to be deployed. That will be the Seekers first to come out. KO still has his null command. Hunter's Fury should be able to find the KO. No null command. Astra's Cosmic Divide will come out as the kills. There will be a flurry. 4-3, Montclair State have the advantage. They will be able to get the plant down with 9 seconds to spare. Extreme swinging out, not able to find it, and Divine just before the barrier comes up. And this is one of my favorite reactions in the game, where you have 2 different Cosmic Divides, all these sound barriers being channeled into 3 different sections. One will finally come down. Cry needs to swing up alongside their companion of Maticus, working in tandem, not able to find it, all left up to Cry. The kill leader won't be able to find it as a 4 kill from Divine will keep Montclair State Red in it for one more round.
Man, that Cosmic Divide pretty much solidified them to get that round. I mean, you put Cry in such a bad position. And that's the thing. When you get it landed on that kind of an angle, it's so hard to just jump out of there blindly. I mean, you don't know what's on the other side of it. But a great job that comes in from Montclair. The fact that they were able to pull it through. We said that they were going to burn all the utility. They did. They went through all the utility, all the ultimates were gone, and now we have Tour de Force that is available here, and it's going to be activated. It should be activated. This is the last round. This is to see if we push to overtime, or if we see Durham going to be able to cross this finish line. But boy, oh boy, they are struggling to get there.
This round feels like it would be pivotal. I think if we go to overtime, we could see a little bit of back and forth, and I'm pretty sure we've endless overtime enabled for these series. I don't know for sure. That is always a very concerning part to me if these teams do play really well balanced. Novice going back to their roots, and those roots were Rainbow Six Siege, as well as holding this short angle. So there will be an operator on the ground. Flash will come out, not able to stun the Chamber of Divine. Swinging out, looking for 2. Won't be able to find it just yet. Gravity Well won't be able to capture any of the 2 players. I don't know what side that was detonated on, but this seems like exactly the kind of stalemate you want if you're a Durham fan. It's a bit of a stall out on the side of Montclair. They're looking for a way to really take it out. Extreme, yes, you're nodding up and down, but do you know that you should be taking a shot right now? And if you do, you might be able to get a kill. Maybe not. But look at this explosiveness onto site. All the kills, it's all left up to Clumsy in a 1v3, 24 seconds. Plant will be successful. 3 kills to find. The no command will be there, able to down 1. 12 seconds for a res to be issued on the side of Montclair State. It will be successful, meaning that Novice will have one last chance to push right on in. Clumsy needs to find the head. This is not looking likely, and Maticus to find the penetration headshot. Novice to get the defuse, and this first map will go the way of Durham Lords. Man, oh man, that was an absolute crazy one. It went all the way down to the wire, and I have to be honest, it could have gone either way.
Yeah, it definitely could have gone either way. I mean, we talked about it. Durham, I mean, they just pulled through. They just made it through. And I mean, honestly, the way that we saw Montclair play that game, it looked like they were going to be able to take this. And I mean, when you lose your map pick, that's the worst feeling in the world, because you think you're confident. You're like, yeah, we got this. This is fine. But the fact that it got this close, pretty expected on this kind of a map, honestly, in my opinion. Like, I always think this map goes pretty much to the distance, most cases, not all cases. But either way, I mean, Montclair really put up a good fight, and we saw there's a lot of firepower to really consider from this team.
It was, especially as we move on to a map like Bind. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for a few agent selections. I'm not going to say them now just because I don't want to jinx it too soon. I will say it once we come back after a short 3-minute break. So guys, don't go anywhere. I'm going to go fill up my water bottle because I feel like this next one is going to require a lot of concentration, and I'm so happy to be bringing it to you guys. So don't go anywhere. NECC will be right back in 3 minutes. Hello everyone, welcome back to the NECC. We have a riveting matchup so far. We just saw Durham going against Montclair State Red, and they were able to hold their map pick. So for all of you in chat saying that, wow, where are they even from? They are from Toronto, and Toronto has to represent fellow Canadians. So I have to say, they did a phenomenal job in that first map, and it came down to them being able to play once again as a team. And that is not to say that Montclair State did not play as a team. They did just as much, as we saw one of the closest scored lines possible. It was 11-13. So now as we go onto Montclair State's map pick, we have to wonder the exact same thing. Are we going to see a close matchup, or is having that map advantage going to be able to propel Montclair State that much further?
Yeah, and that's the difference too, right? I mean, now we're switching things over onto bind, and like you said, this is MSU's pick. So for them, I mean, this is a completely different situation. This is a lot more, you know, even footing in terms of like the map. I mean, the biggest thing you have is the teleporters, right? It's not like you have these crazy angles and you have to worry about tower positions. So it's going to be a very different setup. But I mean, I'm curious about the agent composition, but looking like a little bit of a mix up. We see Extreme actually going for the Reyna. Novice does lock in the Raze too. So pretty much the same thing we saw from MSU. They're actually going to pretty much have the exact same, I think it's actually pretty much the exact as before, but not a bad agent composition from both teams. I think, you know, I would give the edge a little bit here with having a Raze in the arena. I like the double duelist. I think this could be a good setup for them.
It could. I actually really love the Reyna on bind. Now that we're in the game and I don't see them, I was hoping for a Yoru. I'm not gonna lie, bind's my favorite map to see a Yoru played on, especially because of the ability to really use his kit to fake out your opponent. You see the fake TP, the fake teleport in the TP, so you don't know if the Yoru's actually teleported. It's just a beautiful way to mess with your opponents, to the point where the moment there's a Yoru in the game and they're not on your team, you don't trust those teleporters. But now, with no Yoru and no Omen to fake out a TP, there's without a doubt, you hear the teleporter, you're turning your head and you are spraying like there's no tomorrow trying to get that player.
Oh man, it's going to be a really interesting purchase too. So a lot of mixture in the pistols, right? I mean, a couple ghosts, a couple frenzies. But Montclair going to have the 3 players at A going to be grouped up. Leaving just Chamber and Astra at B by themselves. But even now, Durham, they're actually going to put a lot of pressure. The hookah will be controlled. The Novice, holy moly, that's a great shot to get the opener. Cry able to find another one. So now Divine, he's been able to be a headhunter. But can he do it again? He misses the one shot. He's got 3 more in the chamber. Yes, he will. That's a beautiful shot. Burns all the ammo, but they've been able to take down the kills. And now it's just a 2-on-3. Make it to the 2-and-2. Oh my God, Divine alone has just been able to lock this round down. And it's just down to Cry on the 1-on-2.
It is doable, but can you really shut down Divine? Are you going to deny them with a clip? You're looking to do it. A perfect TP will get them out of that situation. Once again, information being a pivotal part of this game. Cry swinging out, trying to find them. Is going to do the smart thing and rotate. Now the 2 remaining players, Trog as well as Divine, are going to make their way into site. 23 seconds until another recon bolt can be deployed. 30 seconds in the round. Plant will be successfully done on the side of Durham, and now they have to play the waiting game. 4 shots left in the headhunter. Divine looking for the 4th on the round, and being able to say that he almost single-handedly won the round for Montclair State Red. Both players will jump down at the same time. 3 shots now, narrowly able to avoid the shock dart. There's the recon dart, spotted out once again. He has the assist. You have to swing out, looking for the player. He'll be able to find it. Are they just gonna stick it? Oh my God, Cry!
Oh my God! It's a reverse clutch situation. Divine able to pull things through in the early beginnings, but no, it's going to be Cry that's able to get the 1-on-2, and MSU got a little too complacent and they lose it. They lose control of that. Right down to the sliver of the spike ticking. It was so close. It must have been within at least a second. We talked about Cry before. We talked about Divine, and both these players, both the Chambers alone, pull up 3 frags, but also Cry brings in the big round.
Oh my goodness, that was to the very last second. You can see the Sova spinning, trying to avoid any sort of headshot. Oh my goodness. If that's the type of match we're going to be having, I'm telling you right now, this one is going to be one for the record books here in NECC. Clumsy to find one. Caught right in between all those paint shells. Is able to be able to shut down Cry. Extreme to find their own respective frag. Divine, once again, in their powered position. They want to try to shut things down. TP, 2 TPs. It looks like they are really trying to capture this. That's so smart. This teamwork from Montclair, being able to get the heal off from a safe location, and the dual peeking capabilities, Divine and Truckify, and when Truck to find a second one, that is going to be Montclair coming up absolutely huge 2 rounds in a row.
Whew, man, oh man. And like you said, that was a really good big brain play. I mean, having this guy go through the TB just gets the heal, right? That's the beauty of it. That's the best thing about her ability, is that you get that AoE. That's where you can get the heals, and man, it can do so much work. And I mean, it's just pretty much a full amount of HP that comes back for the Astra. But 2 in a row now. It's going to be a full purchase that comes in for Durham. We're going to have to see what they can do. This is the bonus for Montclair. So they can play a little bit more orthodox. This is where they can mix things up. They can be a little bit more adventurous and see what they can do.
These rounds are coming down right to the wire. Regardless, Durham has had that first round taken right out of their hands. So very close. It had us convinced with how close it was, but the timer did say exactly the way things would go. But Shrug, holding an interesting angle, 10 seconds left until they have another recon dart. We have to really acknowledge how many recon darts we see. Bruno, it seems like they time it and they're in the perfect position. Slowed. What a play! That's going to be right off the back of that gravity well. They're going to have to find this raise. Novus is going to be able to find another shot onto Polar, as these 3 players on the side of Montclair are going to be rotating through the spawn. Trying to find one. They have the rifle advantage as well as the shotgun advantage, I guess, in this case. Cry finding that kill, we're able to spot out the 2 other players, so they know exactly where they're coming from. Those paint shells are going to be able to do a phenomenal job. Cry to find a second one, and also claiming that glowing Vandal to show that they are the top frag in the lobby. Promo sneaking around, we'll be able to find Divine, and there, officially, Durham will be on the board.
Yeah, they pick it up with some pretty good ease in some fashion. So now we'll see Montclair. They're going to see what they can do. 2-1, and now the ultimate is available for Cry. No need to use it yet, so that's kind of the beauty of having the chamber ult. You can just wait for that thing out as much as you want. But some light armor that comes in from Montclair, so we'll have to see what they can find. They don't have like tons of money on this, but now they can see they can get the momentum shift potentially. I don't know. Banks will have to see, but look at this. Oh, it's a nice split. This is a good recon. This could be a juicy little one.
Whoa! Okay.
Oh, that's dirty.
You know that it was... If that's not practice and that was just eyeballed, then props to you. You've gained my respect, but you can tell that that's the practice that's going in on the side of Durham. They have the idea. They have the information that they're looking for. Now they just get a spray. This is quite interesting. Blind on both sides. And they don't know where that Raze was able to rotate to. This gives them a very powerful position. There is Astra's... Or sorry, not Astra's. Reyna's Lear. Cry to find one onto Polar, as it seems like an explosive push onto this A site. Shock Dart is going to barely clip the chamber, if not at all. Panda even able to find the Reyna pushing up. They want to retake the site, but the plant will be unsuccessful. All of this timing has been absolutely insane, as Montclair State completely monopolizes their site and makes sure that Durham knows it is theirs and theirs to keep.
Woo-wee. Okay, Montclair, we see you. Now they're able to make things a little bit more interesting, right? They get that retake. They don't even get the spike down against Durham. That's huge. I mean, that was a big individual play that came in from the player on the side of the site, taking down the planter. And now you'll see another purchase that does come through for the Lords. It doesn't work at A. We're going to see if it can get tested at B. And now even Montclair have changed up their composition. They actually now have the lean of 3 players at this site. Chamber and also the Astra with the Jet. A really good mixture, but it's a bit of a 2-2 split. Having just the Lurkasova way in the back And Divine, we'll see what he can find. He spots a bit of a pixel, spots the shoulder, does some good damage. Not able to get a kill. He's still holding the high ground. Look at this. It's a thing of beauty. He's able to get this first kill, and even Panda now able to help out, looking for a little bit more. And looking like Durham, they're getting stuck in the mud a little bit here, Binks.
Highly unfortunate. They do need to try to find reconciliation, but it doesn't look like it will be a possibility, as Novice, left on the Rays, isn't going to have much options. And look at that recon bolt. The information from these Sova players. Clumsy also to find the kill. Wow. Can they teach me how to play Sova?
Yeah,
They're
exactly.
they're making him look like one of the most important agents out here, and there's even an Astra on the board still.
Yeah, ults are starting to build up too, right? I mean, you got the 3 available for Montclair. They got the Chamber ready with the Astra and also Bladestorm. Not going to need to have Bladestorm used yet, but the Cosmic Divide can be really important, especially for that retake situation potentially. We'll have to wait and see, but the duelist going to be activated here for Durham, so we'll see what they can do. And this might be the round, and Tour de Force will be used. That's going to be important. That's going to be the hot seat. That's the player to watch. Let's see if the connection can happen. But look at all the amount of players they have on short. They're going to just try to bombard this really quickly.
This is interesting. I like the push they're going for. The Rays Reina combo is one that can be very, very lethal if in the right hands. We'll be able to get one. Pulling out the shock at the wrong second. They will be able to survive, taking only a little bit of damage. Cry to be able to find one on 2. Clumsy. Cry to find a second one on Divine. Strog still inside of Lamps. A huge shot from Promo, willing to take out Panda, relegating them to the bench for the rest of the round. And now we see a 2v2 off the back of a save round on Durham. There is the Hunter's Fury on both sides. The Sova is very lit up on Montclair State. They will be able to detonate the Hunter's Fury, and we talked about them doing it together. And look at this, they have the information. However, unfortunate, both of these players won't be able to connect, but you saw how the Hunter's Fury completely made it. So the Hunter's Fury on Montclair was just neglected. It was completely counteracted.
Okay, flashes are coming in now too. Still 2 shots remaining for Cry. Just enough to take these defense players down. Tensions are starting to go a little bit more. A lot of hesitation to go for this. Really waiting things out. Recon Bolt now can be used. Flash again will be used. So now they're going to be able to get themselves in this site at least. Cry has a good angle. Getting this kill is important. Able to take down the head. That's a headhunter shot if I've ever seen one. So now Polar by himself gets the one. Anticipating this to be into Hookah, but it's going to be Promo that's able to find that. They get themselves a second.
That's exactly what they needed. And we also have information from our predictions. And it does look like there is a 60% going the way of MSU compared to a 40% on Durham. So it is quite close on the betting side over in chat. So if you guys are watching recording, it's always fun to come in and watch it live. You can put your Twitch bits into here and hey, you get a bet on who you think is going to be able to win this matchup. But now we see this 4-2 score line. But for every 2 rounds is only 1 for Durham. They're going to have to change that ratio. Otherwise, this match could escape them quite quickly. Sova Dart will come out outright. Polar has the guiding light ready. Gonna send it out wide. Swinging out, but it does not do the job as they're able to hide their vision. Promo to take out Polar, forcing Clumsy to rotate right on back. Durham, it was only Promo to take a little bit of damage on the Sova. But regardless, they have the capabilities to continue pushing this round regardless of all the alts on the side of Montclair.
The hunt begins.
3-2 split. Now it's going to be Showstopper. It's going to be used. Not going to be able to stop any of the show yet. Novice goes for the peak, but Clumsy wins it. And now it's going to be another one from Clumsy, but the Astra on Astra will prevail here for Durham. So now they're going to be able to get into the site for the short time being. It's a 2-2. The spike is dropped for the time being, but Promo able to find another great shot. Down to Trog by himself, 11 HP. Sprays away, but Promo with the drive-by gets himself a 3rd kill. Now making it 4-3, and we're starting to see that momentum being shifted a little here.
We know that chat, as far as activity, is favoring Montclair State, but there's no denying the power that Durham takes I have to be completely honest. Durham has been showing a lot of very solid fundamentals, and it's going to come down to their ability to catch Montclair State off guard on these defensive rounds. They're attacking. They want to make sure that they're getting that Sova early round, or they're getting that early opening pick, because we've seen every time they get that opening pick, they're able to open up the site. But when Montclair State is able to play it back, play it nice and safe, that's why they have the round. They have it completely in their grasp, and they're able to shut it down. We see the push, we see the pinch, and now no picks have come out. German's going to be pushing into the site, hoping to find one, but that allows for the retake capabilities of Montclair.
Yeah, they're just going right back for the bread and butter. They just do the split, cut him out of washroom, right onto short, and now they're in the site. They get the spike down.
Spike planted.
They're going to be used. Panda waiting. Polar gets a good amount of kills right now, looking for one. Not able to get the second, but now it's just down to Cry. We've seen clutches. Can he prevail? He's spraying away, not able to get the kill, but he's looking for a bit more. But Divine puts the nail to the coffin, and that'll be the great shot that comes in from Tour de Force, and they get themselves a 5th.
That's exactly what you want to see. And interesting enough, did you see who got the opening pick that round?
Trying to think, I'm looking to see, but I actually didn't catch who got the first opening
All
goal,
I'll say was that I was right once again, which is like really rare. You'd think it was a full moon, but that was like last Wednesday. It was actually Montclair State that got the opening kill, so it continues the pattern of opening kill and winning the round, at least for the previous 3. I wasn't sure, I wasn't watching it too closely, but I do believe it's been statistically the opening kill has played a very big role in each round.
And you kind of said it before. I mean, we see from the Lords, I mean, they when they go over these like slow executes, this is where they do really, really well. But when we see Montclair putting a little bit of pressure, I feel like that's when they can kind of retaliate a bit more. But Durham right now, they do have just the Sheriffs. They're going for the light purchase, so not expecting too much out of them. But they do have the Huntress Fury, the Cosmic Divide. They could try to burn this round, but it's kind of tough to say. And they're really testing different waters now, so they're going to get inside of Hookah. Now the rotates are coming in from both the Sova and the Reyna, being ready to go for the group attack. So this is just being a 3-2 split. This is what they've done at A for the last few rounds in a row, but they're going to try to test this at B. Leaving Jet by himself, and now Divine in the back of Hall, spamming away, trying to see what he can find, and that'll be the Nebula that's going to be used, and Cosmic Divide going to be used. So now they might be able to get into this site, but they have to take care of Panda. Panda could be the difference maker, holding a tight angle, but gets read like a book, and Novice finds him. So now they got the spike down at least.
We have 3 different sections here in this round. We see that on the side of Montclair State, we have 3. We have Defender, mid B site, and then we have the attacker side. As one of these Cosmic Divides come down, it is now heavily favoring the defenders. Spike has been planted. All they can see at the top of the screen, but they don't know how far along it is, because that Cosmic Divide will completely trap out any sound. Divine, being able to find Maticus, opens up the round. Shock darts ringing out. Trog to find 1, Trog to find 2, looking for a 3rd, he'll be able to find it, he's last alive in the 1v1, he'll find the 4th, clearing out the site, and that is 6 rounds now for Montclair State. They will guarantee that they have an even half.
Whew, all right, man, Montclair really starting to cook. We get a little bit of glimpse of the replay though, but look at this. I mean, Novice, the fact that he gets 3 kills, that was huge, and it came down just to that 1v1, and Trog getting that quad to finish things off. Oof, man, chef's kiss. I'll take it. And he's sitting at 11 kills right now, so he's hit the double digits, and that's already, you know, on point here with Cry on the other side. So we'll have to see what happens. I mean, only a few more rounds to go, and we saw Durham. They were actually starting to get some good momentum on their attacking side, but we'll have to see what they can do with this Tour de Force going to be used.
Tour de Force have decided Durham to come out because Cry is absolutely lethal with it, so we'll see what they are able to do. But it does seem like it is once again a save round for Durham. Spray from Clumsy, not able to find any of the shots. Rotating right on out, but hey, Polar is still sitting there waiting. They are hoping that they go unnoticed, but we know how thorough Durham has been. And although these rounds have been one-off clutches, they still check their corners. Maticus able to find them. That will be a rifle later on. And that's 2 kills, rifle for each of them as they push up. And I want to highlight right now, look at who gets the opening kill in this scenario as they push towards the A site.
Yeah, and even Durham now, they're in the player advantage. Probably gonna have to fall on back. We're gonna see a lot of utility being burned. Gravity wall being used actually now. Puts the positioning off here for the defenders, and Cry able to get that shot too. So now tour de force has been used, and finally taking on the first player. Spike has been planted. Now they're gonna have to find bodies. It's only down to 2 players versus the 4. And waiting things out. Shock dart gonna be used. Needs to get this kill, Panda. You need to get this kill, and he does with only 1 HP. But Promo able to get the trade. It's just down to Trog. This might be the moment he wants to save. I don't know if he wants to test these waters, but I guess you know what? It's sink or swim. He's gonna try to go for it.
3 players. This is going to be the opening kill. He knows where one is, but he's not going to be able to catch Promo, who's hot off the tail of a 3K. They know that they have the even half in their sight. They have the rifles to do so. Look at that beautiful eco. But what's that? Montclair looks like they're really suffering on the eco side. But how? That's just 1 lost round. Oh, right. Because no matter what, this 2-to-1 or 2-to-2 ratio heavily influences an eco. It doesn't allow you to have all of that. Not to mention the fact, when you have rounds 1 off a clutch, it gets closer and closer and closer.
Revealing area.
Oh man, it really is getting a lot closer.
Recovering it.
We
Drone
know
gonna
that
be used.
off the eco, they should be able to take this round alone.
They should, but you know what? That last round, I mean, Durham, they pulled that through with sheriffs. That was a round that they didn't put a lot of investment in. That was putting a lot more pressure for the tour de force to be used. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. Panda, no! Knees weak, arms are heavy! Oh! Spaghetti! And oh man, he's looking a little nervous. He gets out of this situation for the time being, but oh my goodness. It's a tragedy to see.
Player standing.
Oh, and Cry looking for a third. Now he's able to find it. Sheriffs are being shot. Finally taking down Cry. Can he get himself a second clumsy? Not needing to be clumsy at this moment. It's at a 1-on-3, and this is looking a little bit more dire, Binks.
Knees deep, arms are sweaty, and all the players of Montclair are relegated to the bench already. Holy, that was a what? Oh, you did him dirty! You did him dirty!
Oh, man.
Oh!
Oh, that hurts. That really hurts. You know, it's the worst feeling too. Like when you know as a player, when you miss the shots and you're like, wow, I don't even know what to say to that. Like I just look like I don't know what I'm doing. I look like I'm trying to shoot with my eyes closed.
Well, at least we know that they can come back from that. And we know that they are quite sufficient with a rifle. But that one is one for the digest later on. Looking for the heads, fighting for their opponents. Looking for a hit at this point, as both these teams will have a bit of a skirmish, but aren't able to find any of the other players' bodies.
It's going to be Hunter's Fury used from Durham, so that's going to be able to get a little bit of an opening. They don't really capitalize with this. So very interesting. The Nebula will be used. Divine does have a really good position, a high ground. So even with this position, can go for the first engagement, fall off easily. Need to be careful though. Gets the spike drop, able to teleport, but clumsy though. He's able to take down 2 more, and he's been able to sweep this fully through. And it's just down to cancel, or Jansel, sorry. Need to cancel these last 4 players. I don't know. This is the last round. Can he do it? He will not be able to. It's a 7-5.
We can't forget that that was the defending side of Montclair. 7-5 is not bad for attackers. That is almost what's expected here on Bind, and we start to see that it was more defensive sided. But now it comes down to this: will they be able to match it or do better? They're gonna have to do 2 rounds better, or sorry, 1 round better, in order to have the equivalent to an 8-4 split. Because 8 rounds will be able to get them to that 13 mark. It's just a matter of them being able to do it fast enough. I think that it is in the cards for Durham, but it is just as well in the cards for Montclair to be able to get those 5 rounds. Sorry, 6 rounds. I can't do math. It's quite late at night. Those 6 rounds to be able to get them the win. I think they have it in them. And I think it all comes down to this pistol round to be able to have the momentum to propel them forward.
Oh, great shot from Divine. Man, he's such a menace with that thing. he's able to just get really good engagements, opening duels. Now they have the player advantage. Montclair looking good, and Cry able to reply back. Takes a lot of damage, but they'll definitely do. And now Novice is going to peek this, but MSU now, they're going to switch up their position. Divine will lead this charge, which is fine. But the last four, or the remaining players, they're going to go through Hookah, so it's just going to have Divine by himself. Little cross through, not able to get the full amount of damage, but Maticus gets the job done, and now it's Lonely 3.
Montclair State have a very good grasp on this situation. They know approximately where these players are. Panda has the Ion Sheriff in hand, looking for that redemption shot. Shock Dart once again being thrown into Hookah. It's a back and forward, and beautiful information gathering from Montclair will allow them to push right on in. It's going to be Trog to find one. Panda with the redemption shot onto Maticus. Looking for another one into heaven, and Panda will redeem themselves with a 2K. Montclair take the first round of their attacking half, 8-5, and I've got to tell you, Montclair State does look to be heating things up.
Yeah, they're starting to heat things up pretty good. And now it's going to be a pretty dicey purchase that comes in from Durham, and this is a tough position to be in, right? I mean, you don't even really want to put the investment of, you know, light pistols or even sheriffs at this moment. I mean, you can. It's almost you kind of have to. But this is where we might try to see something a little bit different. I mean, they have the 3 players at A, having just the 2 being remained at B. Cry actually getting really up close and personal. They're not going to be able to find it, but oh man, he tries to get a nice little kill, but he's not able to find it. Panda takes him and reads him like a book, and now Extreme even waiting through just in Hookah by themselves, and the rotate's already coming in.
Well, hopefully McDonald's Wi-Fi on the side of Montclair has completely subsided, as it looks like it has, as they have been able to find the 2 opening kills of this round and are sitting quite comfortably as they turn their sights towards A. Reyna and Sova have to start rotating. Extreme has the capabilities on the Reyna, but whether or not they do it in time will be pivotal. It will be caught by the trademark. Trog to rotate back. It will be Novice with the pistol to find one. This is a bonus round, meaning the shorty will not be able to connect. Trog to find it. Promo looking for their highlight breakout clip, but no, there's Polar to shut them right on down, 9-5, as there's only 4 more rounds to go before Montclair can bring us to a third map.
This is going to be a telling round. This is really important now. For Durham, they need to start getting everything heated up a little bit more. That little engine needs to start moving. They're going to have full investment into this. They're not going to have an operator available on the deck or in the inventory, but at least they have enough money where they can get the full rifles, pretty much full shield. I think Promo's the only one with light. But this is important. If they don't pick up this round, like you said, this is a good position for Montclair to really take this thing with a lot more ease.
This is a pivotal round. They have the advantage gun-wise. Creeping up will be Panda. They bought a rifle in the second round and were able to maintain it. That will assist their team. Cry still has that glowing Vandal. And that is quite beautiful. But whether or not they're able to do enough with it. Trademark being deployed. Sorry, Rendezvous, but it doesn't matter. Novice with the fine MSU Panda. Still has the rifle in hand. Divine Headhunter in hand. Will be able to find Novice. We know how lethal he is. 9-5 now. Post plant. Maticus to find one. Popping into the astral plane, trying to favor their teammate as much as possible. He'll be able to catch Divine in the gravity well. He's vulnerable. Just swing him. You want to get him just in time, as you'll be a free shot, but not in time, as Maticus will have to do a second swing. He'll find 3 on the round. Onto Clumsy. P2s will now be attempted. We'll find 1. Looking for 2, but there's Cry. He's a kill leader for a reason. And he'll get the defuse. And it will be the first successful defense on the side of Durham.
Yeah, really good play. And I think that was Maticus that was kind of playing the second, player to just help him out. And being the first person, he was so low. Like, honestly, you can breathe on the guy and he's going to just fall over. But really good play, allowing for Cry to get that spike diffused halfway, which allows, again, he still had, 8 seconds remaining. So lots of ease for him to go for that. He knew that the Montclair player was going to swing for that. But a really good read. They respond to that round, and pretty close, dicey fashion, but you know what? The round win is the round win, and that's what they needed. It's at 9-6 now. Lots of funds are built up here for Montclair. We've seen a lot of success, them hitting that A site, but now they might try to switch things up, and even Extreme, he's going to be close, and I mean, if he can get at least one kill in hookah without being spotted, this could be really big, but oh, he's going to get spotted. Oh, he's going to get spotted. Oh, he gets tagged, and that's just so unfortunate, and Panda takes him out, and now they're going to try to pounce on this.
It's exactly what they should and have to do. Swinging in Cry will be knocked from Astra's concussion. Trademark will be deployed in the smoke. Clumsy also able to focus and take out Promo. Last 3 players are on the side of Lab. Both of these chambers are looking for a confrontation, all while the remaining 2 are stuck within the defender side spawn. Panda on top of Cage will be able to push right on up. This is a very slow post plant, and you have to wonder if it's going to be in Durham's books to even just go for a save. Triggering the detection will prompt the Sova Dart, promptly destroyed by Cry. And now timer is ticking away. There's no chance to be able to get a defuse, as Panda is going to swing up, trying to find him. Cry will win the gunfight, and a lot of players looking to lose their life here, possibly. But no, they all escape just in time, as the sole survivor from Durham is going to be the Astra of Maticus.
That was a tough position. I mean, for Durham, I felt like they should have just committed to saving those weapons. I think it almost would have been better in some fashion, because now what you see is that Cry and also Maticus, they're going to be the ones that purchase the Vandals, but everybody else, it's pretty much low. Like, I mean, they put investment maybe on like a Spectre, maybe. Like, they barely have enough for that. I mean, it's almost better to go light armor with, you know, some sort of a Sheriff or maybe the Ghost, but instead they're going to pull back through. So there we go. I was thinking maybe this hero purchase was a little bit too much. But Montclair now, they're only 3 rounds away from taking this second map, pushing this thing to a third, and for Durham, they need to find something a little bit quick, and they do have the Tour de Force ready to go. They have the Cosmic Divide, but again, that might be used in the retake situation. We'll see what they can do. They pulled through some pretty convincing rounds with these pistols alone, Binks.
Yeah, they've really shown that anything can happen. There's a Trademark. Didn't peek out enough to be vulnerable, so a very smart push. Panda swinging, spraying with the Vandal, will be able to find the head of Promo. Cry, Headhunter, 6 shots, meaning he can miss 1 and tap all 5 other heads, should he see fit. Extreme, once again, resorting to that shorty. Might be able to catch Jet off guard. That is a Vandal right there for you. Not able to get it in time. Shock Dart. 1 shot in the shorty will not be enough to take out Trog, as they will continue their push up towards a mid, and that's where the remaining 3 players of Montclair State Red seek to begin their approach, going only against the 2 on site.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
this is big for Maticus. He's using the Nebula to his an advantage, right? So now he can plant the stars. Now he's going to be able to pull this through. The spike should get planted. An easy kill. Not able to find the second, though, so that's good, though. Now time is ticking. 19 seconds left. It's a 2v2. Going to be able to hear the spike getting planted again. Cry not going to make any noise. Going to try to see if he can get the element of surprise. Might be able to find this one easy. The Seekers are used. Not going to matter at all. And now things have switched over. The Seeker makes the 1 connection. But Trog, he's going to be able to push on through. Oh! Cry able to get themselves a triple. And they stay alive in this game with a 7.
7-10, 3 rounds. Once again on a Thrifty, and hey, why would he give it away? That's because of Novice. Wow. Novice? Regardless, Novice needed that alt point. Very big kill from the Reyna, and I do believe that it definitely came off the opening kill of Extreme. It opened things up a considerable amount. So once again, on the side of Durham, everyone doing their part. We also have a quick timeout, so I have to question, what do you see Durham's approach to getting these defensive wins in comparison to Montclair State? Because Montclair State's clearly have a convincing and sort of winning formula right now.
I mean, I think that last round we saw, I mean, the fact that Yastra was able to get the spike planter down right away, that was really important. But I mean, they need to be able to find those engagements when they're executing on the site. And I think that's where Montclair has been able to prevail a little bit better, is that they seem to get these sites with a lot more ease. So I think it's going to come down to the simple play of just firepower. I mean, I think we need to see a little bit more connections made from these players when the execute's coming in, where they can maybe pick up the first duel, fall on back. But it seems like that Montclair seem to be in that first duel advantage situation, which I think is kind of hindering Durham right now.
I definitely think you have a point. But now, 20 seconds in our bye phase. You hear the timer tick down of a timeout, and you just expect the round to start. But no, we have a little bit more downtime, which is quite nice. It feels like the first round of a half,
Up I
where it
go.
seems like a fresh start. And I think that's one of the big things about a timeout, is that it gives you that fresh start, that time to think and really reflect. Except there's not a side switch. And most likely, the other side is still going to be changing things up a considerable amount. Extreme, taking the approach of using the op. We saw them use it last round, or last map, when they were on the jet to great effect. They are able to land those shots, and they are able to quickly get away. And once again, Extreme landing that opening shot, they will be able to take out their duelist counterpart of Jet that is being played by Panda. And we know the Panda is a crazy duelist and comes up huge. Cosmic Divide now in play. Oh, Divine a second too late. That will be a huge pick from Novice, swinging out. You have to remember to always check that corner. We are going to have the ult come out. Is he going to be able to connect? Trog able to find the headshot. That's huge. And all these picks in this round are coming up to this climactic conclusion as a counteractive. Cosmic Divide will now be in play.
And Polar's just playing right on the edge of it too. A little peekaboo, maybe, I don't know. So now they're trying to get information. They're trying to see what they can find, but it's scary to go for the defuse. But the over-aggression, this is not good. Montclair, they're over-peeking this, so now they're going to stick to the defuse. Clumsy goes for the quick peek. Now they got it at least halfway, but Extreme's able to find this. Hunter's Fury going to be used. Little too late now. The spike's getting diffused, and that is going to be another round for Durham. They are going to keep this thing alive. The Band-Aid is still on here, Binks, and we're going potentially to a 10-10. I don't know yet, but I'm loving what I'm seeing from Durham right now.
I really love the way they had the Cosmic Divide ready. They didn't go too early. They didn't go too late. And the reason why you're saying, but they gotta push. They're right next to him. Push. No. Unfortunately, a Cosmic Divide does work in the way. I learned this one the hard way, that you can't hear anything on the other side. It's not like a Phoenix or Neon or Viper Wall. You don't hear anything. Sound is gone. So that entire half, you're guessing. That's why you saw players pushing up when you're like, they're not even on spike. Why would they push? They don't need to push. That's the power of the Cosmic Divide that you do not know. There's no information. That's the reason why Astra's great synergy with Cypher, or there's a counter in the form of a Cypher or an Owl Drone. But late round, that is not a luxury, and the Hunter's Fury was a great attempt, but however, unlucky timing.
And 2 of the force is going to be used now for Durham, so still holding down long. Waiting things out. I mean, this is a good... I mean, you can have you get this first engagement, can rendezvous out, but now 2 players are going to be here for Montclair. They're going to be inside of Hookah. Promo, I think, just spotted that player. Now he knows the jig is up a little bit, so now the shock dart's going to come in. Doesn't really do any damage. Still lots of time, but the shot is missed. Cry, no. Oh no, he misses it when he needed it most. But we can still see Montclair. They can redo this plan if they want, but it looks like they still want to go for this.
30 seconds. Cry will be able to find one. Looking for a second. This is a save round, meaning you should be able to find it. But those knives could be absolutely pivotal. Looking for it, just narrowly missing the shot. They'll have control of sight, but not if Extreme has something to say about it. It's going to beautifully use that dismiss, spotting out the remaining 2 players. 13 seconds. They're aware of the time. They knew where Chamber has to come. Bring around the Rosie. 2-on-1. You know he's short on ammo, pulling out that Headhunter, hopping right on top. Divine to find another one. No time. Stay alive! And that's exactly what will be done, as Novice will be able to confirm the kill. Now 10-9. A 1-round differential here in the second match.
Oh man, that's where the columns come really crystal clear. I mean, I think you could see from Durham, they were yelling at Novice, do not peek. You cannot overextend this, because the one player went on top of the crate when he didn't need to. He kind of sacrificed himself and made that so close. And Montclair were almost able to bring that thing through, but Binks, we're at a 10-9 now, and we're seeing the gun round will be purchased here from the attacker side. We're going to have to see what they do. And now they're going to put a little bit more pressure. Extreme. Has the operator ready. Misses the shot. Not able to get out of this. So now they know exactly where he is. A top position to be in. Maybe
Beautiful
able to get
assist
out
from the
now.
Astra.
That's a
Beautiful.
great amount of utility usage, yes.
That works.
It's actually very little utility usage, as the Astral Star will just be deployed and taken back right away because it creates a small cloud. That is me. I just got a clap right there. Both Astros have done a play like that. I did miss it when it was on the side of Montclair, but a phenomenal use. Novice to find the opening kill on the round. That will be Panda. Once again, it does seem like Panda has unfortunately not been able to find those opening picks as frequently. But with Shower's control, it does look like a rotate to be is now inevitable. Divine just hoping to get one pick to reconcile this rotate.
Yeah, it's just one player too, right? So I mean, Durham right now, they just have their Sova that's in the B site by themselves. Extreme stops the shoulder, gets that shot. Perfect read, takes down Divine. That's a big impact player to take away too. So Promo just doing the jump spot, getting information. Going to be able to burn the clock as much as possible. Now the execute's coming in. Montclair, but Karai's able to find two more. Now gets the location revealed for the third. Can he get himself it? No, he will, or yes, he will. Oh man, it's just mayhem all over the place, but a flawless round here that comes in from Durham. We have ourselves a tie game.
I just want to take a look at this very end of the clip. Look at this opening kill with the up. Very nice. But it's not like Divine was in the wrong position. Divine was playing that wonderfully, especially as the chamber. You have the ability to rotate and rotate quite fast. So really playing into that strength was the right call. Just not expecting to go up against that operator is completely fair. Montclair State now find themselves in a tie game, and it does look like the econ is rather close. Meaning that on the side of Montclair State, they have a lot to work. Oh, I see pistols being pulled out. It does not look like we are even.
All drone going to be used from the defense side. So there'll be some good intel given from Long B. A very scattered approach that we're seeing from Montclair. They're not actually just doing the 3-2 that we normally see. Right now, they're just trying to, a bit of a default setup. They're just trying to get a pick. They're seeing what little bit of an opening they can get. And Panda's already taken down into a critical amount of HP. He's in the red already.
They do have the Sky. Oh, the Sky should be able to heal up.
Oh, no way. No way he gets this. He gets that kill. How does he get away with it? He's looking to find another. He won't get it. But at least he gets that one. He takes down the utility usage here for Durham. That's a good kill.
I'm baffled. That was a huge kill for Montclair. They are down a man. Plant will be attempted. But a huge shot from Panda. The McDonald's Wi-Fi is coming in clutch. They probably have an Ethernet cable set up now. Try to find one. Clumsy. Hunter's Fury will attempt to deny, but now 2v2, and they most definitely has rifles, as the Sky will be able to revive. A nice shot from Extreme. We will dismiss, and Poland last alive inside the lamps. Sprang out. Location has been received. They have two guiding lights. Defuse will be attempted. Checking side to side. You can't let him through. But it will be a defuse, followed by the shorty blast. With 25 seconds remaining, and Durham, for what I believe is the first time in this game, will have the lead. And let's just take a look at this wonderful headshot. How do you get away with this? One and two. Double headshot back to back. That's aim labs right there. That's aim labs.
That's aim labs. This is a great shot too from Extreme. You see the shoulder of the Sky. He's like, okay, yeah, I know he's there. Bam. Flicks it right back. Takes down Clumsy. Really good amount of work. But man, this was a good attempt from Polar. Almost able to get it. Came right down. That defuse was pretty close, but it wouldn't have really mattered at that moment. But the fact they're able to now get themselves in the lead, like you said, that's really important. They've been kind of in the back seat. Now they're in the driver's seat. Oh no, but Extreme.
Wow.
Oh man, that's a swing and a miss, but it was close. It went right through the legs, it almost looked like.
Oh, we'll need a replay on that one just to see exactly where that shot went, because I think that the Chamber just has the abilities. He's a fourth eye. He knows how to dodge these bullets. And that's really interesting. A nice attempt to throw it up, but quick refrag as Cry will be able to get the Sky refrag by Clumsy in a very quick defuse. And this will be Montclair's Cosmic Divide. However, there's no retaliation possible from the Astra as they do not have theirs ready and set to go. This allows for Montclair State to completely extend.
Oh man, so now everything's getting used. Lear's ready to be activated. Novice trying to see what he can get out, but again, this Cosmic Divide kind of going in blind, but Novice able to get down that one kill. Now looking for another, but Panda takes him down. It's Panda on a 1-on-3. Not the position you want to be in. Gets another shot. The defuse is still being committed. He's able to get himself another. Can he get the third?
Oh!
Won't be able to in time. The defuse is there, and they got themselves on the match point. The triumphant effort from Panda is just not enough.
How fitting. How fitting is that? That we go back to the first round and we see the exact same scenario. Both these teams are so evenly matched against each other that we're seeing things play out exact same way. And that's why we cannot count Montclair State Red out of it. They have so much capability to keep this one in there. These huge shots from Panda 1, 2, and so close. They got the 4K for the round, Panda. That is just gut-wrenching, but we're back here in the action. What could be our final round, but Panda is still coming up huge with that operator.
Deploying drone.
I've got your trail.
Oh, they're looking like they're putting all the pressure into this. Look at this promo. He's just like a drone in the sky. He gets all the information, gets the tag too. But man, Montclair, they just want to take this very quickly. They're putting a lot of pressure into this. They're not letting time slip at all. They get the spike down. They've already now taken down 2 players for Durham, so we need to see someone pretty much pop off. They need to get something big. And now the Reyna ultimate is going to be used here from the defensive side, but Panda will be able to find that one. So now these 2 players, this is a tough position to be in. Do you even want to attempt this retake? Is it even worth it? You haven't been able to find a frag yet, so now they might want to save this. I don't know, Binks.
You also have to consider there's only one more round after this. They know that they have enough util, or they should have been checking to see, so they know that there's no tomorrow. Of course, the Astra should even be looking to say, hey, maybe I want to make sure I actually die to make sure, or I get my kill and rotate. Otherwise, this may not be worth it, so I have my Cosmic Divide. They'll opt for the latter, and unfortunately, Divine will be able to confirm that kill. And I don't mean that in the way that Montclair is unfortunate to find it, unfortunate on the side of Durham. But look at this. Where have we seen this before, lads?
Yeah, we've seen it, we've seen it once or twice, right? But, I mean, the thing is, too, and like when you're looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Cry right now, 29 kills. 29. That is such a big difference in between, Promo and all his other teammates. We said that does paint the picture, but we've seen Cry put up a lot of multi-kill rounds, which is, something to really note. But we're now in the last round, and we've been in this position before, like we said on map number 1. And this is the pick for Montclair. This is, oh man, it's just like a mirror. We're looking at the exact same situation. It's unbelievable.
What's scary is the ults on the side of Durham. Sure, the Bladestorm on Montclair is extremely lethal with the Operator Jet combo, but we have the Cosmic Divide, as well as Raze being able to just completely jump right in and blow everything to smithereens. Only time will tell, as we are in the final minute of regulation play.
They still have that showstopper too. Like you said, the ultimates are there. They're in the back pocket here for Durham, so this is a good thing. But they need to make sure that these players stay alive. They can't get over aggressive. They can't be over adventurous. And you can see, man, the tension is building. You can cut it with a knife. The littlest mistake could cost this game from both teams. This is even for Montclair to push overtime. This is even to win the game. And now the drone's going to be used. Trog's going to be able to get some vision. Finds the one player in the back. I don't think he spotted the one underneath in the hookah. Panda's got the knife ready to go. A nice shock star. Won't make a connect, but... Oh, Extreme able to get the dismiss. Now gets a new position. Panda finds the one. They're pushing into this. They're trying to find more. The spike's going to get dropped. Another dismiss is going to be used. Extreme. He's not able to escape his death, but at least he's burned the time. And now they only got 10 seconds left to get the spike down.
This is where Raze's showstopper can come up huge. Spike will be planted. Maticus will fall to Clumsy, who is hot on the trails of a 3K. Showstopper will blast them into sight. They won't be able to spot out. Polar inside of heaven. And that is going to be overtime, ladies and gentlemen. This one is going the distance.
Oh man, what a valiant effort. I mean, Extreme played that position well, used the dismiss. I said that, right? but I think it was just overextending. This is the one where he gets the spike down, but then you can see the one player on top of Crate. And then that was kind of his demise. And I mean, Novice was trying to see what he could do with the showstopper, but that flash, the guiding light that came in from Polar, picture perfect. That timing was immaculate. That was the pretty much the game moment changer. Because if Novice would have been able to get that one opening exchange, that would have been a 1-on-1 after that. So, I mean, that would have been anybody's game. That would have been a 50-50 chance.
Crazy to think about the hypothetical implications of that round. Regardless, Durham back on the attacking side. Last time we saw how proficient Moncler was, finish out the half 7-5 and a repeat 7-5. So we know that both of these teams have a lot more tendencies to win, well, to be exact, 2 more rounds on their respective half. So we should expect to see Moncler State take this round, and it will all come down to the ability of Durham to hold it. But we don't know for certain yet, as it does look like a sporadic play onto A. But Laz, this is way too slow. This is, like you said, the tension is building up. All these players are creeping around. They're looking for the small, most obscure opening to just pounce on.
And this is what Durham did really well on their attacking side. When they were able to get, you know, the amount of map control and just go for pretty much a full execute, that's when they got on the site easily. They usually won those engagements. This is where Moncler really struggled. Trog holding a tight angle. Oh, the gravity well, that's perfect. And now that's the spike. So now they know the commitment's here. They know it's not sort of a fake. And Trog's able to find himself another cancel. Finally gets the first opening duel. And now the bullets are being sprayed away. It's 20 seconds left. They can't turn back. They have to go for this fight. But now they need to get something done. The spike is still fully exposed. Time is ticking. It's dwindling. And this is looking like Moncler. They might get this one in the bag. And they will indeed. And they're going to get themselves the 13th round with pretty much full ease.
Well, let's go off a quick checkmark list here as you see our replays. Hold site with cross angles. Well, right here. Check. Get spike in good position. Check. Deny spike until the end of the round. Trog did a phenomenal job there. Check. Have an assist from another teammate. Divine. Check. And that is just a very quick glimpse into the round, but you can see how dominant Moncler was on the defensive side. But now, can Durham do the same, or will we be headed to a map 3?
And you made such a good point too, and that's the Astra, right? I mean, the gravity well alone, that was allowing Trog to go for that big peak. But the mistake was that Durham went for the spike first. I mean, that's like basic Valorant 101. You don't want to lead with the spike. That's the worst thing that you can do. And now they're a little frustrated and cry. It's gonna make Clumsy weep a little bit now, and they get the opening exchange. So Moncler have lost their utility. That's so impactful. Cry not only is top fragging, but the fact that he can get an impact kill like that, that's really important, because now the Astra being depleted like that, this is going to make it a lot harder for Moncler to get any sort of an execute with, you know, the smokes or any of the gravity well that we were expecting.
Astra, as you mentioned, a pivotal operator. Regent. Look at this slow creeping into sight. Spotted out by Cry. Oh, or not even the opening kill. Second kill on the side of Durham. Dart will be shot out. 2 pings. And the gravity well is going to catch them. What a play to capitalize on Polar pushing up.
1 enemy remaining.
Beautiful use of the gravity well. Maticus to find Panda. All left with the Trog. 1v5 to win the game. But no, we are going to be continuing in overtime.
Oh man, flawless too. Okay, that's a good momentum shift. And we know that Durham, they're really strong on their defensive side, but man, if you can give Cry any sort of room, he is just going to be lights out. And that's somebody that you know, he's just marking the name. He's just putting all the names in the gravestones here for Moncler. And we're back to an even game. I think we've been here before. We said that a few times so far in this best of 3, but this is hard to predict. This is hard to know. And I mean, Moncler have been stellar on their defensive side as well. But man, oh man, if Durham can pull this through, that might just be the icing on the cake.
They did have the comeback momentum of 7-5. Look, we see a repeat setup. Repeat. You're trying to recreate what works. but how long after recreating what works does the other team figure out and read into it? And that is one of the most interesting things to theorize about in this game. How exactly could we actually see these players adapt to survive and find these picks? We've seen Promo do it with changing their Sova darts. We've seen Montclair do it in establishing their different angles. They've done a phenomenal job throughout the game. Especially, I have not highlighted Power enough. They've done a phenomenal job of just being able to get the information to the team and heal up. Trog to find the opening kill. Divine to assist with the second one on this push up. And these choke points on A are proving to be the undoing.
Take flight.
Oh, you think if Durham would learn from their mistake, they run into a gravity well, but they finally get a good kill. Novice is going to take the Divine. And now they're going to go through the TP, so now the rotates are coming in, but it is an Astra from Montclair. Have to hold this down. It's clumsy. He was big stellar moments, but he's able to get one, able to get two. The anchor is coming up big, and now dropping everybody. The spike is gone, and it's just down to Cry. He's been an MVP, but this is a tall task in order. A 1v4 with 6 seconds. Not a hope to happen at all. And he's going to be able to find one, finds two, but the time has dwindled. And that's going to be another round for Montclair, and Clumsy to get himself the triple to finish that off.
Wow. So, I have to ask you, lads, which side seems to be favored for both these teams?
I think it's, I think it's the defensive side. Right?
Really?
Yeah, I think both teams, whenever they go on the defensive side, man, I don't know what it is. They just seem to play entirely different than they do on their attacking side. And look at that. I mean, we've been here before, and match point, Montclair, they just need this one round. Both teams have struggled. Ooh. And just like that, the opening goes for the defensive side. Durham start things off.
That was a beautiful shot, and I don't even think that if you were playing on Jet and you dash, you would have been able to survive that one. But lo and behold, they will meet their demise soon after with a refrag, as this B push with a minute 13 has been quite explosive. Montclair State already getting the spike down, forcing the rotate. There's still a whole bunch of utility to be deployed on the side of Durham, and it's just a matter of how they can explode outside of labs.
It's all down to this. Durham, they have to commit to this. Novice will actually take down Clumsy, so a good kill. So now they're still stuck on this. Polar giving up his position. Oh, Maticus, you filthy animal. And he's able to get it through. So now they've gotten out of the pinch point. It's 2 players remaining for Montclair. They got the lineup. The shock darts are going to be used. That's a spam away. Oh! Frog's able to take down Cry. This is huge. But now the diffuser's been killed. It's down to the 1v1. Trog, can you bring this thing to a victory? It's all down to this. Maticus is spamming away, trying to see what he can do.
Get there!
But there's no way. There's
no time. There's no time.
Going to a map 3.
Oh man. Well, if you're supposed to play at 11 o'clock, I am very sorry for your loss, as you're going to be here for a very, very long time waiting, as these teams are going the distance, and with good reason. They've both been able to hold their man advantage. Look at this 1v1. You have to wonder if he just stuck it in the first place. Could it have been the match changing difference? Maticus. Regardless.
It's hard to say. Oh man, either way, I mean, the fact that we went tooth and nail for map number 2, I mean, Durham looked like they did not want this thing to go to a third, and man, they made it close, but Montclair, they still have lots of gas left in that tank, I guess.
Well, we are going to be hopping right on over to our third map of Icebox. So lads, I'm sorry, we don't get to go for a bathroom break, but hey, for all of you watching, you can still run to the bathroom right now. But I think we will hop right on into our third game, which is going to be Icebox.
Mm-hmm.
No delay. These players are ready to go. They're warm. And I think there's a fire lit underneath at the core of each of these teams. And they are just waiting to show everyone in this chat, all 100 of you, that, hey, this is our match to take, because this one's going the distance.
Yeah,
so we're just waiting for the readies.
It is like, and I think this is hard to predict now, right? I mean, I think Durham, the fact that they were able to come back through in the comeback season and they almost took that map away, it's hard to say who's, in more of the advantage position. I think this is the fact that we've been able to push this thing through and going into what, double overtime for map number 2. That's insane.
It is. Well, I have my notes right here, and we have a bit of time to kill as my Apple Pencil just breaks on me. I can actually go and highlight a few of these players. We saw Trog on the Sova. Absolutely pivotal player. I did not highlight them. I highlighted their counterpart of, I believe that was Promo. But both of these Sovas have gone hand in hand, especially in that final round. If these players are in the same raid, same room on the side of Montclair State, then you know that Trog feels like the MVP right now for being able to clutch up that previous map. We don't know how long we could have been there. But on a map like Icebox, those Sova lineups, these close corners, close corridors, long angles, I gotta tell you, these Sova lineups, they're gonna make or break each of these teams.
Yeah, it definitely is. But you know what? While we wait for map number 3, we're going to take a very, very short break. Don't go away. We'll be back very shortly.
Say what you say, I just sail away. She can't stand me, but I miss her face. I feel like drowning, but the tide's too low. And now I'm waiting for the undertow. So I stand tall, it gets a little better. I see the wall that we can break down together. Stand strong, it gets a little better now. We can break it down, yes, we can break it. Stand tall, it gets a little better. I see the wall that we can break down together. Stand strong, it gets a little better now. We can break it down, yes, we can break it. Yes, we can break it down, we can break it. Like I know it takes so much. The pressure men come to pressure us. Oh, they came to watch us fall. Oh, yes, they came to watch us fall. But we will rise up against them all. So I stand tall, it gets a little better. I see the wall that we can break down together. Stand strong, it gets a little better now. We can break it down, yes, we can break it. Stand tall, it gets a little better. I see the wall that we can break down together. Stand strong, it gets a little better now. We can break it down, yes, we can break it. Yes, we can break it down, we can break it. Pardon me if I'm too loud, gonna sing my song, gonna sing it proud. No one's gonna bring me down, gonna stand up strong, gonna hold my ground. Tell me what are we fighting for? Just to do what we've done before. Tell me what are we fighting for? Pardon me if I'm too loud, gonna sing my song, gonna sing it proud. No one's gonna bring me down, gonna stand up strong, gonna hold my ground. Tell me what are we fighting for? Just to do what we've done before. Tell me what are we fighting for? Stand tall, it gets a little better. I see the wall that we can break down together. Stand strong, it gets a little better now. We can break it down, yes, we can break it. Stand tall, it gets a little better. I see the wall that we can break down together.
Welcome back. We're here for the NECC, and man, we're going to map number 3. We never thought it would be here, but hey, we're here now. And of course, we are here with Laz and Binks to go all the way to the distance.
Well, we know that Icebox is going to be our final resting place of this series. One of these two competitors, will it be Montclair State Red, or is it going to be Durham Lords taking this series? We know that both of them have made claim, with Durham taking the first map 13-11, and the second map going the way of Montclair State Red. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that was 16-14.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and I mean, even historically too. I mean, I know Montclair, they like to go the distance. Like I know before, they're 2-0, but there's been other games where 14-12 and 13-10. Like a lot of close games. But yeah, you know what? We don't need the history lesson right now. I mean, we're talking about agents, and now we're going to see what will be different here from both squads. And already now we're seeing Sage is going to be activated. We'll have the Vipers being locked in, and actually, Novice will have the KO going to be used. So this is a pretty cool composition that we will see.
Yeah, Novice jumping back to who they were playing on the first map in the form of that KO, and they did a phenomenal job. And I mentioned it earlier that they have those R6 skills. But in reality, I do love Rainbow Six Siege. It is the other game that I do commentate and play quite regularly. It allows for you to consider a lot more angles, where Valorant is a lot of peeking and considering them. We saw it on the first map where he's looking right at that pixel. I believe that it does bring an interesting perspective. The same way if you're coming to Valorant from CSGO, you do bring a different perspective. And man, I would love to go on a hiking trip, especially with those penguins. That looks like a beautiful view.
It's a sight to see. So cool.
What? There's more?
Oh, there's always more. You always know there's going to be more.
Imagine
like
dying to imagine you just blow up from the grenade dropping on you. I wouldn't even be mad at that point. I just wonder.
Just be like, well, I guess that's what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Regardless, this is the calm before the storm. We have to hope that things work out quite nicely. Panda, we're looking at you. As you look around, waiting for that Sova dart, it's actually going to be on the other side. We talked about the narrow corridors. This B-long corridor is probably the best example. As they move towards the yellow box, this could be a pivotal moment. Divine, Shock will come out, actually able to find Clumsy. Your Viper off the board, that is absolutely huge. Where are you going to be able to block those line of sights? That's right, only your opponents will be able to find it in a beautiful long shot with that Headhunter. Promo now going for the plant. Extreme holding the flank. He's actually switched over to the chamber. First time we see Extreme on that chamber. But now, last alive will be Divine. We know that they're crazy, but it will not be enough. As Cry, the chamber duelist from our previous two games, is actually playing that Viper.
Yeah, man, and when you lose that Viper that quickly, I mean, it's just a sight you don't want to see. I mean, Clumsy was playing the right position, but honestly, the shock darts, just in combination with the shot that came in, just took him out. But really good utility usage that we see from Durham. And now they get themselves the pistol, but hey, we got to make sure we see what happens here, because I think Montclair, I'm kind of curious what investment they want to go for in this, if they want to try to force things up, or if they're just going to go for the full save. That's going to be a little bit more of a interesting piece for them, but it looks like even Bliss is going to try to push through too, try to get a little bit more aggro. Clumsy is still, putting a lot of pressure, and even Divine, again, he gets the kill with the Headhunter.
That is absolutely insane. Cry also making it known, hey, I might not be on chamber, that doesn't mean I'm not going to go and frag. They'll be able to find one. But Juice, who's Juice?
I think there's been a little bit of a swap.
It does look like they're on the roster. We just have a new member. I didn't even realize that Juice is in here, but welcome to the party. Juice, you've come at a very optimal time. But Cry with a 3K on the Viper, really using that rifle to their advantage. Make it 4 as they'll find their counterpart.
Man, and the thing is too, is that, I mean, we saw Cry. I mean, I know we talked a lot about him, but I mean, the fact in the last two maps that he was playing Chamber, he switches things over to the Viper. If he still plays the way that he has been in both those maps, where he's getting a lot of entry kills or a lot of, duels that he's winning, I mean, Viper Spit is going to be unlocked more times than we could probably count, because honestly, I mean, already now, look at this. We're going into round 3, and he's 1 orb point away from getting that ready to go. So that is really important. I like this little bit of an adjustment for Durham. That's a small detail, but man, this thing could pay off huge.
Juice, seen here being most likely the entry frag for their team, knowing they're going in with a little bit of a rifle disadvantage. There you have their 2 rounds. They can sit comfortably. If they get this opening kill onto Trog, that could be huge. And Cry waiting to pounce. He'll be able to throw up this wall. And look at that! A beautiful shot from Extreme with the Headhunter. There goes one of the rifles down on the floor. If they are able to claim that part of the map, that means they will have a free rifle, but it looks like they will opt to just hold. Divine does only have a Marshal, but 8 shots within that Headhunter could mean the difference. Lizzie, also a new player, looking to explode. Juice to find explosive nature as well, as all these players will just clean up, as Durham is going to take the lead 3-0 as they bonus.
Oh man, and this is so different too, right? On Bind, we saw Durham, they were struggling quite a bit on their attacking side. I mean, you know, their saving grace was the defensive side, but the fact that they're 3-0 right now, they pretty much have a pretty decent chance at putting up potentially a 4th. That's a good sight to see. And I mean, even just having Juice joining the roster, I don't know, maybe this slight agent change, this might be just enough for them to push over on this map 3, but we'll have to wait and see. There has been the roster adjustments from both squads, so time will tell.
I'll update you guys with exact roster changes in just a second, but this round is already exploding. 10 health for Divine. They'll have to rotate back and find their Sage for that heal, as ooh, Clumsy will find the head of Promo. That one could go on a billboard, make that 2. They'll find Novice. In retaliation, they will also throw up their wall, make that 3 for Clumsy. Were they playing aim labs in between the games? Who is this? Who is this? Why was he coming up huge?
And this was the Clumsy we knew on map number 1. I mean, he was putting up big numbers. Not as active on map number 2, but I'm not sure what Durham are doing. They're just feeding him. And now they're only down to 2. And there's still 4 players from Montclair that are alive, but they're close by in the site. The rotate's already here, so this is problematic here for Durham. They don't have a lot of utility. They have the Viper's Pit, but they will use it. They are going to use this. Oh, but we need to make sure that this chamber does stay alive. They get into the site, but oh no, the Viper's Pit's gone. And now it's just down to 1 lonely player, and it's Extreme, and he put to sleep, and that's a thrifty round that comes in from Montclair.
2 rifles, they'll each pick up. But that's only 2, although it was a save, or maybe a force. I think it's hard to tell within that nature. But I did tell you guys I would update you on who has subbed in for who. So on the side of Montclair State Red, we have Busy, or sorry, not Busy, it is Bliss. They are a junior in computer science. They've come on to the team late last season, and they were a sub, but they have quickly made his place as he's a key part of the Red roster. He's been able to learn every single character in under 20 minutes. Now that's pretty impressive. But regardless, opening kill will go the way of Durham this round, as Divine will look for the refrag. He's got the Vandal in hand and is not backing down as he has the TP. Not gonna be able to notice Novice. You can't TP if you don't click it in time. But regardless, that is Bliss, the sub for power on Montclair State, and it does look like they will be a very influential player moving forward.
The 0 point used, and Cry gets that kill too, and Bliss is playing the high ground. Finds 1, takes down Cry, so that's a good kill. But now needs to do a little bit more than that. Through to Force is going to be used. Extreme has it ready, but it's going to be both Juice and Novice. They're going to be able to find this. They pull up the round. Not looking too problematic at all, and they do have the showstopper ready to go for them. This is a good note for them to get that entry point here, Binks.
They do, and if we do look to the side of Durham now, it was Juice, who is now currently 5-1, who came in to replace Maticus. Now, Maticus was a very key player. However, if we're looking for interesting facts that I have on my sheet next to me, there is one thing in common between both Juice and Maticus. There is no interesting fact.
No interesting fact.
Well, actually, I can tell you, Juice is a freshman in electromechanical engineering. Now that is an interesting fact. There you go. I can make something out of nothing.
It's pretty juicy. I got him. I got him.
I wasn't expecting that one. I should have, but I didn't.
Walked right into it. Just like these players might walk into Panda's scope. Oh no, Panda! Oh no! Not again, but able to get down Cry. Good kill. Almost able to find Juice.
Spike planted.
That's going to be a good way to get that spike down. And now Juice is trying to see a nice little jiggle, but not going to be able to find it. Clumsy now gets in a good position. They're losing bodies quick. We need to find something to still... Flashes are still here though, Binks. That's good.
One enemy remaining.
They are, and they will be able to confirm that kill with Extreme, but Clumsy is on a hot streak. There's two. They have the Viper's Pit in their inventory, but no. Promo with that beautiful headshot to shut it down. As 5-1 now for Durham, as I gotta say, it looks like these substitutions are favoring Durham.
Kind of looking like it, right? I mean, Durham, they're looking really strong on their attacking side. Very different, again, like I said, from map number 2. And yes, it is Icebox. I know that changes things, but the way we saw them playing attack on Bind, it just looked like they were stuck in the mud and really overthinking a lot of what they were doing. But right now, for the deciding map, they're feeling pretty confident, and they do have a 4-round lead, so they're looking pretty good in this kind of a situation. Whereas Montclair right now, they have to find something a little bit different. They need to change the pace, and the Bladestorm might be that secret ingredient. I don't know, but Cry, you're going to just able to pop off again, taking down the res here from the Sage. A big kill.
Nice and slow. This is a nice calm within the storm. A phrase I don't normally get to say. But you know where to look, and you know how to find those head. Clumsy. Wow! You're really kicking them down the stairs with that one. As they will be lit up. It's questionable if they'll be able to do any more for the rest of the round. But they will be able to work in tandem with their team on this retake.
Found them. Deploying drone.
It's an even playing field too, but I mean the HP for the Viper here for Montclair is very low. Skin of their teeth. Now it's going to be the showstopper going to be used, but doesn't get used on the diffuser, but will be used. But Juice again able to find two, making a third. That's some fine press Juice if I've ever seen it, and we're at a 6-1.
Man, I feel like the Juice puns are just gonna keep on rolling right on in until you squeeze every single bit of it out.
Oh man, this is a good replay that we get from the production, but man, Juice just getting filled in. He's at 9 kills already. Cry with a 9 and 4, but man, this is a good position that we're seeing Durham Lords in the position that they're in, because now, again, Cry can have the Viper Spit ready to go in 2 more orbs. So that's going to be a good post plant potentially. But I like the mixture that we're seeing from this attacking side. I mean, they're really mixing the playbook. They're not just doing the same thing over and over. They're really putting a lot of guessing game here for MSU.
I've got to wonder. MSU has not been able to find exactly what they are looking for. They push up, but it's been a brilliant, to match the attack of Durham, but it's been a constant battle of, once again, this KO, where they don't even have the power to use their abilities now. Novice doing a phenomenal job shutting things down.
Welcome to my world.
But here, finally, in retaliation, no, this is still the Durham Viper Spit, the second Viper Spit we see on the side of Durham. Meanwhile, Montclair has not gone for a single one, and we could very easily see a double Viper Spit in retaliation.
Oh, and the res comes in too, so now they have the player advantage. This is a full player squad. This is 5 remaining. One finally gets dropped. Cry gets that kill, but now they need to wait things out. And they will be Cry again able to find this. He's just a menace. He is stopping everything with full force. That's a quad. The Viper Spit's been removed, but time is dwindling. Time has been gone, and Cry has been able to get themselves a 7th. The superstar himself. My God.
I just want to see this replay. Boom. Quick flick. Visible. Quick flick. Still gets it with the pistol. That is 4 on the round. There was mega ace potential there. Where you have the... Do you call it a mega ace or do you call it overkill? I know that in deathmatch it's overkill, so does that carry over? Or is it still just an overkill ace?
Yeah, I mean, you just say ace, man. Ace is ace, you know.
But
Ace five,
it's special.
ace
But it's not 5. It's 6.
Well, you know, all right. But you know what? Even though he got 4, I mean, the fact that he was still running around the Viper's pit like that, oh, that's just so annoying for Montclair. Like they're hoping to find him, right? As soon as that Viper pit's gone, they start to get a little bit more control in that retake. But that's the problem when you got a Viper's pit just post plant. It is the most difficult thing to get in control of, right? I mean, you're going into a toxic barrier and you're just trying to find somebody, and it's problems everywhere.
This is an interesting factory. I wonder how a moving floor would actually influence the game. If we were to have like that moving floor on certain areas, so you had to constantly move back, and when you stop moving, you move with it, and that's the only way for you to be accurate. I feel like that would be a really interesting shooting range type dynamic.
Yeah, I agree with you. Late night facts with Binks.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time right now, or just about. Definitely farther than that along with the delay considered in for all of you watching. So it's getting quite late, and you know that it is probably taking its toll on these players as well. It's a Monday night. Me, I'm lucky enough. I have reading week, which means I have the week off. These players have classes in the morning. We don't know when they are supposed to be getting up. So they want to make sure, especially on the side of Durham, they want this one over, and they want it over quick. Although Durham should be on reading week too.
I mean, the fact they're already in the site, they get the spike down too. This is a 5-5 situation, and Cry has the high ground, almost spots the head of another. Still playing on pipes really well, or top site. Oh, Cry though, again able to find 3 in juice. He wants to see what other stats he can pad as well. And my, we see Durham Lords. This is looking like this is just raining their territory. It has their initials all over the place. Man, look at the spray that comes in with Cry. The last
3
bullet.
Man, if there is such thing as oddly satisfying for Valorant, which I'm sure there is, I'm sorry, but Cry is just it. Cry is oddly 16-5. That's a 3.0 KD.
Quick math.
Well, it's not exact. It's at least a 3.0 KD. We'll go at least. That way I actually am right.
at least. I gotta save myself. At least. No,
Yeah,
but you're definitely right. Like, I mean, the fact, like I said, the matter that he's pulling up big numbers like that as a Viper, man, Montclair Red are just having they're just having not a field day right now.
Quite painful. Not much they could be doing. Juice really just last packing right all around. We'll see the Hunter's Fury in an attempt. But what's this? Montclair State 4v1. Chamber lit up to 24 health. This looks like it could very easily go the way of Montclair State Red, as Panda will pick up the 3K as we are hurtling towards what could easily be a 9-3 curse.
9-3 curse, maybe. 16-6 for Cry, 10-3 for Juice. Nobody here from MSU been able to get the double digits. Clumsy is close. They do have the Blade Storm ready to go for Panda. The next closest is Divine. If you can get 1 kill, I mean, wins a duel, does have the Tour de Force ready to go. Now we're seeing a bit of a mixture from the Durham Lords. They're actually switching up their play here, so they're not just going for the A hit. They're actually going to try to get that mid control, but also put some pressure down towards him in long B.
Sprays here from Cry. Really flexing the fact that I could never have a glowing Vandal like that. Even if I own the skin, I would still not be able to, because it never glows, because I'm never the top frag in the lobby. But even on a Viper, Prize shows us that it should still be possible. So thank you for at least giving me a little bit of hope.
Oh, Bliss. I guess if you play that spot too many times, you're going to get read like a book in promo. He was already a chapter ahead. Took him out. And now look at this. Still lots of time. Under a minute, but still plenty for Durham to pull back if they want. But there's a good flank coming in. Divine, he's already in attacker side spawn, so he's got a good amount of control, but they can either try to go for this engagement or just try to, pressure into the site. But Juice finds Panda. That's through the toxic wall, and now they got the plant down already.
2 to 8. They're looking to get to the 9. Hopefully they can get to the 10 if you're a fan of Durham. But if you're on the side of Montclair State, you're looking to get that 9-3. Maybe even make it an 8-4, as everything is still in the realm of possibilities. Pushing up, there's Chambers' ultimate. That 2-4 is really coming in strong. As Extreme, I'm getting a bit of disturbance. I don't know if that's just and I hear shots all around. Divine to find 2 assisted, but now that snake bite is preventing the defuse. Swinging around, promo to get a 3rd on the round. And there's 9 rounds for the Durham Lords.
Whew, man, oh man. I don't know what happened. Oh, those shots were nuts. But I don't know what Durham Lords did differently than we saw from transitioning from map number 2 to this one. But I mean, the fact that they have a chance that they can get themselves at double digits, like in this first half. Ooh, boy. I'll have to see what Montclair can figure out.
Man, chat's really hating on Canada.
Sucks. Canada's great.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Are you just saying that because I'm in the room, or?
No, I'm Canadian too. We talked about this. Did you already figure out I'm Canadian?
Well, I had to make sure everyone knew that we're on the same side
Well,
here.
yeah, now people know we're from Canada, so now everyone's like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Canadians.
Oh, no. I'm scared to see what's going to happen in chat. Regardless, both these teams have done an absolute phenomenal job. We cannot forget the first 2 games, and who knows, maybe Icebox was just Durham Lords' hidden map that they're just waiting to pull. Like, we don't want to pull this out. This is our playoff map. We don't want to show this one off, but unfortunately, they've done just that, and they've done a phenomenal job of just monopolizing the sites. If you look at the way they've been pushing this as they are approaching going through mid, but especially through B long and just the choke points. They're looking to get those opening kills and push right off of them, something that they had difficulty doing on Vine, but clearly no longer now. The opening kill, and now they have the freedom to push it.
Spike down B.
Now they're getting some good duels, but he's only able to find one, not able to get the multi.
1 enemy remaining.
Novice now, and now Extreme able to find it, so it's just down to Divine. 2 to force is loaded. Here's one player drop. A little too low, and now the suppression comes in. Oh, look at that. It takes it away. Oh, man, that's so frustrating. Your ultimate's away, but picks up a rifle, got the Vandal. Now he's been located. They know exactly where he is. They can play off of this. They can get him better post-plant positioning. Novice still has the flash ready, too, so the flashpoint and the fragment is ready, too, in the pocket, so this is problematic. Oh, no, but Novice blinds himself, but he replies back and gets the 10th round.
Switching sides.
10-2. Have you ever heard of a 10-2 curse?
You know, I don't feel like I have, and a map like this, it's tough to now even see this. This is a site I don't want to be in if I'm Montclair, but hey, things can change, man. A pistol round can go a long ways.
It really can. It can set you up. It can change the momentum. And for Montclair, that's exactly what I want to see them do. I want to see them really use this Viper utility in combination with the Sova, as we did see on the side of Durham. We know they're capable of it, as they were able to do with the Astra. And if you can combine utility with Astra, I can guarantee that you can do the exact same with Viper.
A lot is riding on this. I mean, this is critical for Montclair. They have to get this round. If they don't, this just was, like you said, Durham Lords in a really good position. Look at the amount of utility already being burned here from the Viper. Blocking off a lot of corridor early on, but this is a full, all eggs in this basket. All the attackers are pushing into this. They're ready to go, and now the Vipers will all be used again. Now they've been able to creep through pipes. Oh, but the cry with the frenzy. Oh, he gets another one before he gets taken down. Not like this.
Beautiful shock dart. Won't be able to connect onto anything, but a good idea to line that one up. Promo now looking. He'll be able to spot out 2 players, especially in a post plant. This is absolutely huge, but it won't matter as Bliss will be able to find Promo. Now, Extreme, Headhunter in hand, 4 shots, $100 each. Those are the money shots. He's looking to make them work, but instead it will be Divine to make his money count.
Whew, okay. They keep the round. They survive a little bit.
It's
And
doable.
It is doable. I mean, hey, it's too early for a comeback, but you know what? Anything is possible. It is Valorant at the end of the day.
That works. All set up.
I'm interested. Because
Yeah, me
we've
too.
seen Durham come out of these save rounds where it's like, oh, it's a bonus. Oh, it's a bonus. It doesn't seem like that's ever been the case, especially with Promo getting aggressive here. On 2, you have the ability to split an entire push in half. Divine waiting on the other side. Extreme getting a little bit too aggressive. They'll trade shots back and forward with Divine really taking the bulk of the... Oh, sorry, not Divine. Extreme taking the bulk of it. Divine does not take damage. He takes a tiny bit. He just inflicts the pain onto Durham constantly.
Yeah, they've already taken down 2 players. Extreme actually does get a good shot onto Divine. Shock Dart actually does miss. I thought it would have needed a little bit more damage, but now the spike's going to get planted.
Last player standing.
Panda has a good position, able to just spot over screens, and Panda goes for a little bit more, trying to build up the orb count, and now they pick up 2 in a row. Durham Lords should have enough money in the bank that they can put all the rifles what they need for this one. If Montclair can pick this one up, if they can take this round, I mean, again, it puts them in a good position where they might be able to find 2 in a row. Well, we'll have to wait and see. This is kind of a good bonus round for them too, right? I mean, you still have 3 players with Spectres, so for them, I'll be curious what they want to go for, and I kind of expect something pretty aggressive, just considering you have those Spectres in hand.
Look at that. Clumsy's already at the 11-11. They are even. I think that's an interesting point to really discuss. That although we still see that 4-10, if we just see a little bit of difference in the way players are able to interact with each other and their counterparts on the other team, that could be a huge shot. Oh, man. Novice will get marked out. Not before they take off the head of, I believe that was Panda. So that's your jet and your entry. And that's also a rifle down. So you know that they upgraded to a Phantom. So it should go into the hands of perhaps the sofa of Trug. But that's all speculation. We won't be able to tell for a little bit. The 50 seconds, and it does not look like any of the players from Montclair State Red are backing off A.
Really slow round, especially losing one of their players. Montclair now starting to shake in the boots a bit more. They finally pick up 1 kill against Durham, but
30 seconds
Novice was
left.
able to find 1 more. And Cry in a good position right underneath. Sage Wall is going to be used, so the spike will get planted. They're going to allow this to happen. This is good. This is good discipline. Gets himself in a better position. Wait things out. The wall's been depleted now. Oh, this could be the recon bolt that's going to be used. Gives a lot of good information. Extreme able to find another one. So, oh no, no! It's going to be Durham that are able to pull this round through. They only lose 1 player, but they got themselves an 11.
That is 1 round closer to winning this match. 1 more towards match point. And of course, for the player who defused, that's 1 round closer to gaining their ultimate, which is the pivotal part, especially considering that we are indeed in the end game now.
Near the end game. It's getting in sight. Durham, I mean, 2 more rounds, and this thing is theirs. It's come right down to this, right? I mean, we're at map 3. I mean, I thought Durham had enough, you know, for pushing map number 2 to their favor, but it just slipped away from them. We'll have to see what Montclair can do. Switching up the plan. I mean, look at this already. The chamber's pushed up in 2. Bings, this is huge. This is a lot of information.
They know where they can push, especially with the 2 players sitting and watching mid. They have the flank. Divine actually really taking their time. Promo is the one that has been supposedly watching mid. This is unbeknownst to them. If they are able to continue to push in tandem, even onto 2 sites, that could be huge. But not if Extreme has something to say about it, as they'll be able to take out Clumsy, one of the top frags, Novice to find Panda, and now Divine's presence inside a break room is really not proving to do much. Trog able to light up Novice. Shock Dart almost finishing the job, but they are gonna hide behind a corner. Sage spotting them out. Bliss able to finish the kill. Look at all those assists. But that snake bite will make them vulnerable for just a few extra seconds. They have the res capabilities, and that looks like what is going to be the case. As Divine pushing up, they have been able to take so much site control within this game. 22 seconds. Plant will now be successful. Promo, Juice, looking to retake this site, as well as Extreme. Bliss will be the first stop as the Sage. They have knocked for the res, but it won't matter too much as Divine will be able to collect 3. Promo will now last alive. He'll find 2. Now looking for the final 1, and that will be Trog to keep his team alive and keep Durham off match point, as it is 5-11.
Oh, we're going to get the replay here too. So this is Divine just holding right in the middle of sight. Look at that read from Promo. Man, if he would have pulled that clutch, I think Montclair would have just packed their bags and said, you know what, this is it. We're done. But a good amount of work that comes in from Montclair. I mean, Divine, we said a lot. The chamber work that came in from him was pretty phenomenal, and now finally starting to show why. And pulled up, I think that was a 3K that round. Now the tour de force with that round, being in his favor, picking up the 3, now it's ready to go. So we'll have to see what they can do. If they can win this opening engagement, this could be big, but Extreme missing the shot just barely, but he rendezvous out.
Well, if you live to see another day, that is definitely a better thing. But look at this. The lone chamber, as we've seen before, but history repeats itself. Divine will fall while his team rotates to the opposite site. And Juice making the very smart choice to rotate right on back. They have a Sheriff in hand. I don't know if this is off the back of a save. But regardless, Cry's the Marshal. We saw Clumsy extremely proficient with it. Whether or not Cry will be able to replicate that. Oh, Clumsy! You're just a beast with the headshots. Doesn't matter what gun you have. Novice lit up to 6 health. Cry able to find 1 onto the Viper, counterpart of Clumsy. Snakebite being cooked and sent out, upgrading to the Phantom Rifle. We'll be able to find the Jet. Looking up top, won't be able to find Bliss. They have the res. It's capable. But here's the defuse. They have the wall to assist. Last player in the form of the Sage, it's Hap. Look at all these swings. Promo to find Bliss, and that is match point now for Durham. 5-12. It is dire, but 7 consecutive rounds does seem like a daunting task for Montclair State University.
Oh, man. The salt in the wound a little bit there. You could see the clutch. If he would have just found Promo, you could see the cape. He's like, I know I can get him. I can get the diffuser, but... oh, just by a pixel, it misses.
Right here.
There's still lots of time left, but I mean, it does make an effect. But now we're at match and series point. Durham Lords only need this 1 more to go, and they've been able to potentially sweep this thing pretty much in full convincing fashion. And now Cry, Viper Spit's going to be used, and A main is in the possession here for Durham Lords. And still, Montclair, they're going to push on through. They want to test this. They want to go through these thick waters. But it's already looking problematic here, Banks.
It definitely is. As you can see, the Viper's pit is in place, but the rotate is there as well. Extreme to find 1, refragged by Trog. Beautiful headshot on their part. And finally, Bliss is going to go for the refrag onto the Viper, who also has a Viper's pit. So we could see both of those deployed in the same round. We do know that Cry is still situated on A, just waiting in case a rotate there is possible. But they will slowly back right on away. Shock Dart being cooked out by Promo. And here's the second Viper Spit now on the B site, favoring Montclair State.
Oh, that Hunter's Fury.
Huge Hunter's Fury if it is able to catch any of these players. However, it is not. So allow the Viper to be in there. He jumps in! Novice is not going to be able to find the Viper. That means that this
enemy
cloud will
remaining.
stay up just a little bit longer, but there's Cry, the MVP, to find the Viper. It is down. All left up to Trog, having to find 2 and a plant to keep their team alive.
14 seconds.
Swinging to the right. Recon
10
Bolt
seconds
will
left.
be destroyed. He'll deploy his own. Looking for the head of the Sova. It all comes into
it.
this 5
This is it.
seconds. You have no time. You have to stick it in juice with the blast pack. Or maybe the juice box in this case. Will win the game for Durham Lords. Man, oh man. What a conclusion to a crazy BO3 tonight.
Man, this is some high octane gameplay that we saw, and you can see the swords there, but what an amazing effort that we saw from Durham Lords. I mean, they looked a little bit slow in the beginning, but man, they started getting those cylinders moving, and there was no stopping them. They just barely missed map number 2, but I mean, the fact that they took number 3 with that much of a convincing fashion, man, that's a thing to note. But I got to give my hats off to Cry, man. I mean, he put a lot of big rounds. I think it's an obvious statement, but man, what an amount of impact, just all 3 maps combined. Like, that's crazy. And especially this third with Viper, like just locking things down. Like there is nobody passing him.
We even saw in that final round, Cry got the most pivotal kill in that final round. Taking out
The Viper.
taking out the Viper's pit. We also cannot forget about that big pick in that final round coming out from, where did I note that down? Novice on the KO.
Yeah.
Taking out the Sage who was going for the plant within that Viper's cloud. That completely denied the Sova having to play back and not peek. All those players being able to rotate back and play it safe. That was out of the question. So that's where you have to start wondering, wow, they came so very close.
Mm-hmm.
All those rounds that we saw won on the side of Durham could have gone the way of MSU. And that's something that I really want to be a key takeaway. Both these teams really showed up. Otherwise, we would not have seen a third map.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just see the mental drainage. So at the end of the day, major respect to both these guys.
Yeah, no, and I think that's a really good thing to note too, because I mean, map number 1 was really close. I think, what was it, like a 13-11? Like it got really neck and neck. Map number 2 went into double overtime. So, I mean, for MSU, like this was a daunting task. I mean, and you could tell Durham Lords were trying to end this thing in 2, and they were close. But I mean, MSU, they had just enough, gas in the tank. They had enough to go all the way to the third, but something about the attacking side from Durham Lords just looked just impeccable. There was just no way to stop that thing, and that freight train just had a one-way ticket, and that was getting this thing on a 2-1.
Well, on that note, thank you guys so much for watching. I've been Binks. This has been Laz. If you guys want to go and check out our Twitters, they are actually right there, right below our name. I don't know if I can get it close there. There we go. But regardless, you can go check us out on Twitter. A follow is greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
It has been an absolute blast. Don't go anywhere. I do believe that we do have one more matchup possibly coming up, and I will confirm this in a second. And it will be Sac State Green going up against CSUDH Cardinal, and this is Champion Cyan. So if you thought that this was a crazy game, this is going to be even crazier. If you can imagine that. So don't go anywhere, and I will talk to you guys very, very soon. Have a wonderful night.